about when he was president? Pre-COVID.
I think his policy was. I think his policy was trash. He didn't really accomplish anything. His major agenda didn't really do anything. He didn't even really get his major agenda positions passed. He appointed like super crazy conservative Supreme Court justices, which have decimated many aspects of this country, many individual rights. He incited an insurrection on January 6th, denied the results of the 2020 election, and mishandled the COVID pandemic, a variety of things like that.
Co-parter, Harry.
What?
I said co-parter.
Do you have like an actual response, or are you just going to say some stupid shit?
Yeah, I have a response. What do you think about the Tax Cut and Jobs Act?
So do you have nothing, no response to what I just said? Just generally? Yeah, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act sucked, by the way.
Off of conspiracy theories and bullshit.
I don't know what I just said was a conspiracy theory, but
that Trump is the reason for January 6th.
He is the reason for January 6th.
Denying an election that clearly has fraudulent.
He did deny an election. He did deny the election that he lost.
Yeah, keep buying into the mainstream media, bud.
It's not the mainstream media. It's Donald Trump's own FBI director, Donald Trump's own attorney general, Donald Trump's own secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, 60 different courts, many of which Donald Trump appointed the judges, 14 exactly. There was 2 data mining firms that Donald Trump hired that were independent groups outside of the legal system and the federal government. They both looked into it. They've concluded that there was no fraud. So I'm just curious, like, where is this evidence that is not being shown in the mainstream media? Because Donald Trump's own people are telling him it wasn't stolen.
You're not going to find it in the mainstream media.
I didn't ask whether you're going to find it in the mainstream media or not. I asked what's the evidence.
Why have I not seen it in the mainstream media? Because you're not going to find it.
I asked what is the evidence that the mainstream media is not showing? Like, what are you talking about?
You got to go look for it.
What's the evidence?
Court cases. They found 300,000 ballots of.
It's just not true.
Bullshit. It is true.
It's just not true.
You don't want to believe it.
I'm sorry. That's just not true. There have been over 60 court cases that Donald Trump and his allies brought. They lost every single one of them. By the way, again, 14 of those judges were appointed by Donald Trump. So are those judges now treasonous? And is Donald Trump appointing treasonous judges?
Look, dude, nobody's going to sit here and say that the election was stolen. That would completely bring about an uproar.
You are.
No, I'm saying no judge, no court case is going to rule in favor of that. Why? Because it's going to bring about an uproar. Are you kidding me?
Why? That's literally their job. And if there's evidence, it's their job. And if there's evidence of a fraudulent election, the Trump team would just keep appealing to a higher court. And one court is going to rule in Donald Trump's favor if there's evidence. But there's literally no evidence.
No, there literally is evidence.
No, there's not.
Dude, yes, there is. There's clear.
Really? What's your source on this 300,000 ballot thing?
Georgia ongoing case. You can go look it up.
Wait. What's your source? Go ahead. Look, swipe up out of TikTok and go find it.
Court cases in Georgia.
Swipe up out of TikTok and go find it.
They're live streamed, dude. You can look at the actual court live.
Really?
It's wherever you want to go find it.
What's your source? I'm asking you to go find a source. So swipe up out of TikTok and go find it.
Jeez, bro.
I know. Finding evidence for things is so tough.
No, it's actually insane that you're talking about live court cases ongoing. You want me to go find a source for a live court case?
Yeah, I mean, I just looked up 300,000 fake ballots in Georgia, and literally nothing's coming up.
You're probably searching Google. You got to go 5 pages deep in that bias shit.
Oh, here we go. Are you talking about 380,000 missing ballots?
There's probably many others of the same case.
Yeah, it's inaccurate to describe ballot images as missing since ballot images weren't required to be kept under state law at the time. Ballot images scanned on election day were indeed not retained, but the state retained ballot images from a recount in addition to the original hard copy ballots. Ballots from the 2020 election have been recounted several times in Georgia, and the results have confirmed to be accurate. It's a fact check on what you were just saying right there.
Yeah, anybody can count fake ballots. Doesn't mean that dead people.
So what's your evidence that the ballots are fake?
Dude, there's people on video even submitting 4 or 5 ballots at a time.
In some states, people can drop in ballots of their family members. So, like, for example, you don't need like your mom, your brother, your friend, your daughter to all go drop in ballots. You can just like take them all at once and drop them in if you're like the father of the family. That's legal. And that makes sense. I don't know why you'd be against that.
Dude, you're insane. So
you just don't have any evidence for your claim. And so like you can't just like live in ignorance for your entire life. It's super weird how you guys just like double down on complete nonsense, right? Like there's literally no evidence for a fraudulent election, yet you double down and double down and double down. It's like you have the worst confirmation bias ever.
All right, let's move past that. What do you think of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act?
Bad.
Why?
It didn't do anything to help the economy.
It
Matter of
actually
fact,
substantially helped the middle class.
really? How so?
The IRS put out a report in 2021 that showed the middle class was benefited 15 times more than the top 1% was. Average was about $6,000.
The IRS put out a report.
Yeah, directly from the IRS.
IRS says middle class benefited 15 times more than the wealthy. Let's see. So we have an opinion piece from The Hill.
An opinion piece?
An opinion piece, yeah. No, like, do you know
Dude,
what an opinion piece?
every fact you get is an opinion
No,
piece.
do you know what an
opinions?
Do you know what an opinion piece is?
I know that people, every single article you read from.
All right, so you don't know what an opinion piece is. Okay, gotcha.
Is considered an opinion piece. But the data is pulled from the IRS.
Yeah, that's an opinion piece is somebody's like argument, their own opinion on a matter, not like an actual factual report on something. So
that article pulls data from the IRS and breaks it down for you.
It's this person's interpretation of the data. It's like one person's interpretation of the data. This is not like a comprehensive study. Matter of fact, when you look this up from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the 2017 Trump tax. This is a study, an actual study, not whatever the hell you just cited. The 2017. And by the way, it wasn't a report from the IRS. It was an opinion piece from The Hill.
Click on the damn report.
I did. It's an opinion piece from The Hill. It's not.
Every single thing in it is from the IRS.
No, listen up. Listen up. Listen up. It's not. It's an opinion piece written by somebody in The Hill. This is not a report from the IRS. You said it came directly from the IRS. That's not what that means.
Data came from the IRS.
That doesn't mean that it comes directly from the IRS. Somebody can cite data from something. That does not mean that said article came from the IRS. Now, on Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, this is an actual study saying, quote, the 2017 Trump's tax law was skewed to the rich, expensive, and failed to deliver on its promises. There's also a study done by a Democratic and a Republican economist, and they found that it was only going to increase GDP over time by 0.02%, and actually was going to lower after-tax income for the lowest earners in America. So
that's a biased piece as well. Not good.
A Republican and a Democratic economist is a biased piece.
What's the difference in a guy pulling facts from the IRS and stating it clear as day that you refuse to click on it?
One's a study, and one's an opinion piece. I keep forgetting that you don't know what an opinion piece is, but one like a study is like an actual comprehensive look at the data, whereas an opinion piece is somebody giving.
It's pulled data from the IRS.
That is not a study. A study is like actual like modeling and looking at the data.
That's got models in it. Click on the link.
That's not. I literally. It's an article in The Hill. It's an opinion piece in The Hill.
And
it's an opinion piece in The Hill. It's an opinion piece in The Hill. Do you not know what an opinion piece is?
Do you not know what that is?
It has biased language, such as congressional Democrats have argued that one of the best ways to pay for legislation is to raise taxes on wealthy households, which, according to many on the left, have benefit. Like, this is incredibly biased. Do you not hear the biased language in this?
I mean, it's pretty easy to be biased when facts are facts.
Then what are the facts, man? Tell me.
The facts are that the middle class and the lower class benefited substantially more on a percent basis of returns due to the Jobs Act, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act put in place by Trump. Plain and simple. End of story.
Oh my God. Listen to this. The guy that wrote the article, Justin Haskins, is director of the Socialism Research Center at the Heartland Institute and the co-author with Glenn Beck of the forthcoming book, The Greatest Reset, Joe Biden and the Rise of 21st Century Fascism. That guy is a non-biased person.
Sounds like an economist. That really, what part of what I just read to you makes you think that he's qualified in the field of economics? Sounds to me like somebody's challenging the leftist continual topic of.
God, you're so brain dead, dude.
The top 1% was benefited.
You're so brain dead.
No, your
brain is just total mush. Then all right, then great. Then that's great. Then I can cite Joe Biden, right? So when Joe Biden says something, that we'll take it as fact, right?
Well, you didn't even file taxes when this was in effect, and you're 14 when this all went.
By the way, Trump's tax. Are you? Do you think you're paying?
It's still. I know. We're still under Trump's tax policy.
Yeah. So
that's the same constant riddle.
Do you think you're paying more taxes right now than you were before?
Am I paying more taxes than I am before?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm necessarily paying more taxes than I was before. I feel like I'm spending more money due to inflation and the economy, gas prices, and this shitty ass, country that's being ran by freaking losers.
Really? I mean, well, you're the only loser right now is Donald Trump, who lost to Joe Biden and continues to be a little loser.
Wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you can say wrong all you want, man, but you can't cite any data for your argument. You can't just come in here and say stuff and then expect to not be challenged on it. And I just love how you cited a Hill article, opinion piece from somebody who wrote a book about Joe Biden being a fascist. I mean, that's remarkable. That's just such dumb shit.
His next piece might be how Kamala is a Marxist.
Can you define communism for me?
I can define Marxism for you.
Can you define communism?
Yeah, I think I can define communism.
Okay, what's communism?
Classless society, everybody's equal.
Well, it's a classless, stateless, moneyless society. You left out like two really crucial details of communism. So do you think Kamala Harris is a Marxist? Do you think Kamala Harris is a Marxist?
I think her father's got...
I didn't say anything about her father, and also her father's not, but can you answer the question? Do you think Kamala Harris is a Marxist?
I think it's embedded in her. I think if you're raised that you have...
So how do you think, what policies of her are communist?
I don't think you're going to see them yet.
Okay, so then how can you say that she's a communist?
Because she was raised by a Marxist.
She was her father is not a Marxist. I don't know where you got that from.
Her father is definitely a Marxist.
Really? Where'd you get that from? Exactly.
From her father.
Really?
Her father.
Really? And so can you cite that as well?
You are just blind to facts. It's embarrassing.
Can you cite that as well? Like, where did you get that from? Like, what did you say where you got it from her father? Did you talk to him, or like where'd you get that?
The information about who her father was shows that he's a Marxist.
Okay, so I'm still asking where you got. So what information are you citing? And also, like, I mean, we don't even have to go into that. If somebody's parent is a Republican, does that automatically mean that they're going to be a Republican?
No, but I guarantee you
okay, then why is it baked into Kamala Harris?
If somebody's parents are respectful, their kids might raise to be respectful. I mean, you can throw that hypothetical out at anything.
Yeah, it's about we're talking about political belief, which is not necessarily
beliefs.
We're talking about political belief, not like respect and being taught respect. So obviously, like if somebody's parents believe something, it doesn't automatically mean that that person's going to believe something.
No, but
especially when it comes to political belief.
More likely than not.
It's not necessarily more likely than not. Especially in the case of like somebody who studied. No, it's absolutely not. Especially in the case of somebody who studies politics, they're far more likely to actually develop their own views as opposed to listen to their parents. And that's the case with Kamala Harris. And like, can you give me an example of like something that she's done that's communist or in line with communist policy?
Yeah, let's just let an influx of over 1 million illegal immigrants in here and just give them everything they want.
Okay, so tell me about that. How did she do that?
Well, I mean, she clearly was in control of the border.
How did she do that? You're saying how did she do that?
Well, I mean, that's her job. So you tell me how she did it.
No. You're saying that she opened the border.
What she didn't do.
Hold on. You're saying she opened the border. What did she do to open the border?
She didn't do anything.
What did she do to open the border? What did she do to open the border?
Absolutely nothing.
So she didn't open the border. Samuel, thank you for the subscription, man.
No, she didn't.
If she didn't do anything, that means that the border was never open.
I'm not saying she opened the border, Harry. The border's obviously open in areas.
So then who opened the border? Who opened the border?
She didn't control the border. The border's always been open. Trump tried to build a wall to close the border.
So the border was open under Donald Trump?
I mean, define open.
Well, you said it.
That she didn't control the border.
So you're saying that the border was open under Donald Trump?
No, I'm saying Trump took action as far as to control the border.
So the border wasn't open under Donald Trump? Was not?
Dude, are you deaf?
Was the border open under Donald Trump or not?
The border has... What are you defining as open?
Well, how do you define open?
Free people just walk across it illegally with no control?
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like obviously there was areas and it was getting worked to...
So Donald Trump under Donald Trump, the border was open. So under Donald Trump, the border was open.
But it was being controlled.
Really?
Yeah.
So,
100%.
okay. So then, under your view, the Kamala Harris, the border is still open under the Biden administration, but it's not being controlled.
Worse. Correct.
Okay. So what do you? So like, if it was controlled under Trump, what policy was rolled back under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden? That led to it being not controlled. But I know well, of course you don't know specifics because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about,
bro. And let me finish.
Okay, then give me specifics. What did she do? What policy was rolled back?
I said I don't know the specifics, but
Exactly, you don't know the specifics. Of course you don't, you donut.
Shut down like
Of course you don't, you donut. Of course you don't know the specifics.
Place, you little shrimp.
My God, of course you don't know the specifics, you donut. Golly, dude, come on, you go into read a book, bro. Golly, what you come up here, you yab, oh, Kamala Harris is not controlling the border. I say, okay, how so? I don't know the specifics. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
You asked me about policies. Nobody could sit there and rattle off policies that she shut down. That
really?
I mean,
because I think if you're educated, you can definitely talk about policy.
She wasn't in control of that shit. Biden was, and he's been sleeping.
Well, I thought you said that she did. I thought you said she wasn't controlling the border and she had control over it. You just said that a minute ago.
That was her role.
Really? So 100%. She was in control of the border.
She was appointed.
Wait, so you're telling me that the president of the United States? You're telling me that the president of the United States can give entire control of the border to the vice president?
Dude, come on, bro.
You said that she was appointed to control it. So how does that work?
She was appointed. Yes, she was appointed to oversee and monitor and control and.
Thank you, Brian, for the subscription. Yeah, that's just not true, though. The president can't appoint the vice president to oversee the border. That's not within the vice president's powers granted to them in the Constitution. And the president can't delegate that power and just like give it up to the vice president. That's not how the presidency works. It's not how the executive works. So you just have no idea what the Constitution says and how the federal government works.
So what do you think about Carmella taking cops out of schools? Saying she'd take cops out of schools. You think that's a good idea?
Who?
Carmella.
Who is that?
Camellia.
Who is that?
Your person you're voting for.
I'm not voting for someone named Camellia. Who is that?
You feelings hurt that I can't pronounce her name?
I'm just. Who is that? Who are you talking about?
What do you think about that?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Kamala.
I don't know who that is. Who is that?
The woman on the back of your screen back there. Cackling Kamala.
That's not her. Who? This is somebody else. Then you must be referencing somebody else. So who are you referencing right now? Who are you referencing?
Carmella Harris.
Who? I don't know who that is.
You don't know Carmella?
No, I don't know who that is.
Chameleon. Nope. Molds herself to whoever she's in front of.
Nope. I don't know who you're talking about.
Kamala, bro. What do you think about
Kamala? Oh, yeah, you
Kamala.
could. Okay, so you could just pronounce her name correctly instead of doing all this dumb shit and being a child. So what's your question? How do I feel about her wanting to remove police from schools?
Yeah, you think that's a good idea?
I don't think police should be in schools.
You're insane.
Right now, there are not police in schools.
Yes, there is. You're actually insane.
That's not true. There's not a federal policy putting police in every single school in the United States. That's not true.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Oh my God, this is so painful. Do you not know anything?
I'm not saying that.
Do you not know anything?
Do you not understand that public schools have police officers on staff?
There are not police officers at every single public school in America.
No shit. I didn't say that, but she directly wants to remove the ones that have it.
Yeah, I think that generally that's a good direction to move in. I don't think we should have
police
officers. Yeah, no, I'm serious. I don't think we should have police officers roaming the halls of schools. Actually, there's data to suggest that SSROs, which are schools, police officers in schools, are harmful. There's over policing in schools, and some kids have even gotten like a rap sheet, a criminal history, because there's police officers in schools and they break up a fight between two kids, and instead of like sending them to the principal, they get arrested and then they get a criminal charge, and that's bad for kids. They should not have that on the criminal on their record if they're just kids in schools being stupid. Instead, we should just take simple measures to prevent crime in our society without having police officers roaming the halls of schools.
So you think simple measures is going to stop a person who wants to shoot up a school to actually?
Yeah, so that's called gun control. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That's not criminals don't get gun control.
Really? So I'm just curious, like Great Britain, Australia, all these other countries have really strong gun control. Why do you not see like mass shootings over there?
Pretty sure you do see it. It's just not at the same rate.
No, it virtually never happens.
It never happens.
It virtually never happens. Yeah. I think since Australia banned all weapons since like the 1997, there's only been one mass shooting in Australia.
There you go. One mass shooting.
Yep, one.
Virtually never happens.
In 27 years. Yeah. In 27 years is like virtually never happening. Exactly right.
All right, well, let me give you a statistic on this. You want to take resource officers out of school. That's absolutely insanity, for one. And two, the data shows that if a resource officer wasn't in the schools that were, I don't even know if I could say shot up here, but that were, it would have resulted in like 15x more in deaths. So for you to sit there
What?
and say that you're in
What are
support
you
of taking
talking about?
resources-
What's this study that you're citing?
It's a study of the most recent one that had resource officer on staff in the school.
What? The most recent what? What are you talking about? What are you
Talking about
even
school
like? Are you just
shootings,
making up numbers right now? Like, what are you even saying?
Talking about school shootings.
Yeah. What study are you
I'm saying
citing?
that there is a more positive effect to have resource officers in schools than there is to take them out. And the president that you're voting for is in support of taking resource officers out of schools, which is insanity. You want to not keep the kids safe. That is absolutely insane.
This is not. Wait, I'm the one advocating for gun control, which keeps people safe. You're not.
It's us not, bro.
Really? Then tell me,
Really?
why do other countries not have mass shootings like we do?
Because criminals break laws.
Yet there are criminals in those countries too, numbnuts. So
All right, numbnuts. What would you consider gun control? Because we already have substantially.
So no. Answer the question.
Good
If
control
gun
of
control
guns.
does not save lives, then why do these other countries not have shootings like we do?
They do. You just said that the other
What the
country
fuck are
has-
you talking? One in
You just
27
named
years.
one country.
Do you recognize that last year and the year before that 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 we had more mass shootings than days? If Australia has 1 in 27 years, that's nowhere near what we have, right? So if they have strong gun control over there and we don't, then what do you think is causing these shootings? Huh? Why do you think they're happening so often here in the
What's
United
the rate
States?
of mass stabbings over there?
At least in Great Britain, which I know the data of, their stabbings are less frequent, less deadly, and affect less people compared to America's mass shootings.
Yeah, because they're stabbings, numbnuts.
Yeah, exactly, numbnuts. So if we take the guns away from people and there's not as many guns, there will be less deaths. Thank you for proving my point, idiot.
No,
Oh my
idiot.
God. Yeah, exactly. They're
Crime rate
stabbings.
increases without
Exactly, they're
guns.
stabbings. If there are the same amount of
still
stabbings,
bad
there's
people, Harry.
less people are gonna die. Oh my God.
There's still
Dude,
still
this
bad
guy
people,
doesn't know what the hell
Harry.
he's talking about. Yo, Cat, appreciate
exactly
you.
what I'm
Serious,
talking
appreciate you.
You're
Look
in
at that
support
thing.
of taking resource
That thing. I can't believe this guy's still yapping, dude.
You're
Yeah,
insane.
I like that, Cat. Thank you, Cat. I appreciate you. Yeah, that was a really bad moment for you. You shouldn't have said that.
Said what? That crime increases in other ways?
that went. Yeah, less people are dying because they're stabbings. Yes, obviously, obviously.
No, I'm saying they're taking other measures and
Yeah, and their measures are not as deadly. So if we can have let's just say, for example, that there are going to be criminals that are always going to kill, right? If I would rather those criminals, if there's no way to stop all of that crime, I'd rather they try to use a knife than an AR-15 to commit said crime.
cool.
you
So
agree?
let's move past this. Let's move past this.
Of course, because it's a losing
No, of
argument
course.
for you
No,
guys.
let me finish.
You guys have no argument on this one.
Okay, well, no, I do have an argument because
Okay.
at the end of the day, this is America. It's in the Constitution. Taking guns away will never become a thing. So, what do you say to taking resource officers out of schools? Where's the benefit in that? There isn't.
So the data I cited that like SSROs
data
are
you
there's
cited is
actually
like
not
one or
much
two
data.
cases.
There's not much data to suggest that SSROs are actually effective in what their goal is in like preventing tragedy and preventing shootings. And there's actually some evidence to suggest that it's a net negative, that there's a form of like over policing in
false.
some of these
You're
schools.
lying.
Okay, you can just say that as much as you want. I know that
No,
like
you're lying,
first of all,
dude.
you're the same guy in here. You're the same guy in here who's suggesting that the election was stolen. So like nobody should listen to you on literally anything.
No,
But
I just said that
aside
there's
from that,
facts that
there's
prove that
actually
there was
evidence to
definitely
suggest there's evidence to suggest that it's not helpful. And I think that if we have common sense, the goal is like preventing mass shootings. If we have common sense gun reform, we won't even have to deal with the mass
Okay,
shootings.
so
to begin
what
with.
about our gun reform is not common sense? That's what I've been asking you. You can't tell me what's not common sense.
raising the age to 21 or even higher to buy an AR-15, mandatory mental health checks, expanded background checks, universal background checks,
That's all a thing.
permit to purchase laws, red flag laws.
That's a thing. That's a thing.
They are not part of federal law. They are not
Dude.
part of federal law.
They are 100% anywhere
They
you
are
go,
not part of federal
you go
law.
through
There is
background
no
checks, you go
mandatory
through
mental
red
health
flag
checks in federal law. There are maybe
Yeah.
individual states or jurisdictions. Really?
Majority. Yeah, what states don't enforce that?
There's no federal law.
What
so
states
it's
don't
individual
enforce it?
states. For what? For what specifically?
For background
flag
checks,
laws?
for gun control,
Texas.
for anything.
Texas doesn't have red flag laws.
Texas does have red flag laws.
They do not have red flag laws.
They have substantial background checks. They have red flag laws.
That's not what a red flag law is. That's not a red flag law. There are very few states out there. I don't think there are actually any states, or maybe very few states, that have permit to purchase laws. And there's no state out there with mandatory mental health checks and mandatory training.
Mandatory training?
Yeah.
Mandatory training to have self-defense?
Yeah, mandatory training, huh?
Self-defense, or to go shoot up a school, because there's a big difference in the person who buys that gun to have what are you mandatory training a school shooter
Mandatory
for?
training. That you get trained on how to use it if you want to buy it.
That's not going to stop a school shooter.
Yeah, but when you add everything else in,
What?
it's pretty effective. Do you not listen? Do you know what a red flag law is?
Yeah, I live in a state that has one. I had to go through one.
What's a red flag? What's a red flag law?
I'll give you an example of a red flag. If you had, divorced parents that one was an alcoholic, or if you had a mental institution, if you had therapy, anything that throws a red flag into a person's mental health, yes, that's 100%.
That's not what a red flag is. See, no, absolutely not. That literally, this is my point that you literally don't know anything. A red flag law is not just like, oh, you went to therapy or
it's
you
not
had divorced
just like,
parents.
but it is that part of it.
No, it's not.
I give you an example.
That's not at all. What are you talking about? Not at all. Red flag laws are things like, for example, let's just say a person who owns a firearm was posting online that they're going to go attack a school. If somebody discovers that, they can report that to the police and they can have their guns temporarily taken away pending a court order. And they go to court and decide whether this person's gun should be taken away from them because maybe they are a threat to their community or themselves. That's a red flag law. It's not just, oh, your parents are divorced, which means you can't buy a gun. Oh my!
It's also not. It's also not just because you posted something on social media. It encompasses a bunch of things. You numbnuts.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. A red flag law is a red flag law is not what you just described. A red flag law is not what you just described.
And it's not just what you just described.
You divorced
and it's not just posting on social media.
I gave you an example. I gave you an example. Your examples are not correct.
They're
not correct.
My freaking brother-in-law couldn't get one because he had a therapist when he was 16.
That's not what a red flag law is.
It was a red flag law, you numbnuts.
No, bro. No, you don't. You have no idea.
You don't even know what a gun is.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't even know how to hold a gun.
Let's just read the definition on Google, right? You okay with that?
Probably don't even know what a pocket knife is.
That was really a great comeback. Nice one. In the United States, a red flag law is a gun law that permits a state court order the temporary seizure of firearms from a person who they believe may present a danger.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's literally what I just said.
Both of our points. But my point too.
Wait, what about somebody having divorced parents presents themselves as a danger?
I gave you 6 examples. One of them was mental institution. That's a red flag.
You said divorced parents.
I said that is a trigger point for the background check, and then raises a red flag, and they look into it. That is part of the red flag law.
No, a red flag. Oh my God. A red flag law does not apply when you're buying the firearm. That's a background check, numbnuts.
No, numbnuts. Part of that.
Oh my God, dude.
You can go through a background check, and they still have red flag laws that come into effect.
That's not what a red. I just read to you. That's not what a red flag law is. A red flag law is not, when you're buying a firearm, the seller discovers that you went to a mental health institution or that your parents are divorced. That is not a red flag law.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my God.
It 100% is.
Go find a definition which encompasses that of red flag.
You just read it. You literally just read it.
Just listen to this again. A red flag law is a gun law that permits a state court to order the temporary seizure of firearms from a person who they believe may present a danger. It's somebody who already has a firearm in their possession, and that firearm is then seized by a court temporarily pending a court order. It is not when you are buying a firearm.
It's both, buddy.
It's
yes, it is, little buddy.
Oh my God. Really? Because that's literally in practice that has never been the case. That's what we call.
Look up, can a red flag law be implemented before purchasing a firearm?
You're confusing background checks and red flag laws. You just don't know what these things are.
Okay, regardless, what is that going to stop somebody to go shoot up a school?
A red flag law? If somebody, for example, there have been plenty of shootings in recent history where the shooter has posted online that they're going to go do it. So if we can catch that in time and then report them to the police and they don't have that firearm to go do it, then we're in business here.
You're just going to take the one firearm they have. They're not going to find another means. If somebody's that mentally unstable, you need to do more than just take their firearm, Harry. Use your brain,
depending on what they are, if they're threatening, if their threats are credible, maybe they'll be put in jail and have their firearms seized.
There you go. It's not about gun control. It's about person control.
Exactly. But if that person,
guns away from Americans,
if that person is making threats and then their firearms taken away from them, what are they? They can't conduct the plans that they wanted to conduct.
Yeah. So let's just send that person to a school that doesn't have an SRO in it. And now you don't have a resource officer to be a first line of defense.
Really? Parkland and Uvalde would like a word.
Who?
Parkland, Uvalde. You familiar with these places?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, these are places of school shootings. Some of the worst school shootings in American history. And of course, you don't know that. Uvalde had hundreds of police officers on site. They did nothing. Nothing. Parkland had a police officer on site at the school. You know what he did? Ran. He ran away.
Okay.
Ran.
There was a one in California recently that if that SR wasn't on staff, that's the statistic I was telling you about that would have substantially increased the number of kids that died.
You literally made up that. You made up a stat on site.
I didn't make up a stat. You refused to look it up. You're pointing up.
I asked you what your source is for that, and you said, and you wouldn't give me a source. You stumbled over your words and
you cherry picked a few SROs that are bad and pinpointed that you should just take them all out of schools.
I did not pinpoint. I didn't even mention specific SSROs.
What are you talking about?
I didn't even mention specific SSROs. I was talking about data generally. And
no, you did say that one ran and that one.
Oh yeah. Those are some of the most recent examples of SSROs. Yeah, those are some of the most recent examples of SSROs. But I also cited general studies earlier about SSROs.
Okay, first of all, this argument is insanity. If you think that taking resource officers and on staff's security support out of schools, which is all that does is provide more threat to the kids, is insane.
I'm just saying we should have common sense gun reform.
Okay, but you also think that your president you're voting for is in support, or you're in agreement with her support of taking them out of schools. It doesn't make any sense. It's an irrational thought and policy. So that's why I think it's ridiculous.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have security for schools, but having police officers in schools is a different thing.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so security.
Defund the police?
No, I'm not defund the police. You know who is for defunding the police?
Who?
Donald Trump.
No, he's not.
Really? Because he called for defunding the FBI and the Department of Justice, our chief law enforcement agency of the United States.
That's the most corrupt deep state bullshit.
So you're in favor of defunding the police?
No, I'm in favor of defunding the three-letter organizations that are psycho.
Yeah, exactly. You're in favor of defunding the police.
No, not the people who get paid $40,000 a year to go and support and keep you safe. That's not defunding.
Do you think the FBI are a bunch of millionaires? A lot of these people make like $70,000 to $120,000 a year. They're not rolling in dough.
Yeah, that's what you think, Harry.
Their salaries are public.
Are they?
Yes.
Just like 4 years ago before NIL, all of the quote unquote salaries of these kids playing sports in college were public.
I don't know how this is like the dumbest. This is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. You just compared college football players to. You just compared college football players to the FBI. The FBI, all of their salaries are public because it's taxpayer funded. Just like the president's salary is public. Just like members of Congress' salaries are public. All of this stuff is public. The FBI is not rolling in dough. They're not making millions. And the FBI is our chief law enforcement agency in the United States. They're a chief investigative agency in the United States. And without the FBI, it would be a significantly less country. And your dumbass and Donald Trump's dumbass wants to defund them so we are less safe.
You're a smooth brain imbecile.
You don't even know what the fuck. You don't even know what you're talking about.
A salary is a salary.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
A salary is a salary. You think that's the only way to make money? First of all, you don't even have a salary.
How else do you think these FBI agents are making money? Are you telling me that there's like this corrupt scheme of which money is secretly being funded and funneled to FBI agents now?
Yeah, it's called politics, bud.
Really? Do you have any evidence of this? Oh no, I don't. I'm answering it for you so we can get through this.
You're not going to see the evidence. Like you can look up their salary. That's all you're going to see.
What's the evidence?
Dude.
What's the evidence?
21-year-old swine.
What's the evidence? You don't have any. Oh my God. This is so embarrassing when people like yourself come up here and you're literally arguing against America's safety. Like the FBI does so much amazing work behind the scenes, quietly, quietly. They don't
And they
announce,
also do a
oh, we
lot
just
of
stopped
corrupt.
this massive terrorism plot. They do it quietly, so people like you can go to bed at night and sleep soundly. And you're saying, oh yeah, the FBI is just corrupt. Jeez, get a grip, man. Stop buying into this guy's crap. And just
Okay, well,
realize
then
you're
stop-
arguing against the safety of the United States right now. It's so weird what you guys
You're
do.
arguing against the safety of the kids of this country. And so
That is the dumbest. You are literally doing that by not wanting to fund the FBI. So if you're like, oh,
No, you brought up the
wait,
FBI. I didn't
wait,
even
I'm
bring
sorry.
up the
Now,
FBI.
so the FBI that investigates all of these different terrorist threats towards the United States and makes sure that things don't happen. You're like, yeah, fuck those guys, defund the FBI. And then when it comes to local police, you're just like, yeah, they're great. Why?
No, you said defund the FBI. I never said that. I
You
said
defund the FBI. You called them
said you-
corrupt.
No, you dummy. I said you're
You
in favor
called
of
them
defunding the
corrupt.
police, and you tried to flip it on me and said, "Oh,
You
think that
called
the
them
FBI is
corrupt.
part of the police."
You called them corrupt.
Yeah, they are corrupt.
The FBI is corrupt. What's your evidence of that?
I just said, okay, yeah, they're not all corrupt. I'm saying there's definitely cases and areas that politics come into effect, and it's corruption. So there is corrupt areas
Where?
within the United States government. You're blind.
I'm not asking within the United States government. I'm asking where's the corruption in the FBI?
Do you know what FBI stands for? That's the United States government.
It does not stand for United States government.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's the corruption? Where's the corruption in the FBI? Where's the corruption in the FBI?
You're not going to see it because it's corruption, you ding dong.
So you're just making stuff up right now.
No,
See,
no. Like I said,
you have the
you just have to open your eyes, dude.
You have the worst logical reasoning I've seen in MAGA, in Trump supporters, right? Where you're just like, yeah, there's literally no evidence for this, but it has to be present. I say, okay, well, why do you believe it? You just say, well, you're not going to see the evidence, but it's out there. It's like, what? Do you have any evidence for anything you believe?
Yeah.
Where's the evidence of corruption in the FBI that it needs to be defunded? According to Donald Trump, where's that evidence?
Elect him and you'll find out.
Where's the evidence?
He's going to release it all.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Why didn't he do it the first
Vote for him in
time?
November, Harry, and you'll find out.
Where's the evidence? You don't have any evidence. Where's
Then
the
you can
evidence?
put on a
Where's the
red
evidence
hat
of
just
anything
like
you
Biden.
believe? You don't believe it. You don't have any evidence.
You can put on a red hat just like Biden. You can go ahead and switch your side when you start to see what you've been supporting is complete fraud, scandalous.
Any evidence of that? Any evidence?
Wait till Trump's in office. You'll find out.
Yeah,
quickly.
God, this is so embarrassing. Aren't you
It's
like
not
embarrassed? Aren't you embarrassed when you come up here in like a very public way in front of like 5,300 people, and I'm asking you like, okay, so why do you believe what you believe? And you're just like, well, I don't know, I just do. Don't you think that's like a little bit embarrassing?
No, I don't.
You don't think it's embarrassing? You don't think it's
No,
embarrassing
I think
to like
what's
believe
embarrassing-
something
I
without?
think what's
without any
embarrassing
evidence?
is your sweatshirt, dude.
You think I like my sweatshirt?
Yeah,
Mr.
that's the
President,
most
baby.
beta. That's the
Damn
most
right.
beta sweatshirt I've ever seen in my life.
Only freaks use the word beta unironically.
you're a
It's super
beta.
strange.
You're a
Super
beta.
strange. Yeah,
Look at
that's
that.
only weirdos use that word unironically. Like genuinely, like get help, bro. Go to therapy or something. If you're like walking around being like, oh, dude, that's so beta. Like you got to go to therapy, bro. You just got to go to therapy.
Oh, I didn't say that's beta. I said you're beta.
Yeah, anything you describe as beta in like an unironic way, you need to go to therapy, dude. You need to go like get help. Because it's just like you're either like incredibly insecure in yourself or you simply have the vocabulary of like a 5-year-old, which maybe both are true. I don't know.
Would you like me to use another word?
What word would that be?
Weak.
Well,
Weak
you maybe
little
want to
boy.
say it without having your voice crack. That'd be a little less embarrassing next time.
Weak little boy.
Did you just like do it again? What the fuck?
Was my voice cracking?
Jeez Louise, this guy. You need to like go outside. You need to go like find a hobby.
All right. So on the real though, I think we can all see through your bullshit. You're definitely voting Trump in November. I think it's pretty obvious.
I'm not. Sorry, I don't support men that assault women and criminals, dude. So that's not me.
Where's your evidence of that?
He was convicted of 34 felonies and was found liable in civil court for assaulting a woman.
In civil court.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So he was found guilty and found liable for these things. So that's some of the evidence. So here's what I just cited to you is actual evidence. So when I was asking you earlier, like, what's the evidence that the FBI is corrupt, and you didn't have anything, you said Trump is just going to release it. That's not providing evidence. But when you ask me, what's your evidence that Donald Trump is a criminal and assaults women, and I cite to you legal cases that Donald Trump has been in and either found guilty or liable, that's actual evidence for my claim. So maybe you just learned something about argument tonight. That's maybe something you didn't know before.
Are we teaching Republicans like 6th grade reading comprehension? That's fucking sick. I've been trying to do that all day.
It's been a tough one.
It's not
this
going
guy.
well. No, it
this
doesn't
guy
go
making
well.
up statistics.
This loser.
Who the fuck is it, bro? I'm really not in a good mood because Republicans have been pissing me off. I mean, it's just like,
Quit fixing your hair, dude. What are you?
tell me the 3 branches of government right now.
How old were you when?
Tell me
when
the
Trump
three
was
branches of government right now.
judicial, legislation, and the executive.
My God.
The legislative, the executive, and the judicial branch.
I'm so sick of this, man. I'm so
bro.
fucking sick.
Oh my
The
God.
legislative.
I'm so
He couldn't
sick.
get it right, bro. He couldn't get it
I'm
right.
so sick.
Sorry, I've been out of school longer than a year. You little.
No, that's okay, man. I haven't been in school for like a year either.
Just
I
read,
just, like,
bro. It's not just read, dude.
When
just
I
read.
vote, it's actually just like when I vote, I try to have like a basic understanding of who I'm voting for.
Have you voted before?
Yes, I have.
How old are
2020.
you?
I'm 22.
22. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, dude. The fuck. Jesus Christ.
So 20. So yeah, you would have been 14 as well
Okay.
when Trump was elected.
Mm-hmm.
Zero clue at how well the country was doing.
Yeah, and then we went over this earlier. You have an opinion on the President Abraham Lincoln, just like we can have an opinion on Donald Trump, no matter how young or how old we were, because we can read something that you're not doing.
It's a little different when you actually.
It's literally not different. It's not different at all. It's not different at all. Thank you, Lena. I appreciate
when you
you.
experience a complete decline in everything.
Okay, why? What declined?
Well, actually, I should say incline because every single thing's increased.
Okay, like what? What increased? What increased? What increased?
Illegal immigration, complete incline.
Wait. What increased? What increased?
Inflation, complete
Okay,
increase.
wait. Are you saying that Joe Biden is to blame for inflation?
I'm saying Joe Biden is to blame for gas prices going up. Yeah.
Okay, well, how is Joe Biden responsible for gas prices going up?
Do you boys understand what futures are?
No, yeah. Oh, bro, we're about to deal with guys, chat. We have like literally the 4 IQ intake incoming. Please explain how futures relate to the price of gas and how it's Joe Biden's fault, please. I'd love to hear this. This is gonna be really good.
Go ahead.
It's gonna be really good.
So again, do you guys know what futures are?
Yes, I know what
Yes, we
futures
know
are.
what
Please
futures
tell
are.
me how this relates.
That
Please.
sounds like a classic response.
Explain,
to
go,
somebody who
please,
doesn't
quick.
know.
No,
quicker.
because you're about to tell me something about how the price for a barrel of oil was predicted to go up or down, or something about how when Joe Biden is going to get in office, everybody knew it was going to be hell on earth, or you're going to say something so incompetent with no data behind it, it's going to make me steam come out of my ears. That's what's going to happen.
All right, Chrissy.
Yeah. So how about this? How about we just like speed this? How about we speed this up? So let's try. I'm going to teach you.
You're
going to be quiet. You're going to be quiet for a second. No. Because actually,
no. Answer us.
Why do you
Answer
guys keep
us.
fixing your hair? I want to answer.
So
you.
here's the thing. But we can like
Go.
speed up. We can speed. Hold on, Harry. Hold on. We can speed up this whole process because I can't. We could just speed up. You're going to say something that's objectively wrong, and I'm going to basically teach you Econ 101 in 30 seconds. You ready? Supply and demand. Donald Trump's in office. At the end of his presidency, everybody's shut inside. Nobody's going outside. The world is closed, and so the demand for oil is really, really low. Like the price of a barrel of oil is like $10, $5, $0, and so everybody stops supplying oil because there's no demand. And then when Joe Biden gets in office, the dynamics of COVID change, the vaccines roll out, and the whole world opens back up. So all of a sudden, the demand for oil is really, really high, but the supply is still really low because no one's supplying.
Is that dude done yapping?
You muted him.
I think he muted himself. He was sick of him hearing himself yap.
No one.
Run on Senate over here.
I got a phone. I got a phone call. I got a phone call. Sorry. Demand is super high, and then supply is super low. And when demand's really high and supply is really low, it causes inflation. So we had to produce more oil to get the price back down.
Congrats. Now let me explain to you how futures work in relation to the oil and gas industry.
Please, I'd love to hear this.
When you have a president who's preaching from day one, he's going to stop drilling permits, and then he does stop drilling permits. He talks about shutting down pipelines, and he does shut down pipelines. Companies, gas and oil industry, indirectly understand that, okay, we won't be drilling, we won't be this, we won't be that, and prices get affected.
Wait. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question before Harry does? I'm sorry, and I'll let Harry talk. But again, like if you had I was 14 and I had a better understanding of what was going on. There was already nobody drilling oil. I just explained this, right? There was no supply of oil across the world because there was no demand. So if the barrel of oil was already $0, I don't understand how the feuds could have shown that fucking the oil industry was like, we're not going to be able to drill any oil anymore. They already weren't drilling oil, and then the demand went up and the supply was nothing, so the prices were really high. That's absurd.
No, it's not. For those.
No, it is. It's almost like you weren't alive during that time.
Bud. Let me answer you. When you were 14 years old until you were 18, when you can vote, gas prices were steady. And then they increased. Don't say COVID because that's a load of shit.
Really?
Oh my! Yeah, don't say 2 + 2 = 4 because that's a load of crap.
Because here's the thing.
month? Can I ask a question? The month Joe Biden, like the month and the months leading up to Joe Biden getting elected, barrels of oil on a global market were literally trading for $0. We had a day, COVID, where the price of a barrel of oil on paper was negative $34. Technically, if you had a barrel of oil, you had to pay someone to get rid of it. Why? Because normally barrels of oil, like right now, are like, you know, we went down a little bit. Gas prices are going back down. We're at like $80. So why were barrels of oil trading for $5 when Donald Trump was in office?
So do you want me to answer the reason?
No, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me why barrels of oil were trading for literally $5 at the end of Trump's term.
Meaning they went up.
No. Oh my fuck. So the average barrel of oil cost like let's say the average barrel of oil costs like 80, 90, $100. At the end of Trump's presidency, barrels of oil were trading for $5. $5 on a global market. Why?
You're going to try to get me to say COVID.
No, I'm not trying. I'm not trying to get you to say COVID. The answer is COVID. There was no demand. This is basic capitalism. There was no demand for oil. Everything was shut down, and so there was no supply. So nobody was buying oil. So oil was super cheap.
You're insane, bro.
And so when Joe Biden, So when Joe Biden got in office and everyone went outside, again, demand exploded because everyone needed oil for things, gas for things. And supply was still super low. And when demand is high and supply is low, it causes inflation. Congrats. You learned Econ 101 your freshman year of high school. You took an entire class in 30 seconds on TikTok Live.
I just straight showed you why futures matter.
Oh my God.
This guy has no idea what he's
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Please pull up oil futures. Pull up oil futures for me right fucking now in like May of 2020. I want to see how that goes for you. Go find me oil futures for May of 2020, please. I fucking beg you. You're such a numbnuts. Like, what are you talking about?
Harry.
Go ahead, Harry. I'm sorry.
Google for this shit stack. Actually, don't Google because that's some biased shit they push to the first 4 pages.
I'm done.
Go find another news source and go look up how futures affect the oil and gas industry for this shit stack.
No.
Exactly.
No, I mean, I'm just waiting for you to prove your own point. Like, I've been asking you for sources this entire conversation, and you refuse to give them anything. So either you go do it, but we're not going to do your homework for you. And also, by the way, just for the record, oil under Donald Trump's presidency was trading, in terms of futures, crude oil futures, was trading at a higher price than they were under Joe Biden's presidency, right? At least around right now. In September 28th, 2018, it was at $73.25 on global markets. Right now, September 13, 2024, $67.75.
It's called election season, bud.
Oh, it's called election season. It's been around that level for quite some time now.
100%.
No,
Really?
it's called we're drilling more oil right now than ever before in human history.
Also, like in June 23rd of 2023, it was trading at $69.16, around the same level it is right now in 2023.
Hey, Chris, do you support taking resource officers out of schools?
Are you bringing up some Kamala Harris thing?
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah. So, I think that like low-income schools, like Kamala Harris is talking about, when they're like over-resourced, it probably like really leads to worse outcomes in terms of like the school to prison pipeline and such. So I mean, yeah, I think we should do more work.
It's almost like what Chris is saying is exactly what I was saying earlier, that there's actually studies to suggest that SSROs have negative impacts on kids in schools because some of these kids end up having a rap sheet because maybe they get in a fight with a friend and they end up getting arrested and charged than just going to the principal's office and suspended.
Yeah, exactly. And like to brains, like obviously young brains are like really, really impressionable, and that's how they develop. And so if we like would actually fund mental health in schools, which is something Democrats have tried to do a lot, but Republicans have blocked all of those bills, then we could have you could still call them resource officers, but they would be like specifically trained in like de-escalation and mental health. So like kids can like go to the principal's office and learn, and then they don't end up in prison because like over-policed, specifically like minority areas are like throwing kids in jail. That's not how you should be operating.
All right. So show me the statistic that shows that those resource officers more negatively affect those kids in school than pose positive impacts on their life.
Yeah. So
because there's actually a statistic that shows the complete opposite.
Yeah. So again, I think like part of
it's been proven, and you're an idiot.
Okay.
Yeah. This guy, by the way, Chris, this is somebody who thinks that the election was stolen.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I never said it was stolen.
You
You literally said it was stolen earlier.
Definitely evidence that makes sense for people to believe that.
Wait. The Institute of Education Services says here that students at school with an SRO present are students at schools with an SRO presence are 5 times more likely to be arrested for disorderly conduct, with over 10,000 prosecutions of young people under the so-called, quote, disturbing schools laws every academic year. So are you telling, like,
that
again?
statistic? No shit. The other side of it doesn't have resource officers in the schools.
Again,
so it's a 0% chance.
hey, do you think it's smart to be like criminally charging kids for disorderly
Disorderly conduct?
Do you think that's
oh
smart?
My
Do you think
God,
that's
dude.
a good
Where does that
idea?
happen?
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Where
See,
does
this
that
is what we
happen?
call stats and data. When we cite something for you,
Dude, this dude just
listen up,
cited a
because
data source.
you never do this. This entire conversation, you've been sitting here saying, "Oh, I don't have a source on this. Oh, I don't know. I read it." Oh my God, dude! Fucking look something up at one point in your goddamn life, dude. It'd be really helpful.
Don't want me to do the research for you, but you're spitting out lies.
I want you to do
just
your
told
own
you a stat.
research.
No, you just told me a stat that said schools with resource officers are at 5% higher than schools that aren't. No
5
shit.
times.
There's none. There's no
You're-
shit. There's no resource officers in schools that don't have resource officers.
but-
So that's a 0% stat.
okay, nice.
Holy fuck.
Again,
You understand that kids in like normal public schools without SSROs can still be arrested for disorderly conduct? Dare you not? Do you think that like if a school does not have an SSRO, the police are unable to come to that school?
No, Chair, you're trying to make him follow a logic train about stats.
Yeah, that's
that's
my
more
bad.
than like two steps, so he can't do
like,
that.
no,
So let's try
apparently
again.
it's either.
All right, this is a study. This is the study that compared schools with and without SROs in the same districts, and found no effect on total arrest, but a 402% increase in the arrest rate for disorderly conduct. The null findings on total arrest suggest arresting students is not the most common form of correction by SROs, but the 5-fold increase in disorderly conduct bears consideration. Disorderly conduct is cited when someone, quote, disrupts the peace and is among the most discretionary, blah, 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 blah. Discretionary and possibly minor actions potentially resulting in charges. For example, a student abruptly shouting in class could be charged with a misdemeanor or a civil infraction, or in severe cases, a felony. The charge could depend on several factors. So again, if you understand stats, it's not because all these, if you understand stats, it's not because all these other schools don't have resource officers, so no one can get arrested for the same things. It's saying that they're much more like the schools with school resource officers. The total arrests are the same, but those schools are much more likely to experience like infractions around disorderly conduct. And the way we are giving out those infractions may be like really harmful to a student developing. Because again, you shouldn't like, if a 13-year-old gets in a fight, the way to discipline him is not to like arrest him and charge him with a misdemeanor and make him show up to a family court. That's ridiculous. There's a million different ways to do that, and it's not that.
So here's what you smooth brains are completely disregarding is the whole reason that these guys are in schools to begin with, and it's for the safety of the kids. So be it if a kid's a fuck up and he ends up freaking getting arrested. All right. What about the safety of the kids and the reason they're there?
Yeah, so
That's the whole
obviously
reason.
nobody
provides
here.
more harm.
So again,
than
let's
it
try
does leaving them in.
CFP.
It's
Let's
an
try
ignorant
to
policy, and the person you're voting for is an ignorant.
But for the record, just before you talk, Chris, this guy has never in his entire life read a study regarding SROs.
You know
Just
what
for the
Chris
record,
just read?
this is somebody who's absolutely speaking out of his ass right now and has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And
That's
has
actually false. My wife teaches at a school with one. So
and yet your wife's a teacher and you're still dumb as shit. It's remarkable, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Go
well,
ahead.
she actually
Sorry.
teaches special needs. So
Yo,
that's fucked
CF,
up.
well, I appreciate what she does.
Yeah, and
but
she's a way better person than you are.
Yeah, so
You're
way
damn
better
right she
person than
is.
you
So,
are.
so CFP,
Damn
let's try
right
to
she
like
is.
CFP.
And
We're gonna
she's
see.
a way
We're
better
gonna see.
person than you are.
CFP.
Yeah, I mean she's working with special needs kids. That's amazing. She's a fantastic person.
She is fantastic, man. I appreciate that.
And you're
Yeah, so
not.
let's-
and you're
so-
you're the inverse of her. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. So
Hey,
let's.
opposites attract.
Hey,
Eric.
CF. Hey, CF.
And I really feel
Nice.
bad for her. I wish she had somebody
Nice.
more similar to her.
Let's
That's
try to
fucked
do.
up, bro.
Let's try to do some like really basic, it's a lot more than just black and white, right? We're gonna see if your brain overheats from like this conversation, right? So it's possible that both of us agree that like school resource officers are necessary in some capacity, or at least we'll say right now they're necessary in some capacity because they protect students, and we want to protect students. You know, it's possible for us to both agree on that, but these studies may be showing that, like, hey, the way that when there are more school resource officers, the way that they are providing discipline, as opposed to like, like, again, a school resource officer being more trained in like mental health, or just a school deciding to discipline children who are disruptive a different way, as opposed to criminally charging them. I might say, hey, this is really bad because it leads to the school to prison pipeline, and it's like ruining kids' lives before they even get a chance to start. So like that's called being, I don't know, it's called being nuanced. I don't know if you've ever heard of that word, but it can be difficult for some people.
Jeez, dude, this dude's a smart ass. Why you
also
downplaying
right.
me, bro?
He's also right.
I'm being incredibly dickish and condescending because I'm honestly really sick and tired of people who walk around with the level of ignorance that you do. It's infuriating.
Yeah,
it's really annoying.
I think that the whole debate is simply yes or no on resource officers being.
It's not. See, this is the annoying thing with the ignorance
It's
when
a
it comes
yes or
to you.
no. You can support it or you
it's
don't.
not.
That's
no debate in politics is just yes or no. There's not a single topic in politics that is just like in terms of policy that's just yes or no. Everything has nuance and gray areas that need to be worked around. The intricacies need to be talked about. It's never just, oh yeah, let's just do it, or oh, let's just not. There can be a middle ground of, oh yeah, maybe in some cases having security on campus for certain schools might be a good thing. As Chris was talking about, maybe there's a middle ground without having over policing in schools. No doubt.
That's not what Camellia said, though.
That's not what who said?
Camellia.
If you mispronounce her name one more time, I'm going to kick you. Your choice.
I won't do it, Daddy.
All right, you be
just
safe.
for that, you gotta go.
You be safe, bro. You be safe.
You'll be all right. You have a good rest of your night, all right? You have a good rest of your night, all right? That's a step too far. James, thank you for the $5. So cute when these guests turns to ageism when they get cooked by you and Chris. That's all. It's literally all they got. Russell, thank you for the $5, man, on Cash App. Keep up the wonderful debates. Great knowledge. I appreciate you, Russell. Thank you so much. Caroline, thank you for the $20, saying thanks for standing up to MAGA idiots. Yeah, you know. We try. That guy is an example of that. Trent, thank you for the 50. Oh my God, my bad. Trent, thank you for the $20. Sorry, and I appreciate you being here as well, man. And I know Trent. I see him in the live. Samuel, my man, thank you for the $10, saying you deal with so much BS. Much love for all that you do. Yo, Samuel, I appreciate it, man. We're in this together. You know how it is. Destiny, thank you for the $10, saying go Harry, go Destiny. I appreciate you. And Trayvon, thank you for the $8 as well.
Crazy.
It means a lot on Cash App as well. And Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Chris's Venmo and Cash App is the same as his TikTok username. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen, all that good stuff.
Eloquent, it's great to see you here. We'll be live on Twitch in just a bit.
Texas, what do you got?
Harry, I just want to say that I admire like what you do. However, my question to both of y'all is your age. Did you ever think about joining the military after high school, after college?
I did not think about that, no.
Why not, Chris?
I don't know. It just wasn't something that interested me at the time.
Harry?
Yeah, you know what? Not recently, but there was one point in my life where I was like, oh, the Navy SEALs are really cool. I think it was when I was like really boxing. I was like in like this I was like boxing every single day, like doing these really intense workouts. I was like, I think Navy SEAls are pretty cool. And then I just never did that. So I don't think I could be a Navy SEAL either. Like those guys are superhuman. Like those guys are superhuman people.
I agree. I'm not going to sit here and debate y'all. I'm not going to sit here and bring y'all any facts, but I would just like to tell you about a personal factual situation that happened to me and my husband. My husband and I have been married for 14 years. I am 40 years of age. I'm a college graduate. I have served in the Air Force. My husband is a disabled veteran of the U.S. Army.
I appreciate both of you very much.
Yeah,
he
seriously.
served 2 tours in Desert Storm.
Wow.
And he fought for disabled veteran rights for a total of 18 years.
Let's go.
When President Trump was in office, after fighting for many, many years for his disability rights, after being denied several times, he wrote his local congressman. I wrote them. They did not help us. Of course, we are in the state of Texas, the great state of Texas. And so we chose to write the top, and we wrote President Trump a letter. And President Trump wrote my husband back a letter. We have that letter stored in our safe. And he turned my husband's case over to the National Veterans Administration to get his case heard, which they deemed that he did in fact have service-connected disabilities that were not in fact being recognized by the local VAs. And 2 years ago, he finally got his 100% disability. And my husband is very sick. Because of his 2 tours in Desert Storm, he was in the oil fires. He got discharged with high blood pressure. He is now pending a kidney transplant and does dialysis 3 times per week. So if it wouldn't have been for President Trump writing us back and getting his case heard, we wouldn't be in the situation that we are in now. And as far as for what I've been listening to for gun reform, we are in the state of Texas, and the Second Amendment right gives us the right to bear arms.
It's not absolute, though.
However, like I said, I'm not going to debate you.
Well, then why are you up here?
I understand gun reform, okay? I have children.
So first of all, can I just pause you for a second?
Yes.
Your story about your husband and you is fantastic. I'm glad that your husband is now getting the care that he needs. That's wonderful, first and foremost. Genuinely amazing. Regardless of political belief, that's fantastic. So good for you and your family. I'm glad to hear that. But second of all, if you're not here to debate, then what are you doing here? Because like if I can't even respond to you and like I'm not going to just like give you the time to come up here and like spout why you like Donald Trump and why you like us. Wait, I'm not done yet. I just gave you the respect to speak, and you're going to give me the respect to speak. If you're I'm not going to let you come up here and talk to me and just like spout about why you like Donald Trump so much and why you like guns and why you're against gun control. You can do that, just not here. So either you want to debate, and that's great, and I'm like glad you told us your story about like your experience with the VA and stuff like that. That's fantastic. But if you're not here to debate, then I'm going to move on to somebody else. Is that okay?
I just don't agree with what you were saying about gun reform, and I will debate you on that.
Okay. So you are here to have a conversation. Because if you're not, okay. So what don't you agree with?
So what you were saying as far as mental capacity and getting mental illness checks as far as a gun license or something like that, no, that might not be in place right now, and maybe it needs to be in place. But look at the would-be assassins, or the 2 people that tried to assassinate President Trump. They were on the FBI watch list. The FBI that your former person was just talking about, as far as the FBI being corrupt, they were on that watch list. And why were they not watched more? Well, why was that not stopped? That is a former president of the United States. And no matter if you're left, right, independent, nobody should try to be taking one's life.
Yeah, so I think that, like, number one, like, a lot of these gun reform, like, just going back saying, a lot of the gun reform laws that, like, we talk about, like, part of it is also that, you know, like, we need to do a better job enforcing the laws that already exist. And making sure that like the people who shouldn't be accessing firearms are not accessing firearms. So that's like a big part of it. I talk a lot about in Georgia, like, yeah, it's like illegal to not get a firearm without an ID, but like people get firearms in rural Georgia all the time without ID. It's just not something that's enforced. Number 2, yeah, I mean, I think that again, like the FBI is a place that's understaffed, and there's a lot of people to watch and a lot of weapons. This is something, what you're talking about right now is something that we talk about all the time when we average 2 mass shootings a day in the United States, and the leading cause of death for children aged 1 to 19 is firearms. In the United States, kids aged 1 to 19 are 15 times more likely to die from a firearm compared to anywhere else similar to us, like Canada, Mexico, etc. So like the school shooting in Georgia, which was pretty close to me, yeah, that was a 14-year-old who the FBI visited when he said that he was interested in committing a mass shooting at a school. And, you know, they asked him questions, and they you know, did their job. They met him, and then they left. I think that, you know, the goal goes a little bit deeper than that. But even if the FBI, they were on the watch list and they were investigated, that's kind of not the issue almost.
And can I just say one thing? It would have been, if you're talking about this, you're bringing up people with mental health issues and like, why did they get guns? It would have been really helpful if in 2017, Donald Trump didn't revoke an Obama era law that placed people with mental illnesses on the National Registry for background checks. So if he would have not done that, maybe this guy wouldn't have gotten a firearm. Maybe we wouldn't be talking about this right now. But Donald Trump did really stupid things like this.
Harry, that's controversial to what you said, because you said
Controversial to what I said?
To part of getting a license or part of buying a gun that you don't have to have a mental health check. So which is it?
No, yeah, that's the law right now.
Yeah, no, Harry's saying that the Obama era law would have put certain people on a I think Harry just said a required background checks. Is that what you said, Harry?
Yeah, we should also, I believe this was via executive order, so we need to pass more, like just a broad gun control bill that includes this, among many other things.
But let's get realistic. Let's get realistic, guys. If you take, because Kamala's words are to buy back the guns.
Which she doesn't believe in anymore, by the way.
Oh, anymore? How?
Well, yeah, so obviously what she was referring to at the time as well is sorry, Harry.
No, you're good. I was reading a comment.
What she's referring to now, by the way, or was referring to then, is also a voluntary buyback.
You take the guns away from the people that have them just because they collect them, just because they like them, because
that's called setting up like
former military. They have no wrong action. They don't even hunt. But they have them overall for protection, and then you take those away from them, and the criminals are still going to get them.
Yeah, so a couple of things. So like those buybacks are like voluntary buybacks, right? So if you want to hand over your gun, you can. The government.
That's not what Kamala, whatever her name is, said.
Yeah, it is, because mandatory, like any type of like mandatory buyback is like strictly like very unconstitutional, and there's nobody who would agree with that, right? We're talking about voluntary buybacks. And also to your point about like, what if like from former military, which again, I want to say like your story and your husband's story, like genuinely very happy. And I greatly appreciate both of your service from the bottom of my heart. I do.
I have one more thing to say, because I know that there's more people waiting to get on. I have a 22-year-old son who is waiting to join the military.
I appreciate that.
After this administration gets out of office. And I just wish that y'all were led better, because Harry, you mentioned one thing about reading things and having all of these facts, but what you don't realize is that everything that is on the internet right now, all that fact checking that you're doing, and all the media that you're seeing is lies. It is 100% lies.
So wait, when we're citing like government data that industries and investors and countries around the world rely on for making moves, right? You're telling me that government data is fake?
And facts about Australia. Are you in Australia, or are you in the United States?
Do you have to be in a country to know something about that country?
The other country's facts? Yes.
So also,
wait. I'm sorry. This is really dumb. Are you saying that people in the United States can't have any understanding of any other country?
I'm saying full credibility. I'm saying full factual information.
So wait, do you think that
you're relying on these sites that you say, you're relying on the media? Do you think that
the accurate information that's given to Australian from the Australian government is only available to the Australian people? Like, you can't just find that online. You can't just go look for the official data from the Australian government. Is this really the argument you want to go with here?
I'm saying that a lot of the
workshop on this one.
A lot of the information that is being put out on the internet right now, and especially on the news outlets, is fake.
By Trump, exactly. So by the Republicans and Trump, yes, exactly. For example, the Haitian migrants eating pets was totally false. It was totally fabricated.
False.
It is false. The mayor of the town said it's false. The local police said it's false. The Republican governor of Ohio, who was endorsed by Trump, said it was false. All these people are like, yeah, there's no credible reports.
Of Ohio that are sending videos, and there are police in videos.
And yet the person who put the original report out on Facebook saying that the cat was eaten has retracted that claim, saying it was just a stupid post she made. So all of this spiraled into something, and now random
And the
people are
ducks
saying, "Oh,
in
my
the
cat was
pond with
eaten,"
their necks
and there's no
being
evidence for
snapped?
that.
Yeah. So wait, can I say two things? Number one, the original video Trump posted ended up being an American citizen, a woman. Second of all, the other someone who's actually a Trump supporter who claimed that her cat went missing, and the Trump campaign used. Somebody went and visited her and asked about her story, and it actually turns out that her cat was in her basement, and she lost it, and she shouldn't have said that. So again, like two things. Part of the reason that like I guess Harry and I aren't I guess, quote unquote, led well. Again, this is like, you're talking, I just want to be clear here. You're suggesting that a group of Haitian migrants are so, no, wait, you gotta let me finish.
That's the Trump campaign claim.
You gotta let me finish. You're claiming, with frankly no evidence, that a group of individuals, Haitian migrants, are so subhuman, such savages, that they're going around to people's yards and grabbing animals and eating them. I want you to take a step back for a second and think about the level.
I want you to take a step back because I didn't even bring that up.
Can I finish speaking, please?
I didn't even bring that up.
Wait, just one sec. That's
hold
the
on.
Trump campaign claim.
Yeah.
Just for the record.
Harry brought that up. I didn't even bring that up.
And you defended it. You defended it. Go ahead.
I'm going to say a second thing. I'll move on. But I'm just saying, again, I want you to think when you're the president of the United States, we have not seen this type of hate and racism and division for a long time in American history. It's been a little bit quieter, but it's very loud right now. And when the president of the United States, or who's running to be president, is claiming that a group of migrants who is not white are such savages that they are just grabbing animals and eating them, it's leading to a lot of violence and hate against those communities. Hold on, let me finish, because there are credible reports of Haitian migrants in that community who, by the way, shops in Springfield have said they're some of our hardest workers who are hiding in their homes, who have been beaten, their cars have been broken into. So again, like, these are issues that don't affect us, but do affect other people. Number two, again, part of the reason why it's hard to follow stuff like this is you're just like, on a logic level, you're suggesting some large conspiracy with media companies. It makes no sense. Like, if you're going to make a claim about a lot of what you see on the internet is fake, or I think you actually made the claim all of what you're reading is fake, again, you're going to have to explain to me who is controlling this big cabal and who knows that all the information they're putting out is fake, purposely fake to help Democrats, who at the top knows about it and why it's happening. And if you can't do that, then I think it's completely invalid.
Well, thank you so much for your opinion. I greatly appreciate it. I didn't get into that topic of Ohio or anything like that. I didn't bring that up. All I did was say that there has been videos out there from residents of Ohio, and whether they're real or fake, because of the fact that I said a lot of the videos, a lot of the media, the vocabulary and everything that you're seeing over the past 3.5 years, 4.5 years, 6.5 years, 8.5 years since, Obama was in office, a lot of things have changed. And I do have a 22-year-old son, Chris, the same age as you. And I wish that y'all would get more facts that were...
You're like mad at us for having all these facts and like relying on accurate data, and then you're saying get more
facts. But you're not,
like,
Harry.
Really?
You're not.
Can you give me an example of, you've been in this live, I think, the entire time. Can you give me an example of something that Chris and I said that's like false facts that's just not true? Or even like in a previous live, if you've been here before, can you give me an example of something?
Well, the fact that you were 14 years old when Trump was in office, you weren't the legal age to vote.
I don't know how that's. I don't know why that matters.
You were in high school. You didn't even.
Do you like Abraham Lincoln?
Yes.
You like it? Wait, why do you like Abraham Lincoln? How can you have an opinion on him? You weren't alive when Abraham Lincoln was president.
He was actually my favorite president.
Okay, exactly. So you weren't alive when Abraham Lincoln was president. How can you have an opinion on him?
Because that's back in the day when media wasn't involved. That is back in the day when the history are in the books.
But how did you learn about him being a good president?
Reading.
Okay, reading. Okay, exactly. So
there was no internet. There was no internet back in the day when I went to school.
I'm sorry, just because somebody writes something in a book doesn't make it automatically true. Just like if somebody writes something on the internet, it's not automatically true. So you being like, well, it's in a book, so it's not on the internet. It's like, that means absolutely nothing. Chris and I can read about the Trump presidency, even if we were younger, and we might have been focused on like our favorite football team on the weekend more so than we were on politics. It doesn't mean that now, not now as adults, we can't pick up a book and read about the Trump presidency and read what he proposed, what he talked about, what he did, and come to a conclusion as to why that presidency is bad. Just like you picked up a book or read an article one day about what Lincoln did and how you came to the conclusion about he was good.
But my question, Harry, is real life. Like you were 14 years. You were 14 years old.
My question is also real life.
You were in high school.
Can I answer this?
You didn't pay any bills.
Yeah. So
that is irrelevant.
Can I answer this? Yeah. So like, not only do I agree that like again that's irrelevant, but you're also just like you are assuming that. Again, you're like assuming. It always seems to be an assumption of like where we're at now or what we do. Like, it's possible for people to experience economic hardship, see prices that are high, deal with high interest rates, and not come to the same conclusion about the cause of those prices. Like, again, this is what I debate all the time on live that people don't understand, which is cause and effect. You're like, oh, you weren't paying bills, things were cheaper. I hear you, but I'm asking you, part of my question is always why? Because you understand that like in 2021, I didn't start TikTok until late 2022. So in 2021 and 2022 and 2023 and part of 2024, right? I have an apartment. I pay bills. In fact, Harry knows very well that I had quite a bit of high interest credit card debt there. I have a couple marks on my credit report, right? And I'm grateful that have a roof over my head and I'm a straight white male in America. I'm fine. Things are fine. But again, it's possible for me to sit at the pump and fill up my car halfway because I don't want to spend the money in my checking account because I have to pay rent and be like, damn, prices for gas are really high. But I can understand the cause and effect more than just, oh, it must be because Biden and move on. I have a deeper understanding of the cause and effect of those things and what Biden's doing to fix those things and what Trump didn't do at the time to make anything better. So again, it's not like we're living in some fucking fantasy land that of just all this money and we don't understand. Like we get it. We just
Chris,
see the cause and effect differently.
I heard you mention to the last person why gas was so low when he was in presidency in 2016, to 2020. And you said COVID, right? But why don't we check the facts of when gas started to go down right when he got in presidency before COVID?
Yeah. So actually, a lot of what I talk about with COVID, obviously, is when gas is like $1.50. I'm glad that like we agree on that. But again, that's a really like bad way, in my opinion, to look at it. So you're actually right. In 2017 and 18, gas was fairly low. If we look at right now in the United States, the average price for a gallon of gas compared to the average income, it's almost identical right now to what it was in 2017 and 18. Obviously, comparing number to number, saying, oh, it was $2.10 here and now it's $3. That's not a good way. Why don't we compare people's average income to the price? And we see that, oh, actually, gas is pretty cheap. It's pretty much the same as it was in 2017 and 18 because wages. So
if that's the fact and gas is going down to the average of what it was in 2017 and 2018, why are grocery prices still going up and still inflated from the time that Trump was in office? Because these drivers are paying more for gas.
Inflation works. It's how inflation works.
Yeah. So like, I'm not like, I was talking specifically about gas because again, I think it's important that, the price.
Yes, but the bottom dollar is that consumers are paying more for everyday living. And she's promising all of these things that she's going to do while in presidency that has not happened the 3.5 years that she's been in office.
I think my point just quickly was that it's possible for things to be more expensive, but everybody is making more money. So that's a really important fact.
No, they're not.
Okay,
yes,
but statistics, every single statistic.
Because you're speaking for my income and how I've gotten a raise because of
the average American.
I'm talking about the average American. Again, the same data that was released under the Trump presidency from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and CPS data and all that. Like same data would show that like inflation and wages have been outpacing inflation for a while now, and especially low and middle income workers are making significantly more money now. Obviously, a lot of it has been offset from inflation, but that would change the dynamic. So we can't say, oh, gas is $3.50 and not account for the fact that on average, people are making way more money. I'm not saying that money necessarily takes them way further. I'm just saying that is a really important like economic data point. And
also, the prices of groceries is more expensive now than it was under like George Bush. Like, why won't the prices go down? Right? That doesn't sound very intelligent, does it?
To make things more affordable for the American people, yes, it does.
That's like, but
When
it's not a
incomes are
thing that the
not
president.
rising.
It's not a thing that the president of the United States does. There's inflation every single year, right? So like, you can't.
And the Federal Reserve and the interest rates, and now, oh my gosh, right before election day, they're going to cut interest rates.
Inflation is down, so interest rates will go down. The reason the interest rates were high
right
was to
before
combat
election.
inflation.
So again,
I would argue that the one sec, Chris. I would argue that the 0.5% cut was late. That it should have happened earlier. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just going to say, like, again, this is where people are going to get kind of upset with the idea of that, like, again, you just suggested, I inferred, you implied that the Fed is making decisions to benefit a political party in the election season. Again, you are implying that there is some larger conspiracy at stake. And this is why people get very frustrated with kind of the Trump and MAGA world. Because right now, if let's say the Fed today, let's just say the Fed cut interest rates by a fourth of a basis point instead of half. And let's say the market reacted really poorly and we're down like 3% today. You would be on this live talking about, of course, Kamala Harris's, crash, the economy, all this. But because the Fed decided to cut half a rate and we're up, the stock market is ripping and hits like its 19th all-time high today. It's, they're doing it for Kamala Harris. It can never just be, like, in your world, what you're actively admitting is that it can't just be, actually, it's good that like inflation has lowered and maybe some of these Biden administration policies have done well. And now we're like, the economy's looking up. It can never be that. It's always got to be some conspiracy to like oust Trump. Maybe it's just possible that like inflation dropped very quickly in the United States and now we're ready to cut rates.
I don't agree with that, Chris, but
okay,
why would we not? Why would we?
Like I said when I first got on here, is there are many reasons why you believe to support either party. And unfortunately, I believe that the party that you're supporting is a bunch of lies and corruption. And not to say that Donald Trump is the most honest person in the world, but I wasn't 14 when he was in office, and I had more money in my pocket when he was in office, and I had better support.
Can I ask you?
And no wars, and our military was safe.
Wait,
Not
so
true.
before
one sec, Chris. More American soldiers died abroad under Donald Trump than under Joe Biden. So I don't know where you're getting this idea that our military was more safe. And he also stopped going to dignified transfers of American soldiers.
I'm not going to argue with that because I know too many people in the military, and what you're reading, Harry, is 100% false. But you go ahead and believe what you believe because you're not in the military.
Data. It's government data.
You can't access government data. It's protected.
The government reports on what American soldiers and how many American soldiers die. This is public information. You can look this up yourself.
No government data is public information, Harry.
What? How do you? What do you think? Wait.
As far as the military.
So wait. When the 13 American soldiers died in Afghanistan,
Secret Service clearance.
What? Oh no.
For military, not for all government.
No. So when the 13 American soldiers died in Afghanistan that Donald Trump continues to cite, is he like breaking a law when he talks about that number because it's covered by Secret Service?
That was aired by your media.
So wouldn't that
why do you trust that? But wait, why do you trust that number? Because it was reported by the government to the media. They put out a statement talking about the number of soldiers that died.
And are you talking about how your administration made a bad decision on that?
No, wait. Time out. No. That has nothing to do. We can talk about the Afghanistan decision in a second. That's irrelevant from what we're discussing right now. The point is that the government reports on American soldiers who die. They don't just leave it up in the air. So the government, over a 4-year period under Donald Trump, reported more soldier deaths than they have under Joe Biden. So you're saying that we were more safe under Donald Trump, or the military is more safe. In raw numbers, that's not true.
So what are your facts for American soldiers dying under Donald Trump versus Biden and Harris?
You want me to pull it up for you? Yes, I do. Absolutely.
And also how Harris reported in her debate the other day that we have no soldiers in war zones, and that's not true either.
Yeah. So again, like, I think the point there was the point Harry's trying to make as well, which is like talking about active war zones, right? So when Joe Biden pulled us out of Afghanistan, obviously there's still U.S. military forces across the world who are like engaging in action. But I think what Kamala Harris was trying to say there is, and like, we are not actively involved in places like Afghanistan or, active.
Oh, so she gets to pick and choose what she considers a war zone?
Again, Texas, I think Kamala Harris may have misspoke there, but I don't think that.
Oh.
So again, I don't know that why the suggestion is like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden don't care about like the military, right? I think that like there's far more evidence for that under Donald Trump.
Right now, the numbers, and Biden hasn't finished his term, but right now the number is 16 for Biden, 65 for Donald Trump. And it's according to the hostile action records compiled by the Defense Casualty Analysis System, which is maintained by a government defense agency.
And where were the 65 killed, Harry?
In different places. Most of them were in Afghanistan. 45 of them were in Afghanistan specifically.
Yes. However, there was an active.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the entire point. That's the point. Is that there was an active.
Yes, but people dying in an active war versus a president pulling them out and getting them murdered.
You're making the point is that Joe Biden and the Harris administration pulled us out of an active war zone. That's the whole point.
And now America's not in an active war right now. We are in less war under Biden and Harris than we are under Donald Trump.
Billions of dollars that we've given to Ukraine.
Okay, so can you
stay on topic by any chance? It's just remarkable. But the point is that getting out of Afghanistan, also, we are not directly involved in Ukraine in terms of troops on the ground. So in terms of troops on the ground and soldiers being in war, we are not in war right now. But also, the point is that the Biden-Harris administration has made us safer by getting us out of Afghanistan, where the majority of combat deaths took place under Donald Trump. And it's factually incorrect to say that the military was safer under Donald Trump than it was under Joe Biden. And might I add that there were 109 U.S. soldiers who were the victims of a strike by Iran. They all got traumatic brain injuries under Donald Trump in 2020.
There's a difference, Harry, of losing your life in an actual war zone to where you're asked to be pulling out of a war zone and you're supposed to jump on a plane and you get sabotaged and murdered.
Yeah, so again, I think like...
Wait, what?
Yeah, so hold on. To the original point, again, I want to make it clear that like, it was like, you know...
I'm done. Goodbye, y'all.
All right. All right.
I'll let you find your way.
Wow.
Jesus
Dude,
Christ.
she walked into her own point there at the last part.
Alana, thank you for the $5 saying I spoke with Michael Cohen again tonight. He brought up your appearance on his show and I can't wait. We are so lucky to have you on our side. Couldn't have done.
Wait, what? You went on Michael Cohen's show?
Yeah, I went on his podcast.
When?
Thank you for always being unapologetically you. Thank you, Killer. I appreciate
When'd you do
I'm
that?
excited. Like last week.
I didn't know
same
that.
day I went on Piers Morgan.
Oh, damn, that's fire.
Alex, thank you for the $2 saying, love your videos from Burlington, Vermont. All the way up there. I appreciate it. Kimberly, thank you for the $10 saying I'm in Texas. A level of uneducated frustrates me too. Tell me about it. Kira, thank you for the $5 saying anyone who acts like the Second Amendment is more of value than a child's life makes me sick. They don't care until it's their child. It's a really good point. And that's like, I don't think that anybody's right to an AR-15 is more important than a child's right to go to school and like not die. Ben, thank you for the $5 as well, man, saying, Harry, I don't know how you do this. These guys are insufferable. You're amazing. Ben, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. It means a lot. You're always here, always supporting. You're the GOAT. I hope you know that. And Taylor J, thank you for the $15. Favorite activity after work? I'm glad that we can be that for you. Venmo Cash App in the link in bio if you want to support the live. Chris's Venmo and Cash App is the exact same as his TikTok username. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen, all that good stuff.
You guys should check out Harry's most recent YouTube video as well. There's a link in his bio. I'm sure it's killer. Jessica, thank you so much for $10 on Venmo. Kitchen skills because you know how to cook. Jessica, you're very kind. I appreciate you.
No, he doesn't.
What?
Bro, this dude doesn't know how to cook.
Oh, no, bro, Never mind. Thank you guys so much. I was also going to say, congrats on fucking Cullen, dude. I didn't know that. That's sick.
Yeah. You might say we're friends.
Excuse me.
I know Michael. He's a really good guy. Michael's awesome.
That's good. That's dope.
Let him cook. Oh wait, they didn't mean like. Okay.
Yeah. I know. I thought I didn't know if you knew that.
Nah. Well, what the hell's going, bro?
I know, dude. My TikTok's been fucking with my lighting so much like that.
It's terrible. Joey, why you MAGA, bro?
What's up?
What's up, man?
I'm not a MAGA.
Okay, so what are we doing here, Joey?
Well, you fail to realize what most of the people are.
Here we go.
Inform us, Joey.
Right in the middle.
Okay, so who are you voting for, Joey?
I'm not voting.
Okay, you have a rest of your night.
Dude, guys, I'm sorry. I could get behind this up until recently. There is no, if you are not voting, you are not in the middle. Okay. This is the difference between an administration who like goes out like Joe Biden ate ice cream. Kamala Harris is like super kind, cool, collected, and they pass a bunch of money for like VA healthcare, infrastructure, etc. Versus a guy who did none of that, brags about sexual abuse, is a convicted felon trying to overturn an election, talks about Haitian migrants eating animals because he's so hateful. He lies so much. There is no in the middle. There isn't. It does not exist. I'm sorry.
God.
It doesn't exist.
Y'all be doing Peloton? Y'all be doing Peloton? Anybody be doing Peloton in the chat? Anybody at Peloton?
Bro, nobody has like $9,000 fucking dollars to pay for Peloton, man. No, okay. I know you don't have a Peloton. I know there's Pelotons in the gym.
Well, this guy's never coming back to my live ever again. I hope everybody knows. I hope everybody enjoys
Harris for president.
Okay. That's Chris having his little moment, everybody. Let him be. Trev, what's up, man? Are you MAGA?
Here's what I am. Do you know why you're a fraud? Because you use Alabama in college football.
That's right. That's fucking right. Yo,
Me
W
and Chris
Trev
can
in the
both
chat.
agree on
That's
that.
right.
Hold on the fuck on. Chris uses Oregon. He uses Oregon, a higher rated
Dude,
team.
I
Jalen
used Oregon
Noel
one
is OP.
time. I used fucking
You
Oregon
are
one time.
such a bum,
Dude,
Chris. You are such a bum.
I play Harry with teams below 90 all the time. I played Harry with Kennesaw State and won.
And he got cooked.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you could. Yeah, okay. All right. Yo, W Trev right here.
Now, Trev, who do you play with?
Akron Zips. Look it up.
Who?
See, that takes skill. See, Trev,
Mac.
that takes skill. 'Cause
Mac Conference.
Yo,
exactly. I
My
guarantee
bad.
like
I want to win. You know, Chris goes, oh, I've such a bad team. Why did I lose? He's not playing to win.
Well, sorry,
He's not playing to
you
win.
can't just run 4 verts with like a 99 overall receiver. You actually have to have some skill like Trev right here to use a 75 overall team.
Excuse me, I have so much skill when I'm dropping
Trev.
Chris off, and it's like 51-7 in the first quarter.
Do you use the Chiefs in Madden?
He does.
It's not true. That's not true. I don't use the Chiefs in Madden. I don't.
Or Lamar.
I might use Lamar. anyway, all right, Trev,
Yo,
get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here, Trev.
Yo,
Get the hell out of here, Trev.
Trev. Holy shit.
Get the hell out of here, Trev.
I hope you're voting for Kamala Harris. Wait, what the hell?
What?
I didn't know Luke Beasley interviewed Laura Loomer.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he did a long time ago. It's an old interview.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yo, what's up?
Sean,
Are you MAGA, buddy?
I am MAGA.
Longhorns, Brad.
Huh?
Not a fan.
I know you're not. You're not. I've actually talked to you a long time ago. There's a lot of different. Relax, Chris. It's all right, man. Actually, me and Parker. I'm not Parker. I'm sorry. Me and you, Harry. We had actually a good conversation. It ended you saying, "Oh, you're actually a really nice guy," and blah blah blah. So we'll see if I can keep that up in this live. But so there's a lot of different ways. Hope that's not at me, brother.
No, it was for a sub, dude. It's for a sub, bro.
I'm just playing, man. I'm just playing. There's a lot of different ways I want to go. I'm not like too savvy on policies, but I do like what he did with the Abraham Accord. And to be honest with you, it's like, well, now it's like kind of screwed up, in my opinion, because everything that's going on with Israel and Gaza and all that. But
it didn't include Palestine.
It didn't include Palestine, but it had Saudi Arabia, right? And so Israel needed somebody like Saudi Arabia to have their back in a lot of things. And so that's one thing I like that Trump did. And the other thing,
well, they haven't really normalized relations yet, though. Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Exactly.
That was like something that we're working toward right now.
I just feel like it's kind of screwed up with the whole, Gaza thing going on, and in my personal opinion.
I mean, okay. Sorry. I mean, okay. I don't think like the Abraham Accords was like a revolutionary deal that like solved a bunch of problems. I think it like normalized relations between some countries that already had like normalized relations. It was just more formal, but sure.
All right, fair enough. And then I guess the only other policy I really know is what's the one for the vaccine that got real quick? What is it called?
Operation Warp Speed.
Operation Warp Speed.
You're a fan of that?
Huh?
You're a fan of that?
I'm only a fan of it because our country needed to open up, and then I think that, I personally didn't take the vaccine, but anybody that needed to get the vaccine or wanted the vaccine rather, it opened things up a lot quicker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a fan of Operation Warp Speed too. I'm glad it happened. I'm glad the funding for the vaccine was there. But, Trump's the same guy who now like advocates against this vaccine. He's like, I won't give any money to any school that has a vaccine mandate. So if you like mandate the polio vaccine now, apparently under Trump, you won't get any funding, which is like ridiculous. It's insane.
Well, I don't know about. I'd have to check on that one, dude.
No, he said any school that has a vaccine mandate they will not get funding. So if you have a vaccine mandate for something like measles or polio or just any other highly infectious disease that can kill people or have really, really bad consequences for them, that school won't get funding.
Yeah, there's a illness called being friends with Harry. It's really contagious these days, and it's really negative for your health. I mean, this guy fucking spam calls me every day, like bitching about something else.
Really? You want to look at the phone log?
Whatever you want. You can show me whatever you want.
Y'all want to look at the phone log? Pretty sure. Yeah, 1, 2. I got 3 missed calls from Chris yesterday, and I called him back. But 3 missed calls from Chris.
I just want to be clear here. I'm not seeing that on my side.
Of course you're not.
No judgment, man. No judgment. No judgment.
No judgment, Chris. No judgment, Chris. It's okay, man. You're good.
But I do have a question for you guys. So it seems like, well, first of all, I think that I'm going to go to the debate. First of all, I think that, as you guys would say, cooked. I think, honestly, I am a Trump supporter, but I do believe he did get cooked. I also think, though, at the same time, it's like Kamala Harris did kind of like flip-flop on some things, like with the fracking thing, right? Like at first she's against fracking, and all of a sudden she's for fracking. And then Trump will say he's for something else, and then she'll all of a sudden flip the script and say that she's an advocate for something. And it just doesn't seem like, and then people bring up, well, what could she have done in the last 3.5 years? Well, she says, well, I'm going to do this, this, and this when she's implemented, or if she gets in office, rather. But she hasn't done any of this stuff yet.
Well, that's not true. I think the Biden-Harris administration have accomplished a lot of what they wanted to do. They wanted to get an infrastructure bill passed. They did. They wanted to expand veterans health care. They did. They wanted to fight climate change with a huge investment. They did. They wanted to beat Big Pharma multiple times. They did. But, that's amazing work, but there's still more work to be done. That's what Kamala Harris wants to do. We want to build upon that progress. The argument is never that, if we elect a Democratic president one time, then everything's going to be dandy. We don't have to do it again. It's like, no, we want to build upon progress and keep moving the country forward.
Okay. I want to bring up one more thing. So I've heard a lot of people say about the border bill and how Trump blocked what is it called? The bipartisan? Is that what you call it?
Bipartisan border bill. That's right.
The bipartisan border bill coming in. And I was hearing from a podcast. It was actually from Tulsi Gabbard. Is that how you saying it? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Well, she was saying, I don't know. I mean, I haven't checked it, so I can't say for sure. But she was saying something along the lines that, first of all, like in a lot of bills, they try to add other stuff to it, right? So they try to shove other things that are either less important or deemed more important, and they kind of put a bunch of stuff in one bill, right? Yeah. And so she was saying there's a lot of that going on, but she was also saying that part of it was, once they hit a 5,000 person cap a day or something like that, that that's only when they will stop people from coming in, and then it redoes it the next day. So let's say Monday, they hit their 5,000 person quota that they had to stop, and then the next day it goes back into play. So it's like a continuous thing every day. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so there wasn't much more in the bill. It was the immigration bill was just strictly an immigration bill. There was a time when a Ukraine funding bill and the immigration bill were together, but we split it up and we voted on the Ukraine bill, which passed, and then the immigration bill Republicans continue to vote against. And the cap that you're referencing is being described in a really disingenuous way by Tulsi Gabbard, because right now there's no cap, none. So we could have, like,
right now, but I'm saying
so exactly. So if there's a cap in place, that means that if there are, a bunch of people coming to the country or a bunch of asylum claims, so much so that we couldn't process them as a country in an effective manner, that cap is now implemented. Whereas right now there could be 40,000 in a day, right? So it's not saying, hey, 5,000 people. And by the way, right now we don't have anywhere close to 5,000 coming in a day.
Can you say that one last time, dude? I'm sorry, bro.
Which part?
About the 5,000 coming in, about the cap.
Yeah, okay.
That's my fault, dude.
No, you're good. No, I totally understand. Because a lot of Republicans describe this in a bad way. So essentially, right now, there's no cap. There's none. There's no limit. So theoretically, 40,000 could come in a day, and a 40,000 could come in the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, seek asylum, right? Because the laws on asylum are really weak right now. They need to be reformed. But with that bill, not only would it have reformed the laws around asylum, so this might not have even been an issue, but it also caps it. So instead of theoretically there being 40,000, 40,000, 40,000, there would be a cap at 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, and then they get to shut down the border. If that cap is hit, the president is then given the ability to shut down the border and further restrict asylum-seeking people from coming in.
Well, I guess the argument would be that she's saying that we should just we shouldn't even have that limit. We should just be like,
why?
Because there's so many people. There's so many people coming in, dude. Okay, so I'll give you an example. My stepbrother's from Ecuador. Mm-hmm. He didn't want to go all the way across, Central America and go into Mexico, so he did it the correct way. He got his green card renewed. Amazing. So it's not fair to other people, and a lot of these people, what is it, like 6 years? They have to go back to their court case when they seek asylum or something like that. It just doesn't make sense where somebody from Europe that doesn't want to go through Mexico or wherever can come through and then say, oh, I need asylum. But then, I'm just making up a name like Jorge from wherever can just walk through.
So to be clear, I'm not sure about that. The bill.
Oh man, this man's like.
No, I'm just making up a name.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. By the way, I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure if that's what I. Anyway.
Anyways, whatever.
So first of all, that bill,
Is Chris laughing, dude?
No, I'm rubbing. My eyes are like
the wait time that you reference with asylum would have been solved by that bill. We wanted to expand immigration courts. Republicans reject that reform. So with that bill, we would have been able to get to every single asylum case from now on in under 6 months. Republicans rejected that bill, so the backlog is still 5 to 7 years. There's just not enough judges, and the immigration courts are not big enough to address all of these people. And also, the asylum laws are too vague. And too lax, to the point where people where asylum doesn't apply to them, they can basically pass a simple test that's given at the border, which is called a credible threat interview, and they can get in seeking asylum even if it doesn't apply to them, and even if they don't fall under the necessary requirements to seek asylum and things like that. That bill would have solved all of these things. Republicans rejected that bill, and furthermore, when you're talking about green cards and work permits, Trump tried to reduce the amount of work permits and green cards we give out every single year, trying to reduce legal immigration. So it's like,
dude, holy shit, that's crazy.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what, man. I'm going to do some more research, dude. I'm going to come back better prepared, because I haven't done enough research. But I will say that just all in all, bro, like, I mean, you've probably heard this before, but obviously because you see the cross on my shirt, so I am a Christian. And I just think that a lot of the different stuff that's being pushed by the left, I'm not saying you or Chris or anybody else, but a lot of the politics, a lot of what they stand for is totally against Christianity, And And I know like someone would say, oh, well, you know, Biden, he's a Catholic. Well, what kind of Catholic advocates for some of the stuff that was going on, dude?
like what?
Abortion, you know, cutting off, you know, gender affirming care, things like that, dude. And so if you read, if anybody that reads their Bible, I'm not saying Trump's perfect. I'm not saying he's a Messiah. You know, I don't even know if I'd invite him over for dinner necessarily. But
and you're gonna, oh my god.
Do you have kids?
No, listen.
Do you have kids?
Well, listen, dude.
So painful. I gotta be honest. It's just painful.
Sean, really quickly, quick.
Tries to put what?
Quick question. Sorry. Do you have kids?
I do not.
Okay. If you did have kids, would you do you think you would like let Donald Trump babysit them?
I have no idea, man.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't. You definitely wouldn't. And if you would, then golly.
Continue. Sorry. Continue.
No, I mean just the stuff that some of the left pushes, dude. It just doesn't. If you're a Christian and you read the Bible, like what is in the Bible, what the left is pushing goes totally against Christianity. And so I think it's ridiculous when and I'm not saying Trump, like I said, I'm not saying Trump's like the best, beautiful man on the world or anything. Far from that. But will I say that a lot of the regulations and rules and stuff that they advocate for is more in line with what the Bible teaches. If it was with Trump or without Trump, I'm just saying just the right in general.
Really? I think that like, you know, the Democrats generally do. We're more in favor of taking care of the less well-off, accepting everybody, loving people, caring for people, being empathetic. I don't think the Republicans have any of that.
Gender affirming care is right, though, man. I mean, that ain't
Gender affirming for like adults?
For children.
Yeah, so the only gender affirming care that's given to children can be hormones that are reversible for the, you know, first and foremost. And it's mostly just like social transitioning, aka like pronouns, maybe dressing in the gender that they want to associate with, and maybe their new name. It's extremely rare that surgeries are done on kids.
I mean, because kids don't even know, their brains aren't even fully formed yet, dude.
That's why that's why it's extremely rare that surgeries are done. And in the rare circumstances, they're only done in which a doctor consults, the parents consult, and more experts in psychologists, for example, that consult on this stuff, and they all come to an agreement that it'd be best for the person in question to have a surgery.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It just doesn't happen, my man. It just doesn't happen. And I don't know why gender affirming care is against the Bible. If this would like
because they have
why? Because like if like a kid is like struggling mentally, right? They are they want to identify as another gender. They are a different gender, right? And you think it'd be more in line with Christianity to deny them that ability to be happy and let them suffer, as opposed to listening to them and following their wishes and consulting with doctors and getting them the care that they need? Do you think, really?
Yeah, I just don't think that it just doesn't make any sense, man. It's like somebody with like PTSD or bipolar or whatever. Like, you know, you gotta seek. I mean, I'm not going to get into the whole gender thing. I don't agree with it, dude. I've got a friend struggling with that stuff.
But you don't have to agree with it to recognize that this is something that doctors and scientists generally have studied extensively. And we have a bunch of evidence backing up the fact that, you know, people who need this care, when they get that care, gender affirming care, their quality of life goes up. Their happiness goes up. Things like that.
Don't you think kind of like the media and society and stuff like that has kind of pushed that whole thing?
No.
For sure it has, dude.
Yeah, so Sean,
I live in California, man. Like, I say, like, it was like some study that came out, like 35% of all children from like, what was like 11 to like 17 believed that they were in the wrong body. Like, that's
just
crazy,
not true.
dude.
So
it's not true.
So, but here's the thing. I do want to point out quickly, like, again, a lot of this is going to be about, a lot of this is going to be like you know, doctors and the things that they've studied for years and years and years. And it may not make sense, you know, like I'm a straight white male, right? Somebody like who is going through something like this, whatever age, it might not make sense, a doctor's treatment plan for that person. But I think that like we should put faith in our doctors and take the government out of those decisions. If the doctor and the child and a guardian and a psychiatrist all agree like, hey, this is the right path, I don't understand why the government or anyone else should have a say in that, right? Like, for example, and I use this example a lot because it puts it perspective. Like when I started TikTok it was really like January of 2023, I went to an out-of-patient program for depression. So it was 8 weeks long, and it was like every day, 5 days a week from like 9 to 4, right? A lot of stuff I did in there didn't make any sense. It made no sense to me, right? But these are treatment plans that are like very well set up with like formulated levels of success. It's not really my place to be like, well, why the fuck am I doing it? It makes no sense. I think to myself like, oh, the doctors probably like have a good reason to do this, and these things have been like studied for a while. So like same concept. I don't understand why like if we're not doctors, why we would expect to understand treatment plans that doctors put forth. I think if a doctor puts forth a treatment plan for like a child. For like any type of gender reaffirming care, et cetera, then if the guardian agrees with it and the doctor agrees with it, I don't understand the issue.
I don't know, man. I think it's, how do I say it? I mean, honestly, because I'm a Christian, I think it's kind of like a demonic agenda to kind of like.
What the fuck does that even mean? What does that even mean?
If you believe in the Bible, right? It's like, you've got the enemy and you've got like Christ, right? And if you have things that go against the Bible, it's obviously fueled by darkness, dude. And I just don't think like all this confusion for instance, like I have PTSD. I've had major things happen to me, right? So for me going through my stuff, you can't say that was from God. That was from a darkness that was trying to get me confused, trying to get me not to believe in God, trying to get me to do all the substances, which I used to do. I'm trying to be careful with my words, trying to get me, my story's crazy, dude. Taken against my will, and it's all kinds of stuff have happened, dude. Like a substance deal gone bad, and so what I'm trying to say is, dude, is like there's a darkness out there. You know what I mean? There's stuff that's coming against the good and the love of Jesus. Now, if Jesus was back on this earth today, he'd be going to strip clubs. He'd be going to the homeless. He wouldn't even be spending as much time, and he wouldn't be going to church a lot.
He'd be going to strip clubs.
Well, he'd be pulling them out, dude. He'd be going on the streets helping those girls. Meaning, if Jesus was here, today, he'd be going.
Why would the number one thing that Jesus would do is pulling people out of strip clubs? Like, why would that be the number one thing? Like, you could be like curing children of cancer, and you went with pulling people out of.
What is doing that too? He'd be going to hospitals, clearing out hospitals, because he came for the sinner. Is my point, dude. He came for the person that's in bondage. You can't tell me most of those girls aren't in bondage, bro.
I think girls are. I think just like.
Or he'd be going to motels, dude. Or he'd be going on the streets to help the homeless.
Hold on. I do think I do think that like a lot of, if like women are providing a service like that and people are paying for the service, I think they're working just like you or I would work. I don't know how that would be them sinning or in bondage. I'm not saying they all are in. Yeah, I don't know anyone's personal situation, but why I feel like you're just kind of labeled an entire group of people.
Yeah.
There's always an exception to the rule, bro. But for the most part, bro, if you're doing those kind of that kind of stuff, like that's
why.
I don't understand why. Like if a woman wants to work in a strip club, what's the problem with that?
Maybe they went through trauma.
What if they like working in a strip club and they're just like good at what they do? Because objectively, they're making money. I mean, they're good at what they do.
And some of these people that work in this club make like a lot of money.
Of course they do.
So why is that bad?
It's not bad that they make money. It's bad of how they're obtaining the money.
Why?
Because they're taking.
Oh, convenient.
Like how I think, I don't know if I can say the P word, the POR, the rest of it. Like I think like that's crazy, dude. When I was young, bro, you were lucky if you found your like stepdad's like Playboy.
What is going on, dude?
Now it's like,
dude, this is crazy.
Now it's like any kid is like can get this stuff by on their fingertips, dude.
Well, we're not saying that like we're not saying that kids should have access to that by any stretch of the imagination, right? But the point is that if a woman, a consenting adult, wants to do this as her occupation, and she probably makes a really good living from doing it, then I don't understand why Jesus would want to pull them out of doing it.
Because a lot of them are addicted to substances. A lot of them have probably traumatic issues. Some of them probably go way beyond than just extra services. So all those kind of things.
Dude, they're like, okay, I don't know. Like, I mean, I understand that we're not talking about like policy. We're talking more about like religion and such. But again, like, I'm just kind of uncomfortable with the idea that we're like just labeling an entire group of people as like, as this. Like, again, women who are like working, even if they're doing things that like let's say prostitution that may not be legal, but they're being like a service, or they're in like a strip club. Again, they're objectively good at what they do, and if they make money doing it, I'm not speaking for everyone's situation. Obviously, like everyone's situation is different, especially in situations like that where you can. That's part of why like things like prostitution should be legalized so that we can make them safer. But again, if you're just providing a service and you're objectively good at what you do, and people are paying you for that service, like shit, props to you, bro. That's why I don't understand. Like, that's why I don't understand why dudes get upset. Like, she made $70,000 on OnlyFans. I'm like, fuck, dude. She must be killer at what she does. Yeah. And the only people who complain about it are the people paying her to do it. So, like, come on.
Yeah.
The point I was trying to make, dude, is Jesus wouldn't be spending time in church. He'd be helping all kinds of people. That was my point.
And he'd be yanking Trump out of politics. He'd be yanking Trump out of politics.
Well, here's the thing, dude. God can use whoever he wants to use to get the job done, right? So I don't know how familiar you are with the Bible. Are you familiar with the Bible or not really?
Yeah, I used to go to Catholic school for front time.
Well, see, I didn't grow up in any church, dude. So I didn't. Anyways, but do you know who Nebuchadnezzar is?
Do I know who Nebuchadnezzar is?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh no, I don't know.
Okay, so he was the king of either Assyria or Babylon. I can't remember right now. But basically, he was a wicked king, but God used him to help the Israelites. So what I'm saying is God can help whoever he wants to get the job done. I just think that...
I know that's the argument you're making. I'm saying that if Jesus came back to earth right now, and he has the powers which some religions claims that he does, then he would be pulling Trump out of politics.
That I can't. I'm not Jesus. I can't answer that.
Wait.
Well, you were saying that he would go into strip clubs and take the women out. So why aren't you Jesus now?
Well, I think Jesus would rebuke him, dude, for sure. But
no, Jesus would grab him by the ear and yank him out and throw him on the side of the road. Say, get the hell out of here.
But you don't know what Kamala's like, dude.
No, she's somebody that actually cares.
She's somebody on stage.
Or Sean, Sean,
she's fought for people her entire life, man.
Sean, if Jesus came down right now, he may decide to force Trump to carry his campaign to term just so he can lose and go to prison. That's a possibility too.
Dude, I think that Kamala's hiding a lot of stuff.
No one really? Wow. Okay.
I think Kamala's hiding a lot of stuff. 2 out of 10. I just think it's.
I'm sorry. Just wait. Just to be clear, Kamala Harris is hiding a lot of stuff, but Donald Trump, the serial liar who has like many different assault claims against him and a lot of different secrets, a lot of different fraud, he's not hiding anything. No.
I mean, the whole E. Jean Carroll thing, dude, that's just sketchy in itself, dude. I mean, I can't. Jesus Christ. I mean, come on, dude. Like, come on, bro.
Okay. Yeah. It's so sketchy, I'm sure. Okay. All right, man.
Yo, Sean, appreciate you being kind, man.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Sean. Yeah, be safe, man. We live in a society.
Yeah, if Jesus was here,
Nurse
man,
Heather, I appreciate you. You're amazing.
He'd be mocking Chris, bro. That's for sure. God damn, that fit sucks. Jonah, thank you for the $1, man. Off topic, what's your favorite football team? The Giants and Penn State. Faith, thank you for the $1. May I come up? Yeah, if you post up for sure.
Brent, thank you so much for $5.
No, not done yet, Chris. Brent, thank you for the $5. I still love you for giving Longhorns a big L. Just remember, number one, hook 'em. You are the number one team in the nation right now.
What were you saying?
Molly, thank you for the $5. This guy's so wrong. Christians for Harris, thanks for everything you do. Appreciate you, Molly. Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Chris's Venmo and Cash App is the same as his TikTok username.
Oh my God, it's already
Can you shut the hell up for 5 minutes? Are you capable?
No, I'm here. I'm not.
Drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. God, does this guy ever stop talking? I mean, can anybody in the chat back me up? Does this guy ever just zip it, bro? Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, bro. Does this guy ever stop? Sheesh, man. No, we love Chris, man. We love Chris. Even though this dude's trash, he's bad at NCAA, like really bad at
I've gotta go live on Twitch then, dude.
Yeah, I gotta go do Peloton. I gotta go do Peloton.
Dude,
everybody friend me on Peloton. I'll give everybody my username and go friend me on Peloton.
Dude, I should go play tennis. I should go to the tennis courts.
I gotta go fucking pump rocks.
This kid's never pumped iron. Is that? Yo, Brent, thank you so much for $5 on Venmo, Brent. I love you, Brent. You're so kind. Harry gave my team a big L. Go Longhorns. Hook 'em. #1 since 2008. Love you. And not have Harry so much. Great. I'm sorry. I love you and Harry so much. I need this live tonight, I think is what it was supposed to say. Thank you so much, Bren. I love you. Yolanda, thanks for the gift. I appreciate you. You're incredible. You guys are all amazing.
Reading and Chris are not quite compatible.
Sorry. I can't learn a TikTok dance every once in a while. Fuck, man. No one lets me be happy. Sorry. We should let some serious MAGA dude up so I can scream at him about how he's dumb.
Thank you, E, for the future. Yeah, I gotta scream at somebody before I go. Sorry, I was fixing the.
Yo, you can only come up here right now if you're like mega MAGA. Like if you're like just like an absolute menace.
Yeah, you have to be like super MAGA. If you're like undecided, we'll definitely talk to you. Just not today.
Yo, holy shit! Thank you so much. Can I get a huge W in the chat for Lena? $20. You're incredible. Thank you so much. Your new nickname is Bankhead Chris. Man, I don't
nice, dude. That's kind of fire.
Wait, what? What? What is that?
Yo, Jonah, thank you for the $2. What would you say or do to meet to Trump?
Yo, can you shut up for a second? Thank you. What is Bankhead?
It's my life.
What is Bankhead Chris? What does that mean? Oh, there's actually a neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia, where I live, where I'm from.
Hey, yeah, guys, give this guy an opportunity to bring up Atlanta. He will. You know, like I'll just be like, yo, dude. So I was like walking on the street, dude. There are like so many streets in Atlanta, bro. You gotta like check it out. Be like, all right, bro. I was like going to the store, dude. There's so many stores in Atlanta. Oh my god.
Can I tell you guys something real quick? I asked Harry that. He said I was on the phone with Harry today driving. He said, yeah, I went to the grocery to get some food. I said, how'd you get to the grocery? Did you like walk? This kid started laughing at me, so angry. He's like, I don't like, dude, are you like, we're in the middle of Manhattan. Of course I walked. Oh, sorry, bro. I couldn't walk to my fucking grocery store if I wanted to. It'd take me 2 hours. There's not even sidewalks for half the walk. Sorry, I live in the normal fucking America.
Bro,
okay?
you're first of all, your state doesn't invest in infrastructure. Why don't you get Governor Kemp on that?
I'm trying to turn that around right fucking now. You're always, oh, why do you live in Georgia? Because I'm trying to make sure we're blue, buddy. That's why.
Yeah, I'm sure that's why.
Because it's actually because I like the Georgia peaches. I'm a failure. I failed everyone else. Yo, Jordan, what's up, brother?
What's up, Jordan? Dude, come on.
What's good, gentlemen? How are you?
You know, another day, another dollar, man. Well, how can we help you?
I can't believe that. I can't believe my brother in Christ just said that, bro.
It's just what I say to people. Like, you know, that's what most people say. It's like a saying at work. They say that at AT&T all the time.
What work, bro?
Another day, another dollar at AT&T. Another day, another dollar.
All right, Jordan, why are you MAGA?
Because Trump's the best for the country when it comes to economy.
How old are you,
the border. Bro? 27.
What year were you born?
97.
I think that adds up. Wait, yeah. That's right, yeah.
Why do I sound young or something?
No, dude, not at all. So,
Harry, why'd you respond like that? I'm sorry.
Not at all.
I'm sorry, Jordan. Why?
Can somebody get this guy a map?
Shut the hell up. What did Donald Trump do for the economy?
I mean, the economy was thriving.
Why?
Interest rates were low.
Why?
Well, you guys want to go to policy, and I agree that he didn't put a lot of policy in, but he enforced the things that were there, like the border.
Okay, yeah, but
less immigrants.
But the thing is,
what did he do for the economy? Just quickly, what did he do for the economy?
I mean, the economy was booming under him. It crashed under Biden.
What did he do to help the economy?
Oh, tariffs. He kept jobs here.
All right, Jordan. Now Chris is going to speak for 10 hours. God love you. I'm going to go get more water while he does this shit.
All right, guys, I know. Chad already knows. You mentioned the tariff word, man. I'm going to go ahead Yo, Jordan, tell me why tariffs are good. How do they work?
Because it keeps jobs here.
Why?
Because if not, companies would take their jobs because they have cheaper labor in other countries.
Okay, so like,
So when you put
like
tariffs in,
so what is like the inherent economic benefit, or how does a tariff work? I guess. Thank you for that. Like, I understand the
we know
goal.
how a tariff works. So like, say if like a company takes their product down to Mexico and makes it, a tariff would tax them when they ship it back to America.
So if a company wants
When
to
we bring it in.
right, so if a company wants to ship something from China to the United States, there's now a tax placed on who?
It would be placed on China, which you say would be a trickle down effect where the customer would have to pay more money. But I would disagree in a lot of instances because the jobs stay here.
So why would China sending us money to send us goods cause jobs to stay here?
What do you mean by China sending us money?
Well, you just said the Chinese company would be taxed to send us a good.
No, the American company. So like, say if you have an American company and they
Right.
put their goods in China and there's a tariff on the goods coming over,
Okay.
then that would keep the jobs here in a lot of industries.
Okay. So okay. So let's back up a second. So that's not. So tariffs are paid by the person importing. So if the United States imports a good from China, the tariff is paid by the U.S. business in the United States. So it's never the exporter who's paying the tariff. We can't force a company overseas to pay an extra tax. U.S. businesses pay an extra tax to get goods.
You can make everything cheaper. So why don't all these companies send all their plants over there? That's what they want to do. But
Wait,
putting the tariffs on it keeps them here,
Wait,
or
but-
incentivizing them to stay here.
But I'm not understanding how that is. Like, I think you're misunderstanding how tariffs work. So again, like a tariff is placed on U.S. businesses in the United States. The tax is paid by U.S. businesses to the U.S. government. So, you know, like we're trying to do
Yes.
things like protect consumers, et cetera. So like when Donald Trump says things like, if like a company, an auto manufacturer goes and makes a plant in, if an auto, Jesus Christ, sorry, Harry's making me lose my train of thought. The point
Oh,
is,
yeah, I'm just sitting here, bro. I'm sitting here
the
doing
point
nothing.
is, yeah, tariffs are paid by the person who is importing the product, aka the U.S. business. So when Donald Trump wants to continue these like very aggressive taxes, like really be aggressive in his next term, like he talks about like putting basically a tariff on everything. Wouldn't that be like a really inflationary policy? Like, wouldn't that be a very bad thing?
No, so I understand what you're saying. So I'll give you a specific example. You take Ford, for example. When you have to pay the laborers up here $40 an hour, but you can have laborers in Mexico working on those lines for, say, $5 per hour. Yes, I understand when they ship the product back from Mexico, Ford has to pay the tax, but it's still cheaper than the labor that they're paying here. So by putting that tariff on it, it makes them want to keep their jobs here or incentivize those companies and give them tax breaks,
Right.
which Democrats are against. But that's how you keep good paying jobs in
Right.
America.
So number one, I mean, yeah, that is that is the goal of some tariffs. But I think that like the thing that Donald Trump consistently lies about is that's not how Donald Trump says tariffs work. Donald Trump constantly says that companies are sending us money to send us goods. China is sending us money, and he'll say they're sending it straight to the U.S. Department of Treasury, which is not true. But even in your conversation, let's say we enact these very aggressive tariffs on all these different countries, like, but would that not be a very inflationary policy?
I mean, I don't believe so. I guess what you're trying to say is you say the consumer, like in my example, Ford will just increase the price of their vehicles and pass it down to the, and that's up to Ford if they want to increase their profit margins, but it's up to the consumer if they want to buy it.
It's
But
actually
overall,
for them. It's actually not for them to increase their profit margin. For them to keep their profit margin the same, they have to increase prices to their consumers. They have to pass the cost somewhere or they will lose profit. So again, that's why like when they did a study at the University of Chicago amongst all of the economists, at the University of Chicago, every single one said, in general, tariffs are an incredibly negative policy that cause inflation. Because again, like Biden enacted a 100% EV tariff on China, right? We want to keep Chinese EVs out of America because they're way better than our EVs and they'll destroy our market. So we want to protect consumers, protect U.S. workers and businesses from like losing their jobs to Chinese manufacturers. But like in terms of like Trump just suggesting, like he suggested things like replacing income tax with tariffs or enacting tariffs on everything on every country, that would be possibly the most disastrous policy proposal enactment ever. I mean, you're talking about an instantaneous collapse of the U.S. economy. And it doesn't really make sense.
I mean, he put tariffs on before and the economy didn't crash.
Yeah, but he didn't put like, he didn't
I mean, we
put,
disagree on tariffs.
No, but he didn't put like, but the thing is, he didn't put like, he put tariffs on things like U.S. Steel or like when Biden puts tariffs on EVs. Sure, there is instances for tariffs to either protect jobs in the U.S. or to make sure that like we protect our consumers. And some of that is what Trump did. But now he is suggesting an all-out, essentially a tariff on everything. Like, would you disagree when Trump said, like Trump has said now twice, he would replace income. He would be able to suggested he could replace income tax with tariffs.
I mean, I think we pay too high of taxes as Americans as it is. That's why I would consider myself to be conservative. I want less government. I want less taxes taken out. And I don't want all of these governmental programs that basically create a socialistic world.
But do you, okay. Well, do you
I mean, if Democrats keep getting elected, we're going to be paying 50% taxes.
Oh my God. Wait, so do you agree with a proposal like replacing income tax with tariffs?
You'd have to, I haven't looked at all the details of it, but I mean, if it's me paying less taxes, then I would be for it.
Okay, but right. So like a proposal
I would.
Okay. Well, so a proposal.
So no federal tax is what you're saying?
Yeah. So like no one pays taxes and he replaces the income that the federal government needs with tariffs.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Okay. So like again, like that type of policy proposal is like, I would argue the worst policy proposal in American history. You're talking about having to enact a tariff that would make up for most of the federal government's ability to make most of the federal government's earnings, right? Because when the federal government has money, they do things like build roads and infrastructure and fund, the military, et cetera. So now we have to make all that up. So we place like a massive tariff on on everything. All of a sudden, instantaneously, our inflation rate is triple digits. Like you're talking about the local socks you pay at the Target are well above $100. And the people being affected the most by that are low and middle income consumers because they're spending most of their money on products. And so now all of a sudden we have this really high inflation rate.
Who says a pack of socks is going to go to $100?
Well, that's how it would work. If you have to, the federal government makes almost all of their income or most of their income from income tax. So if you want to completely get rid of income tax, you have to figure out how you're going to replace that money. So if it's like, oh, we're going to enact tariffs, really aggressive tariffs on everything, all of a sudden, companies are either going to pay that tariff and pass it on to consumers, or they're going to produce things here and it's going to become super, 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 super expensive. It's an inherently inflationary policy. It's kind of built into the idea of tariffs. So again, inflation rates are like triple digits now. And then we have no trading partners. We're alienated. The US dollar is worthless. I mean, the global economy, frankly, has collapsed because there is no US dollar. It's worthless. And then as time goes on, the U.S. government has to like increase tariffs to make up for the fact that more people are producing in the United States and less people are importing. So it's like a regressive policy. I don't know if any of this is making sense, but it's a really bad idea. It's like really bad.
Now, I agree with like some of what you're saying, but at the end of the day, America has a spending problem. We're 30 some $5 trillion in debt. I mean, it's ridiculous. We got to stop handing out free cash.
Who are we in debt?
Like the free cash that they're handing out to the immigrants.
wait, who
owns most of our debt?
Who owns most of our debt? $36 trillion.
I'm not exactly sure. Most people think it's China, but it's not. China owns a very small portion. I would assume it's bonds or something.
That's correct, right. So the U.S. public owns most of our debt. But again, like
and how are we ever going to pay it off? We're not.
We're not, but that's okay. That's actually not that's inherently not the goal. It's actually good for us to keep increasing our debt as long as we do it at an appropriate ratio to our GDP. It'll cause our economy to grow faster if we have the ability to lend money. Now, there's several problems in that, like the fact that our interest rate is like the federal government is spending more money for the first time ever on interest rates than the military, right? So we have several problems in doing that, but if we can figure out a way to effectively keep our GDP to debt ratio, which right now is like 100 and I don't know, 10% or something, that can just, those two things can run parallel to each other forever, as long as the percentage stays the same. The goal is to never pay down the debt. It needs to keep increasing forever. It just needs to increase forever at a sustainable level.
See, I would disagree with that. I think America has a spending problem. We need to cut our spending and bring the debt down. I mean, we disagree on that. You want to talk about other topics, why Trump's amazing?
I mean, he brags about sexual abuse like 3 days, like it was like 2 weeks ago, 3 days ago, Jesus. It was like two weeks ago that he was on stage and he said he didn't sexually abuse a woman because, quote, frankly, she wouldn't have been the chosen one, unquote. How do you feel about that?
He claims he did not sexually assault Eugene Carroll, and that's his opinion.
But then,
he was found liable in a civil court.
But then he's talking about...
I'm not disagreeing with the court's decision.
Okay, but then he's talking about...
There's no DNA evidence. Me and you spoke about this before.
Hold on, but then he's talking about another woman and he says, quote, it didn't happen because, quote, she wouldn't have been the chosen one. She wouldn't have been the chosen one, unquote. So isn't that like a really disgusting thing to say?
I mean, that's how Trump feels, and that's how he talks. I mean, I get what you're saying. He's insulting her by saying, you're so ugly, I wouldn't have chose you.
But he's also said, not only saying that, but he's also suggesting that he would have sexually abused someone if they were prettier.
He didn't say that.
It quotes, frankly, it didn't happen, and they're going to, it's something, this is the quote. It didn't happen, and they're going to be upset because I say this, but it's the truth. It didn't happen because she wouldn't have been the chosen one, unquote.
Correct. How would you feel Trump believes that he's innocent and didn't do it. How would you feel if people were making claims against you?
Well, but the thing is, you're comparing me to...
God forbid he insults her.
Okay, yeah, but you understand, like, again, this is the president of the United States, right? So I'd really, like, hold a higher standard when you're talking about really just women in general, right? I mean, he's on audio as well saying, when you're this rich and famous, you don't have to wait. You can grab them by the blank. You don't have to wait. You don't have to ask.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know the context. I mean, these are like the liberal talking points.
I do know that there's like a 5 minute. There's a 5 minute.
You don't know.
There's a 5 minute audio clip.
I know what you're referring to. You're referring to the when he was in the trailer at the. Yeah, you don't know if that was consensual. You don't know if that was his girlfriend or wife at the time or whoever.
He was talking to another dude. He said, "quote When you're this rich and famous, you don't have to wait. You don't have to ask." Is that? I'm just asking you if that's a disgusting thing to say.
I get what you're saying. Like, it's not the most appropriate thing to say. He wasn't president at that time.
Okay, yeah, but again,
but you don't know the context of it. If he's talking about his girlfriend or his wife.
But this is also somebody who, no, he's talking about being like a famous person.
I get what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying like he's talking about just being a famous person and that you don't even have to wait to touch women. But again, this is like the president and he has a lot of influence. So I think that there's a lot of dudes who feel very empowered to make really disgusting decisions around women, touch them any type of way, because why not? The president of the United States was found liable for sexual abuse, brags about it. He's on audio and he got away with it. He's neck and neck. It'll probably be one of the closest elections ever. And we're 50 days out. He got away with it. Why can't I? Right? I think that these things have really real effects on people's lives that are really dangerous.
So you think that a man who is planning on essaying a woman is going to be like, I'm going to do it because Trump got away with it and did it?
I think it's possible that...
And that's your theory?
No.
Yeah, if you create a culture of this, and that culture stemming from the president of the United States of America, then absolutely. Right?
Yeah, this culture from what?
What was that?
A culture of Americans?
Yeah, so if we have a culture in this country where, maybe men feel as if they can get away with assaulting women, and that culture is created and spoken upon positively by the president of the United States and justified by the president of the United States, that's a problem, because our kids grow up looking to the president as a role model, right? And if Trump is up there saying, she wouldn't be the chosen one to assault, or, I wouldn't have assaulted Eugene Carroll because she's not my type, or just generally having all these accusations against him, that's not a good thing. And that can inspire other men who look up to Donald Trump or look up to the president because they're just kids to be like, if Donald Trump can do it, so can I.
Yeah, I don't believe that. And at the end of the day, Trump says he didn't assault these women, and imagine if truly he didn't, how would you feel that you have to deal with these attacks? Any rich billionaire deals with people filing civil lawsuits all the time.
To be clear, very influential figures in society cannot inspire people to act in a certain way by their own actions and the way they talk about certain things. Is that the claim? Really?
You're twisting it. He's not. You're the one making the claim, and I'm saying Trump is not inspiring
Jordan,
people to essay women.
They're saying he's not. So I'm saying that my claim is I think that very influential people in society can influence how people think about something and how people act, depending on what the topic is and what they're speaking about, how they're speaking about. Your claim is that, I don't think that Donald Trump speaking about sexual assault in the way that he has and acting in the way that he has, would inspire anybody to do anything.
Yeah, I agree. Like, this is just basic, like,
you believe that he should talk in a you believe that he should talk in a more professional manner.
I think
believe that's why he appeals to many Americans.
Dude, this is not about speaking professionally. This is about not bragging about sexually abusing women, not talking about women in such a horrible way.
He's not bragging. He's claiming he didn't do it.
Yes, he is. That is bragging, in that he's on audio in an entire audio tape talking about when you're this rich and famous, you don't have to wait, you don't have to ask. Again, this is like basic human psychology. Like, you're telling me that if you don't know if you
talking about his girlfriend or wife.
Wait, hold on. First of all, I just want to make this clear that not only is he talking to another man about the things he does with certain women, but number two, I just want to be clear here that sexual abuse and rape can still occur in a marriage or in a relationship, right? This is about consent, and he specifically says, "quote." You don't have to wait when you're this rich and famous. You can just touch them, which is that is the definition of sexual abuse. And again, this is just basic like human psychology, right? If you owned a company and there's all this talk, like people know these things, like you build a company, you build company culture. If you were in an office with 10 other people and you found out that one of your employees was telling other employees that, because he's so sexy and beautiful, he can just touch women any type of way, I think you'd fucking fire that person. I think if you found out the CEO of a company talked like this, they would be fired by the board. Get the hell out. This is not the company culture we're building, right? This is very basic things. This is all about, again, this is the president of the United States.
I agree that SA and R is wrong.
Do you think that
100%? But you don't know the context of what she was talking about.
Brother. What?
Do you know if he was talking about his girlfriend, his wife at the time?
It doesn't matter, dude. First of all, he also wasn't talking about his girlfriend, or I think the woman has actually been identified as to who he was talking about in the Hollywood Access tape. I don't remember her name. I can pull it up for you if you'd like. But it also doesn't matter if he's talking about his girlfriend, his wife, or a stranger. He's saying, I don't even wait. I just do it. He's describing sexual assault.
Have either one of you had girlfriends? Like, do you ask them, like, hey, can I kiss you? Or you just kind of feel the moment?
Jordan, bro.
Maybe that's what him and his partner are into. I'm not judging his ass life.
Jordan. Hold on a second. I want to say a few things. Number one, the Hollywood Access tape was referring to an Ariane Zucker, who was an American actress and model. And he was about to meet her. He was in this trailer or whatever. And first he's talking about a failed attempt to seduce Nancy O'Dell, who was Bush's co-host. When he's talking about Ariane, he says, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet, just kiss. Quote, I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the blank. You can do anything. Quote, I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. So again, this is him talking about another actress and just flat out saying it's okay to sexually abuse women. And number two, so I think when you're in a relationship, I
don't believe that's
what?
I'm against SA. I'm against that, but you don't know the context of it. We can go round and round. I'd rather talk about other issues.
Can I just point out something that this is our entire argument? Like, if this were anybody else, if this were not Donald Trump, you would be like, yeah, that's really fucked up. Why would they say that? But since it's Donald Trump, you're defending his rhetoric and what he said here. This is our entire argument around how very influential people can affect how people look at and talk about sexual assault. Right, with Donald Trump right now, if he wouldn't have said this and wouldn't have done this and this was not Donald Trump, you'd be like, yeah, that's wrong. But with Donald Trump, the guy saying it, you can't just be like, yeah, that's wrong. You have to be like, well, we don't know the context. We don't know this. We know the context. He's saying it. We heard him say that.
There's the audio tape's pretty long. And also,
Yeah, you can repeat the quote. There's no context. You don't know if he's talking about his girlfriend or somebody that he's in a relationship with, or his wife.
He's not talking about his girlfriend.
He's not, dude. There's you understand? I'm just reading.
You're
this.
assuming who he's talking
No,
about.
Jordan. It is explicit.
I'm agreeing with you. SA and art is wrong.
No. I'm Jordan. The
Not when it's
audio
Donald Trump,
clip
though,
itself
apparently.
is much longer. I'm trying to shorten it, but again, this audio clip is very long. It's very clear who he's talking about. I can start reading all of.
Okay, so if he's talking about the woman that you're talking about, you said her name, Ariana or whatever the name was. Did she file a criminal or civil suit against him?
No, Jordan, this is not about the legality.
Did you call her and ask her if it was consensual?
Jordan. First of all, the woman he's talking about, he had not yet met.
You create whatever narrative you want.
Jordan, can I finish? Hold on, can I say two things, please? This is not about the fucking legality. Your bar for president of the United States, frankly, is in the ground. I'm just telling you that based on these quotes, it's not about if he did something illegal. It's about basic human decency. And I would expect that our bar for president is higher than basic human decency. I'm not talking about how you would react or I would react. When Donald Trump is found liable and accused of sexual abuse and he's on his own social media site at 2 and 3 in the morning spamming, this is why he was also found liable for defamation. He's spamming 40, 50 posts in an hour in the middle of the night talking about where this woman lives, the type of person she is, how ugly and disgusting. That is not the character I want for Donald Trump. I don't give a fuck if it's something my next door neighbor would do. I don't want that type of character for president of the United States, right? I think most people I meet do not fit the character of president of the United States. I would hope you think the same. I would hope you think that me and Harry, for example, are not fit to be president of the United States. Number two, and again, it doesn't make a difference if it's your, again, the context of who he's talking about. And I understand what you're saying about like it being in a relationship, but I would recommend that most times you engage with a woman in a sexual manner, and I'm being dead serious about this, that even though I get it, I understand it's the consent is inferred, just don't infer it, right? There's a point where you look at somebody and say, is it okay that I'm doing this? Is it okay if I take this off? Is it okay if we continue going? I think that's a good thing to do. I think that's generally good. You should make sure other people are comfortable in the scenario that they are in, regardless of what relation they are to you. I understand what you're saying, consent being inferred, but I do think that's something that you personally and every dude watching should probably just enact when you go about these activities.
So just to be clear, if you've been with a man or a woman, you've been like, hey, can I kiss you? Hey, can I take your shirt off?
No,
can I take your pants off? Every single step of the way you ask?
Jordan, I'm not, I understand what you're saying.
That's what you just said. You asked if I could take it off.
Jordan, I'm not talking
I understand what you're saying about consent.
I'm not trying to like, let's not like straw man,
record,
right?
yes.
I'm not trying to suggest that like, right? Well, yes, but I'm not trying to suggest that like, it's so, I get it. There's like a lot of things that are inferred, but yes, if I have had sex in my life, and before I take off somebody's right. He said, can I get a
fact check on that right there? I don't think it's true.
No, but yeah, like most times. Yeah, like I get it.
I don't need to know about your sex life. But.
No, I know. I'm just telling you.
Chris, we don't need to know, bro.
It's all good, bro.
Yeah.
Can we talk about some other issues?
Bro, oh my.
Like
wow,
to American citizens.
Have like you didn't even let me finish my fucking point. All right then.
No, go.
No, it's fine.
No. You have to keep. You can't just leave that out there.
Jordan asked me a question. I'm trying to answer.
Dude, you can't leave that hanging. You have to finish what you were saying.
I'm trying to answer seriously, which is yes.
Go ahead.
I get it. It's the heat of the moment.
I'm sorry.
But I get it. It's the heat of the moment. But if I'm taking off somebody else's pants, normally I'm like, hey, is it okay if I do this? Yes, it's okay. And then we can keep going. It's very simple. It takes like 1 second.
Yeah, it's literally not that hard. It's pretty quick.
Yeah.
No, I agree with asking for consent. I've done it personally. But like at what point, like say you're dating a partner and they walk into the bedroom after a long day and they're naked, you're going to ask them?
Well, just because somebody's undressed doesn't mean that they want to engage in conduct, right? But also...
But do you think the majority of people do that?
Do I think the majority of people do what? Lay in bed,
verbally ask for consent.
Look, here's the thing. I think that if you're dating somebody, you have a partner, and you want to hold their hand. I don't think you have to be like, may I hold your hand every single time, right? I don't think it to be ridiculous.
Have you ever held a girl's hand?
No, I've never done that. But if you're engaging in like intercourse with somebody, even if they're your partner, I think that in that instance, asking for consent is a good thing. And it doesn't have to be like, by the way, you don't have to go like every step of the way. You can just be something
I
like,
agree with you.
Wait. You can just be like, are you okay with continuing? Are you okay with keeping, want to keep going or something like that? You don't have to be like, oh, can I like unbutton and then unzip and things like that, right? It doesn't have to be like every single thing. It can just be a general, feelers.
You know, I want to
Just
say
put
for the
feelers out
record,
there.
I was ready to move on with this conversation until people interrupted me. I had like 3 more words that were going to come out of my mouth and we could have moved on.
Well, you were lying about stuff, so
I probably was.
this guy.
No,
this
Harry,
guy-
I swear to God, I've had sex before.
dude, he literally is not true.
It's not.
So
Yeah, I
You
just
talk
think
about
Anyway, all
unpresidential.
this, I think it's bad that Donald Trump
We're not
brags
running
about
for president.
I think it's bad that Donald Trump brags about sexual abuse. How do you feel that he
not you.
tried? How do you feel that he tried to like overturn an election he didn't win? With evidence he didn't win it.
He never tried to overturn an election. He held a peaceful. If I may finish, he held a peaceful rally. The people went to the Capitol. He's not responsible for their actions, and he's allowed to call down to Georgia and been like, "Hey, find me legitimate, 11,000 votes or whatever."
No, you're not allowed
But
to do
you
that.
keep controlling the narrative.
You are not allowed to submit a
You can't
fake
call down and be like, "Hey, can you double check?"
So he
this?"
doesn't.
if you're
know.
asking if you're asking state officials to find you votes so you can win an election, that's what we call engaging in a conspiracy to defraud the American people, or specifically the people of Georgia.
Yeah. So Jordan, what about him? Like again, like not just.
He'll have his day.
Yeah. So we can talk about
Yeah.
January 6th too, but like I'm curious if you know anything about like him sending groups of.
Oh,
fake
I don't want.
him sending groups of fake electors to states like Georgia, where he like again there's like a group of electors who like have documents to certify, hey, Georgia was won by Joe Biden, but instead he sent like a group of just random people with a fake document, which I'm more than happy to pull up pictures up that are in the indictment, when they were like, hey, we're the rightful electors for Georgia. Here's this fake document stating that Donald Trump won, and 18 people have been indicted in Georgia, multiple of them pleading guilty, and Donald Trump's facing a RICO charge. So yeah, he also filed 61 federal lawsuits in court and lost 60 of them. I think he tried every single legal and illegal action to overturn the election. Do you think that there's evidence that the election was stolen?
I haven't seen no evidence, no. But he'll have his day in court. I'd rather talk about other issues.
Wait, hold on, just really quick, because this is
You
kind
talk
of
about.
Wait, this is kind of fundamental. Like you said that you haven't seen evidence, so you don't believe the election is stolen. Do you agree that Donald Trump still believes the election was stolen from him?
I believe it was stolen, but there's no evidence of it. I'm entitled to my opinion as an American citizen.
What? Wait, hold on.
And I
why do you
believe,
think it's
that
stolen?
fairies exist. Glad to be in this conversation.
Then why do you think it's stolen? If there's no evidence for what you believe, then why would you believe it?
Well, my phone's about to die, but you have to look at the voter count. So if you look at Trump and Hillary in 2016, it was like 65, 62 million. Hillary had more of the popular vote. If you go back to Obama and whoever it was in 2012, then all of a sudden in 2020, Biden gets 81 million votes.
Yeah, dude, there was like
Trump gets 74.
Population increases and voter participation was like heightened because there was so much attention toward politics.
Yeah, so in this election, the candidates are going to get 90 and 100 million if it goes up proportionally the same.
Maybe the voter totals will go up. Who knows?
Yeah, Jordan, I want to make you like think about something.
What I believe.
Before you go, I really want to make you think about this. You believe that the U.S. government is sophisticated enough to steal an election and get away with it, but they're not sophisticated enough to just change the numbers.
Yes.
So so you believe they're sophisticated enough? They're so deep, such a deep.
Can I give an example of how they're sophisticated?
Hold on. Can I finish? No, because this is the question I'm posing you.
My phone's gonna die, but
okay, this is the question I'm posing you to think about. They're so sophisticated that they can overturn an election and go through all those hoops, but they're not sophisticated enough to change the voter data that they give you. Why couldn't have they just changed the numbers and been like, guys, the outcome was the same as 20, as 20, or the number of people voting was the same as 2020. There are no discrepancies. Like you're arguing right now, well, it doesn't make sense how so many more people voted. If they're so complex, why couldn't have they just changed that number?
okay, so what I believe happened is the mail-in ballots. I believe they went to the 7 pivotal swing states and they stuffed the ballot. But you talk about the American government going against its own people. They're the ones that brought and flew in the C word, that's a DRUG, into this country and literally got caught doing it.
Okay, again, like I'm
to spend money for the content and everything else.
I'm arguing that
you denying that?
Yeah. So no. So again, like we're on like different logic trains, Jordan. I'm trying to like challenge your logic. It doesn't make sense to me how you think the U.S. government is so sophisticated they could steal an election, but they're not sophisticated enough to change basic voter information that is given to the public, so people like Jordan think it's stolen. That makes no sense. Like, you know how people on the right
realize
are like,
the mail-in votes literally had your
Jordan, people on the right are like, oh my God, look at 2 a.m. There was all these voter dumps. Like, why do you think the U.S. government is sophisticated enough to steal it, but they're not sophisticated enough to like spread it out instead of putting it all at 2 a.m.? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Oh, his phone died. He's gone.
All right.
Because Chris just keeps fucking yapping at this guy.
Well, I'm sorry. I the logic of some people just pisses me off.
No, it's okay. I was just joking.
Wow, man. I feel like I got flamed this live.
You didn't get flamed.
Nah, you're flaming me like you didn't. He said that's not true. No, that was funny. That was funny, but we could have finished up. We could have just like two more words.
Okay, wait, just for the record. So Chris can make fun of me for that and saying that's never happened. When I do, it's offensive, and he feels like he's been flamed.
I've never done
this guy's
that.
a snowflake, actually. Who's this? I want to see if this person comes up.
Dude, I gotta go to Twitch. It's already 1 at 20.
Yeah, I gotta go do Peloton.
Guys, I'm going live on Twitch right now. You can check the link in my bio. But before you do, Harry posted a YouTube video about the fact that the Trump campaign and Trump personally attacked Harry Sessions. You guys should go watch it. There's a link in the bio.
How'd you know that? How'd you know that was a video I posted?
Because I saw it in my notifications and I watched it. Yeah. I'm a good dude. You guys should go to Harry's most recent YouTube video and tell him why you're voting for Kamala Harris and what state. If you don't feel comfortable with what state, just tell them like why. What are you passionate about? Like I'd write, I'm passionate about saving democracy, and you write your own thing, and we all have fun. Woohoo!
And Chris can be very upset over. Never mind, bro.
Over what, bro?
No, it's all good, bro. You'll be all right.
No, go ahead, say it.
You'll stay safe, all right?
No, go ahead, say it.
No, you'll be all right now. You'll be all right.
No, go ahead.
No, you'll live, dude. Who should we raid? You should go raid Chris's Twitch stream. He's going live right now on Twitch.
Guys, this is amazing. Chris is live on Twitch right now.
So never mind. Just work that back. We're going to go raid Parker. So you should definitely go check out Chris's Twitch live stream. He's going live right now.
What do you think we should react to? Like there's a lot. Should we do Trump's speech, Kamala Harris speech?
Yeah, so that's actually how he talks on the Twitch live stream for the entire time. So if that you don't really fuck with that, you probably
should
shouldn't
we
go
watch
over
the 2012 presidential debate?
Harris with Oprah. That's what you should watch.
We'll start with that. What time do you think you'll be on NCAA?
Well, I Peloton for let's go 45 minutes, and then I'll be 2, and then I have to. Because I'm just like fucking ginormous. I got to hit some legs. Probably take me like 30 minutes. So, and then I'll shower, and then I'll probably be on at like 2:30 ish.
Wait, how'd you go from getting done with legs at 2 or getting done with Peloton at 2, and then you have to do legs and then shower, and it's 2:30? Wouldn't it be like 3?
I don't like this guy. Somebody get this guy out of here. All right? I don't want to talk to this guy anymore.
No, man.
Nah, well, yeah, I'll be somewhere around that. I'll be like 3 or 2. What?
Yeah.
Are you scared? You don't want to lose on NCAA,
buddy?
By the way, for the record, this guy every night, let's play NCAA, and then he runs. Like tonight, I guarantee he's gonna run later tonight, and you'll watch.
I'll put my life on it.
Sleep. All these motherfuckers.
Harry, I'll make a bet with you right now. Not only will I play NCAA, but I'll put $500 on it.
Yeah, by the way, Chris owes me like I think $400 right now after going double or nothing on.
You just made that number up,
bro. You lost $100 the other day on NCAA, and I said, okay, pay up. I'm not actually gonna make Chris pay. I wouldn't want to steal from him. It's like taking candy from like a child. Honestly, it's not right. And then he said triple or nothing, and then
I hate how you fucking talk like Trump. Guys, when I play video games with Harry or I talk to him on the phone, he talks just fucking like this. He's like literally
it's so false,
Harry
dude.
Cannot talk seriously without talking like Trump. It's like genuine.
Bro, this guy's lying,
dude. He said, yeah, no, I'd beat him. I mean, I can't do that. It's like taking candy from a baby. What a terrible thing. I mean, it's just too easy.
This guy's not. This guy just.
I like this TikTok. It's very 2016.
Harry makes some non-political content. You know, that's why I'm going to put the Snapchat in bio, everybody. Snapchat in bio. Sorry.
Wait, is your Snapchat actually in your bio?
No, I'm probably going to put it there sometime soon.
Why?
Because I have like a creator account. I feel like that's like a cool place to be.
Jack and Piper's Mom, thank you so much for $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much from the bottom of my heart.
You think I just told this guy that I hate him? I mean,
Aspirin Fund for explaining how life works to MAGA. No, I thank you so much. I literally think I'm going to become like Advil's biggest customer here shortly because I just can't I can't do this. Alexandra, thank you so much for $2. Love from Gwinnett. Let's turn Georgia blue. Yo, Alexandra, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being in Georgia and voting blue. We fucking love that. Hell yes. If you ever see me around, sometimes I'm at the Battery. I'm watching the Braves. I say, go Braves.
And sometimes he's, well, I won't, you know. Evelyn, thank you for the $50 saying, Harry, you're the man. Keep doing what you do. I appreciate you. You might find Chris behind your local Arby's in Atlanta. He typically resides there sometimes. Evelyn, can we get some W's for Evelyn in the chat? At least a minimum of 50 W's. That's crazy. I appreciate Evelyn with the $50. That's crazy. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Avery, thank you for the $1. Because of you, I've gotten so much better at political debates and I'm able to use your arguments. Thank you so much, Harry. We love you. Avery, we love you too. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that. Jack and Piper's Mom, thank you for the $10, saying thank you for all that you do. I'm trying to get my Trumper friend Amber to watch you for just 5 minutes a night. She just found out last night that Trump was friends with Epstein. That should be like the final straw for many people, but it's not, unfortunately. So... make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We
are you seeing my text messages?
Let me bullet it now.
I'm really trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you, bro. I didn't do the work. You got to do it.
No, this guy. Can you like go? I don't know what the username. Because if you see it, can you like let me know?
Yeah.
This guy's coming in clutch. I can't even cap.
I try. I mean, it might not be successful, but I try.
Well, you know, sometimes, you know, Chris, what did Michael Jordan say?
He said he, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that dude was like gambling millions of dollars and I don't know. Don't worry about that.
When I'm scrolling up in the comments trying to find it, I can't find it. I think this guy lied to me. Dude.
I didn't. I swear to God. Guys, thanks, Harry.
All right. Bye, everybody. Say bye, Chris. Actually, oh, wait, I got to say goodbye. I post on every single social media platform. I post on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok, all under the username Harry J. Sisson. Those links are in my bio. Also, drop a follow on TikTok if you haven't already. Make sure to have a great day tomorrow. It's Friday, end of the week. Do something you enjoy tomorrow, whether it be sleeping in, reading, eating food, seeing people, whatever it is. Enjoy your day tomorrow. Have a great day tomorrow. Sorry, I'm hiccuping. I drank too much water too fast. Have a great day tomorrow and power through, all right? And we'll talk soon, yeah? And then go say hi to Chris on Twitch and all of those amazing people. All right, everybody. Appreciate y'all. We'll talk soon, okay?
I don't know. Okay.
Well, why not? See, it's crazy, right? It's crazy.
This is what I'm saying is like you love to talk about these very edge case scenarios when it's because you can't defend the actual scenario. The actual scenario is someone creates a human for fun and then kills them for fun. Like that's the actual 95.
You're literally describing a process that can happen with an IUD where someone engages consensually in intercourse with their partner for fun, for pleasure, and then an egg gets fertilized and then an IUD prevents the implantation of that egg, that fertilized egg in the uterus, thus ending what you would perceive to be life.
Yeah, I don't see. You think you've got me in some kind of gotcha here, but if this was my worldview and over the span of 10 years, IUDs were phased out and there was some other like non-implanting birth control that like prevented the sperm and egg that's commonly used today, and then saying, oh, well, if that was illegal, would you want them in jail? Dude, that's not how this kind of thing would work. In the real world, this would
abortion is very common today as well, right? So the how common it is not even the topic of conversation. It's just logic, right? Your logic is that if a woman gets an abortion at 10 weeks, and that's obvious. She's pregnant, right? Obviously, she's pregnant and pregnancy has begun. Then she's a murderer, and it's awful and it's terrible. But then if a woman has an IUD, which is very common in terms of birth control, then it's like, well, it's different. The logic is different. No, that's your logic.
No,
and
I'm saying it's
and here's the thing. You should recognize
how old the baby is. If
you
it's
should
got a heartbeat,
recognize
it's worse.
you
If
should
it's got
recognize
brain,
how
it's
absurd you should recognize how absurd your argument is from your objection to the way I'm framing this right now. You're saying, no, of course I wouldn't support such a thing. It's so crazy. That's the exact same logic
No,
you're
you're
using when you're
lying.
opposing abortion.
I would support that. Like,
So, wait,
you're
so you
trying to
would
say I
support
wouldn't.
women going to jail who have IUDs?
If it's been illegal for like 10 years because there's an
No.
alternative.
Oh my
out there
God.
that
Stop
doesn't
talking
create
about
a human,
legality as to whether it's legal or not
We're talking
illegal. I'm
about a
asking about
hypothetical
you. I'm asking
scenario.
about you. Like, would you support a woman going to jail for having an IUD? Let's just say in your state, you had a ballot proposition this November that you could vote on as to whether, yes, women go to jail if they have IUDs, or no, they don't. How would you vote?
What are my alternatives? Because if you provide no alternatives, which
I don't know what the alternative would be. It's either one or the other. So would you support, in your view, would you vote in favor of women going to jail who have IUDs, or would you vote against that?
Well, that depends.
Why? What does it depend on?
It depends if abortion is legal, and abortion is currently a thing that people do.
I don't know why you keep going back to
letting a little baby grow up to having a heartbeat and then killing it.
I don't know why you keep going back to whether abortion is legal or not. This is like simply a question of your.
I said was my whole thing. You said why would you
your
vote for
view.
Trump? I said about abortion, and then you're talking about
Put abortion
IUDs.
aside right now. Put abortion aside right now because we're just testing your.
That was
we're
my whole
testing your
reason for
logic.
coming up here. Is
My God.
you're coming up here to obfuscate.
We're testing your logic,
You're coming
my
up
man.
here to like make the argument into one that you've already pre-contrived because you have no ability to critically think on this issue, or at least you have the cognitive dissonance and the intelligence to know that you can't actually win an argument where we actually go toe to toe about abortion. You have to like put it in some kind of fake context.
I'm sorry that your own logic is
correct.
triggering you. You're like spiraling right now because your own logic is bad. Right? Because when you're approached with a hypothetical that is quite literally using your logic, such as terminating a life is always murder, then you fold. So please don't frame this. Wait, please be quiet. I just let you speak. Please be quiet. I just let you. Otherwise, I'll mute you. I'll mute you if I have to. I don't want to do that, but I will. You cannot come up here and say, "Oh, this is not a critically thought out debate," because you have no answer for the hypothetical. Okay, that's fine, no problem. Yeah, we're talking about life, right? We're talking about life, and in your view of like when terminating a life is justified. So an IUD can terminate a life, fertilized egg, and then you're uncomfortable talking about that and saying, well, I don't know, whether it's legal or not, and you have to go to a question of legality, which is not at the center of what we're talking about.
Yeah,
but then it's abortion. You're saying, we have to talk about the center of abortion. Like
So
you can't even engage with a
abortions-
Okay, I'm not done talking yet. Okay, I'm not done talking yet. You can't even engage with a hypothetical that uses your own logic that you presented right now. You called it a G side at the beginning of this conversation, and you said that it's murder. But then when an IUD terminates a fertilized egg, prevents the implantation of that egg in the uterus, then you don't want to talk about it. Then it's like, well, it's a question of legality or X, Y, and Z. It's very strange. The fact that you can't engage with this hypothetical shows that your argument is weak, and it shows that you're very one-dimensional on this topic. So either you answer the question or you can just concede, whatever you want.
The fact you won't let me speak and also talk about a different issue than
I'm speaking. I'm in the middle of a sentence and I'm muting you. You're right. I'm not going to let you speak when I'm fucking in the middle of a sentence.
Obfuscate. You have to.
I was in the middle of a sentence. I don't know why you
had
want
a
me to
timer
let
to
you
show
speak.
how much your mic was active and how much my mic was active. It'd be 90% you, and I think you know it. Okay, you're an interrupter and you're a bully.
So not
you won't
true.
actually engage me on the actual topic of abortion. You have to talk about.
You still have not. You spent the past 5 minutes dodging my question. If there was a ballot initiative that said yes, you vote in favor of women who have IUDs going to jail, right? Or you vote against that, how would you vote?
Obviously in favor of banning any kind of contraception that kills a little innocent unborn American.
That's not answering my question. Would you vote in favor? It's not answering my question. Would you vote in favor of women in your state going to jail who have IUDs or not?
I say yes to your question and you're not accepting my answer.
So just to be clear, you would vote in favor of women who have IUDs going to jail?
If as a country, we've also banned abortions, and we've also made
no. This is a very basic hypothetical. Factor out. Oh, as the country, you've banned this or that. In your view, because it's yes, you would vote in favor.
The answer
So
is
just
yes.
to be clear here,
Like killing
yes,
unborn
you would
Americans.
vote in favor. Yes, you would vote in favor of jailing women who have IUDs.
If it was made illegal and like there was
No. You
Okay, if you
can't
want to give me no
alter my
nuance, then
question.
yes.
You can't
Then
alter
yes.
my question to your liking,
Yes, the answer
right?
is yes, Harry.
So you would
The
vote in
answer is
favor
yes.
of
Yes.
jailing women with an IUD.
Yes.
Nice.
If you're
That's
really
a
gonna
really
give me
it's a
no
really good
nuance, then
worldview.
yes.
It's a really good worldview. Women who have birth control go to jail, but that's the Republican Party at the end of the day. No wonder you're voting for Donald Trump.
Unborn children.
No way.
You're
No
the one
wonder
who's
you're voting for
advocating
Donald
for
Trump.
the genocide of unborn Americans with a little smug smile on your face.
No
And
wonder you're
acting
voting
like
for
you
Donald
have the
Trump.
moral
No,
superiority.
you're literally advocating for
You have no
jailing
moral
women who have
superiority here.
contraception. Like it's like please don't play the moral high ground here of like, oh, you're this, you're that.
literally
You're advocating for
moral high
jailing
ground.
women who have birth control. Like you are the party of targeting women in every single aspect of their lives. It's so gross. And you come up here to try to be the moral high ground of, oh, you're going after little baby children. My God, I'm sure you're the same. You're
Maybe
voting for
if you
Donald
were
Trump,
guys
who doesn't
who
give a
tried to do
damn
good
about
things, you
gun
wouldn't
control,
have to
for
have
example,
such
which goes
difficult
after little
arguments.
baby children. You don't give a shit about those people.
I literally do. And maybe
Really?
if you guys were actually focusing on good things for people, things that you can be proud of, you wouldn't have such trouble with these arguments because you're having to like do mental gymnastics.
It's
because
not.
you know
It's testing
terrible.
logic.
like
It's part
the
of
Nazis.
debate.
Do you
It's
think
part of
that the
debate.
Nazis didn't have like a bunch of apologetics type guys like you on their
Jesus
team?
Christ. It's part of debate. You test logic. I don't know if you understand how to have a conversation with somebody, but you put your own logic in different scenarios to make sure that your logic is sound. And clearly, your logic has been sound so far, but your logic is so sound that you'd advocate for jailing women who have IUDs. Now,
Yes,
you're in
because
favor.
you put
Now
me
you're
in a
voting.
corner
You're voting
where
in
I'm
favor.
forced
You're voting
to
in
do
favor of
this
like.
with no fucking amount of subtlety, no amount of realizing that this is a complicated issue. That obviously, if the mother's life is in danger, obviously, if there's rape or something bad like that, that's a different scenario. But you won't give me that. You won't give me the nuance. Instead, you want to force me into a position
we
that
talked
is
about one
simile,
thing.
a
Can you stop
straw man of
crying?
what
Can
I
you stop
believe.
being a little child and stop crying? Like, oh my God, you won't do this, you won't do that. We talked
I'm
about one aspect
calling
of your
out the
logic,
bully
which you've
tactics that you're
now
employing.
conceded on, which is fine. Now let me ask you another question. Donald Trump, as part of his presidency, increased drone strikes, which in turn increased the death of innocent civilians, including children abroad. How do you
I'm
justify
caring
that
about
with your
unborn
pro-life
Americans,
belief?
dude. Unborn Americans number one.
Wait. Why do only unborn Americans matter? Why don't
Because
children
I'm
of all
American
races?
and it's America first, baby.
Wait, why don't children of all races and all backgrounds matter?
They do, but it's not my responsibility. I'm not.
So you're so you're willing
I'm
to vote for
American.
somebody. You only care about forcing American women to have children that they don't want to, but when it comes to bombing children
Obviously, I care about all
abroad, then
the
it's no
unborn
problem,
children.
right?
Obviously, I care about all the unborn children, but it's not my right to tell the French people what to do. Okay, but it is my right.
Wait,
to,
I'm not- you're
as
not
an American,
dictating-
to speak my voice.
You're not dictating abortion laws in France. That's not the question I asked. I'm talking about American-launched drone strikes. Trump increased drone strikes 450% in the Middle East, and it led to an increase of 330% of the deaths
support
of innocent
Israel.
civilians in
Don't talk to me
Afghanistan.
about the
So
Middle
I'm just curious,
You
how do you
literally
justify
support
that with
Israel.
your? How do you justify
You
that with
literally
your pro-life
support
beliefs?
Israel. I don't want
How
to
do
hear
you
your
justify that
opinions.
with your pro-life beliefs?
But they're not American, first of all.
So
I'm not here
what?
for American unborn kids first.
So what? So
Well,
wait, so only
because being
American
patriotic, so
unborn
we
kids matter. So
understand.
then your logic of life matters doesn't actually apply to everybody, right?
Well, considering we're talking about American politics, everything that we're talking about is in the scope of America. We're not talking about the international stage here. We're talking about American.
Foreign policy is part of this election, my man. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, but you're making comparisons on the value that I see of one unborn American versus a child in Palestine, right? And I'm saying
you
that
just
those
you
are
just don't.
apples
The
and
point
oranges.
is that so you just to be clear. So far, we've gotten to for you to admit that you want to jail women with IUDs, and now the children abroad, or maybe the unborn children abroad, their lives don't matter enough for you to be like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't vote for Donald Trump, who increased drone strikes 450% and a bunch of civilians died. It's like you're a complete hypocrite on this issue. You'd rather like force American women to have children that they don't want to than actually stand up for your belief. I would respect you far more if you're like, yeah, I am pro-life and I feel this way, but I'm not going to vote for somebody who kills children like Donald Trump does. But then you don't matter. Like, what about gun control? What's your view on that? Children, the main killer of children between 0 and 17 is guns and being shot. So how do you feel
we
about
still
that?
haven't even gotten into the meat of the abortion issue. You want to talk about it?
We're going to get there. Like, this conversation is not
Well,
time.
let's
We're
get
going
to the
there.
chase then, buddy boy. Let's talk about abortion.
Sorry, I
In
asked you a
the
question. Do you
most
mind answering
normal-
the question?
Okay,
Do you
what
mind answering the
question?
So guns are the leading cause of death for kids between the age of 1 and 17. What's your view on gun control?
So that's a statistic that I was not aware of. Can you give me a source?
Yeah, I can look it up for you. But can you like answer the question, or do you want to see the source first?
Dude, I've been told by other people that it'd be nice for someone else to give me a source for once.
I mean, okay, right. So I have a number of ones. I can give you John Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health, CNN, which I don't know if you want that, or USA Today. John Hopkins is guns remains leading cause of death for children and teens. CNN is children and teens are more likely to die by guns than anything else. And USA Today has a similar headline saying guns remain leading cause of death for children and teens in the U.S. Report says.
What's number 2? Car crashes?
I don't know what number 2 is. Probably something like car crashes or disease.
Yeah. So I think it fundamentally comes down to, I think that there needs to be better, stricter ways that a particular gun is tied to a particular person. Like, and we can talk about it, but if you actually are like what I think you are, you don't actually care about finding common ground. You just want to take away everybody's guns, right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Is that true or not?
Why would you say that I believe that?
Well, because most people that align with you politically think that.
I don't think anybody. Who are you talking?
Justin Trudeau. Kamala Harris.
I got a phone call. Sorry. Go ahead. Kamala Harris does not want to take everybody's guns away.
So, have you seen the clips where she's
I don't know where you got that from.
Taking away people's guns, or are you just gonna like deny reality?
You can go look up her policy position on her website right now.
She said both ways. She said, like on Oprah, she was like, if anyone breaks into my house, they're like, she said both ways, but like at the end of the day, she's just like a hand in glove for the people who have the money. So like at the end of the day, what? You don't think she represents corporate interests?
In the race between no.
You think Kamala Harris doesn't support Lockheed Martin, doesn't support Raytheon, doesn't support General Electric? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think that there's a way that we can hold companies accountable, but also work with private industry to create the best results. Like we do that all the time. I think that the way that the United States government works with like defense contractors and stuff like that, especially when it comes to giving weapons to Ukraine, is a really good thing. But no, Kamala Harris doesn't put the needs of those corporations above the American people. You know who does? Donald Trump. The guy you're voting for, by the way. The guy that gave a huge tax cuts to the wealthiest companies and wealthiest individuals in the United States, reduced the corporate tax rate, wants to give them another major tax cut, told the fossil fuel billionaires and executives that if they gave him $1 billion for his campaign, he would deregulate their industry and give them a tax cut and their families a tax cut. But yeah, no, it's Kamala Harris who, is beholden to the corporations, the same person who was part of the administration that capped insulin at $35 a month and beat private healthcare companies and things of that nature. But no, sure, it's Kamala Harris, right? That makes sense. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
so when they passed the largest investment in fighting climate change ever, the Biden administration, not even just in American history and world history, how is that being beholden to large corporations like Exxon and those big companies would not want that? They lobbied against that.
So you're telling me, if you're being honest, that Exxon, all the different oil companies haven't spent the last 15 years divesting and making their portfolios not just rely on oil, but also on green energy solutions? I think that if you're honest with yourself, you know that that's not the case. Also, every corporate entity has their LinkedIn profile picture change to support the Democrats. Like, they are the team. Like, your guys' team is the system, like the man. Like, you can't even go to like Target without seeing propaganda for your side. Can you imagine if there was right-wing propaganda in the Walmart?
What propaganda is in Target?
Oh, buddy.
No, I do not know. What propaganda is in Target?
See, and the fact that you can put this position and everyone, including you, knows exactly what you're talking about, and I'm not allowed to even say it. I'm not even allowed to say it.
What's in Target that's propaganda? What's in Target that's propaganda?
So you're trying to tell me that if you
Why are you scared?
Because you guys have such a grip on the entire social, like everything, where it's the default is to be Democrat. People don't think they're Democrat. You have to like actually go out far away to find anyone like who would make a sign that's not pro-Democrat stuff. Okay,
What?
the worldview that you guys are pushing?
What are you talking about? What's the
I can't
propaganda
even
in
get
Target?
Normal, like not skinny jeans at Target, dude. The whole country is like going to crap.
Sorry, did you just say that? Did you just say that skinny jeans are propaganda in favor of the Democratic Party? Is that what you? Are those the words that just came out of your mouth?
Okay, fine. Do you want me to actually get into it? There are literal pro-Satan shirts at Target. And I know that's hilarious that I would bring up, but it's like a little like Satan guy, and it's like Satan loves you. And it's like, that's the kind of crap that, like, that's the propaganda from your side. And like, you don't go into Walmart and get inundated with like Jesus stuff, but like, it's frustrating that you will literally sit here and act like you don't know what abortion is, that you don't know the moral decay that you're helping bring into our country. Like, there's people that say that you're paid off by the DNC. I tried to not believe that because like it seemed like a pretty genuine guy, but it's like our country is falling. And I'm not saying Donald Trump is great, but he's better. And like, you cared so much about policy when it was Joe Biden's turn, but now you don't really care about policy.
I still care about policy. I also just, I'm baffled that you're up here crying about skinny jeans in Target. You need to go to therapy. You are not the victim. Republicans are not the victim. Not everybody and every company is out to get you. Somebody selling skinny jeans in Target does nothing to you. It does not affect you. You are not the victim. I promise you, you are not the victim. Nobody's oppressing you. Nobody's oppressing you. Skinny jeans in Target do not oppress you. What the fuck are you talking about? That you go into Target and you see skinny. Are you offended by skinny jeans now? What the?
No, I'm offended by Satan shirts.
Where are the Satan shirts? What Satan shirts are you talking about?
And they discontinued them because people made a fit, and I shouldn't have brought it up because, yeah, that was a weak ontological point.
Please pull up a Satan shirt for us. You can screenshot it. I'll make you big screen. Go find a Satan shirt that was sold in Target. Oh my God, bro. Can't believe it, man. Still trying to find it, huh? You could just save yourself time and realize that it doesn't exist. This never happened. This was fake. Debunked a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm seeing the fact-checking posts, and I got triggered by that because it seems real because of all the other stuff that I've seen. And I am the first to admit that when I Googled that, I saw a fact check that says I was wrong. Okay. Good for you. But what I'm not wrong about is fundamentally how far we've gotten from like just truth. And I know I'm not helping by like spreading misinformation, I guess. At the end of the day, if you're trying to tell me that you'd be more surprised if you saw a Christian shirt at Target than a satanic shirt, I know that you both... I don't... Do you actually love America, Harry?
What the fuck are you talking about?
That was the first thing. God. Because like, I don't know if you're being intentionally obstinate to like the things I'm trying to talk about, or if
just to be clear here, you're talking about skinny jeans in Target. You are offended via your words by skinny jeans in Target, and then you spread misinformation about Target selling satanic shirts. And then you want to talk about, yeah, we're so far away from truth. You are literally the perpetrator of the falsehoods that have made America worse. You're part of that.
I already admitted that particular thing I was wrong.
Yeah, and that's great. I'm
I
glad
feel
you did
just,
that,
like,
but then
the
you're
minute
voting for the
you
pathological
diverted-
liar.
The minute that you diverted from abortion, I should have just shut up because like I wasn't prepared to talk about anything besides abortion. Because that's all I really care about in this election. Is because like that's the only thing that's truly matters. Like that's the only one that's like saving innocent people or like letting them die. Like there's two options there. Like this is the only issue that really matters.
Yeah, I don't think that abortion is the only issue that matters. I think there are people out there who are like starving right now. I think there are people out there without homes. I think there are veterans out there without homes. And according to you, those people don't matter. Whether you're whatever your views are.
I shouldn't have said that's the only issue that matters because there's lots of issues that matter. Okay, homelessness is a huge issue. No American left behind. I hear you. Like homelessness has gotten so much worse, but like to me, that's another reason to vote for Trump because it's like. Why? Because we're letting in a bunch more people who are gonna not like if you were a guy who was like homeless and like maybe the only job you could get is like at a fast food place that like I'm just saying that when you let in a lot more similarly skilled workers, it's going to make the homeless situation even worse. And like having a strong border would help the homeless situation.
Or we could just build more houses and accommodate
we should
folks.
do that too, and we should give people jobs like they had during the Great Depression, like all sorts of jobs, you know, that everybody could get a job. That would, and like they even did that in ancient Ireland. Like they just had walls called the like famine walls, and you just get paid to build the wall in the middle of Ireland, even though it wasn't useful. Like I hear you. There's a lot that needs to be done for like other things, but I just don't see how Kamala is going to do anything besides just let the corporate like oligarchs essentially just run shit.
So she wants to raise taxes on the wealthy. She wants to build 3 million houses and pass a strict immigration bill and cut taxes for the middle class so that working people have more opportunity in this country. And her entire phrase right now is opportunity economy. She also wants to make it so that the standard tax deduction for small businesses is $50,000, which is raised from $5,000 to kind of remove that financial barrier that people often have when they want to start a small business. Tell me how any of that is favoring the corporations. And then please explain to me how Donald Trump giving a massive tax cut to corporations again is not favoring the corporations.
So first of all, a massive tax cut favoring corporations obviously would favor the corporations. But if you don't think for a second for every single one of these like super idealistic things, that there is not going to be some amount of like, not just inflation, but just, yeah, I guess inflation that comes along with that. Like if we have everybody paying less taxes, I think that's a good thing, right? But if you make corporations pay way more tax, you make the middle class pay like slightly less tax, and then you have the like lowest class like not change at all, then you're gonna have way less money to run the country, and then eventually we're gonna raise taxes again.
But why do you think that? Because the corporate tax rate was 35% before Donald Trump, and there wasn't massive rates of inflation every year.
So I think a lot of it has, like, first of all, every single time that I think about why are we in this economic crisis, immediately I think about the pandemic and our response to the pandemic. But if we can't agree on that, then maybe we shouldn't talk about the economy. Can we agree on that? That it started getting bad at the COVID stuff?
Yeah, I mean, our economy crashed because of COVID.
Right. So at the end of the day, like the people who made the economy crash, like that's her. Like the vaccine that didn't work, like that was a lot of it Trump with Operation Warp Speed, but like that's also her. Like that was those guys pushing that. It was those guys that like destroyed our
What's your
entire
evidence that it didn't work?
Well, the vaccine didn't work.
What's your evidence of that?
Okay, so even the fact that I'm allowed to like dare say the vaccine didn't work 2 years ago, I wasn't even allowed to dare mention that the vaccine might not be working because you guys had such a grip on the zeitgeist and just like control over everyone. But the fact that you have no control and everybody knows that the vaccine didn't work.
Well, this is not answering my question. What's your evidence?
Okay. If you go to Google and you use the date filter to only search for articles up to a certain date, and then you just type in COVID on Google and change the dates or COVID vaccine, and then see how the news reporting changed across the vaccine when they first announced it, when they deployed it, their efficacy rate that they advertised, then eventually it going to, oh, you can still get COVID and still give people COVID, but your symptoms will be better. But you and I both know that vaccines work by stopping the spread.
So I just want to point out that your evidence for a vaccine, a particular vaccine not working, is Google searches. So we have like these comprehensive peer-reviewed studies done over years with huge sample sizes in different countries, where you have a placebo group, a vaccinated group, and things of that nature.
That was Trump's fault. You can't have a multi-year longitudinal study in 1 year. You can't make a baby with 9 women.
Since the vaccine has been developed, we've had studies on its efficacy, and in every country around the world, we find that it to be very effective at preventing death and hospitalization. At one point in the pandemic, the unvaccinated were dying at an 11 times higher rate than the vaccinated. We have all of this data, and yet people like yourself cite Google searches. You want to talk about misinformation in a country? Please look in the mirror. You're citing Google searches. We have scientific studies done by actual virologists and scientists. All of these studies are peer-reviewed, done by these huge health agencies.
You,
and you cite Google.
Let me give you an opportunity. Can I ask you questions and you actually answer me?
Sure. What's your question?
Okay. Did they or did they not originally say that if you took the vaccine, your chances of contracting the virus went down significantly, and thus your chance of spreading the virus went down significantly when they first came out with it? Be honest.
Yeah, it's still the truth that if you are vaccinated, you're less likely to get COVID.
See, that's what unfortunately they had to change, and that's precisely what I'm talking about. Is after the second iteration, like after they went through the booster shots and they realized that the second booster shots weren't working either, they actually had to admit, oh, it'll stop your symptoms. You won't have as high a chance.
That's the main goal of the vaccine. That's the main goal of a vaccine.
The main goal of the vaccine is to stop you from getting it. That's why.
No, the main goal of a vaccine is to stop you from dying.
Yeah. Okay. Well, see, we were both here when the vaccine was rolled out. We were both here when we saw them talk about it. And if you would have said, hey, everybody needs to take the vaccine so that their symptoms would be better, no one would take it. The only way that they were able to market it is because an actual vaccine would have worked and you would have had a way less chance of getting COVID. And then the spread would have stopped.
This is such nonsense. You just haven't read enough on this. Like you don't. I mean, you've never seen one of these studies that talk about how effective a vaccine is.
What's the difference between the absolute effective rate and the relative reduction rate?
You just have to look at these. You have to look at these peer-reviewed studies.
If you know
from
so
all
much
these
about
different
the
countries that have tested these vaccines. And by the way, all of these vaccines had billions of dollars in funding in them. Scientists all around the world studying these vaccines and getting them out to the public. And I just want to remind you, your source is Google. Do you let me put it this way? Do you have a scientific objection to the vaccines?
Yeah, they changed their story on the purpose.
All right, John, get the hell out of my live and don't come back. Oh my God, bro. Holly, thank you for the $5 on Cash App saying skinny jeans for president. Yeah, can we get a skinny jeans 2024? I mean, my God, apparently skinny jeans are now satanic and they're very offensive to Republicans. What? Tara, thank you for the $20 as well, saying, I don't know how you talk to these Republicans without banging your head off the wall. It's a feeling I have. Don't get it twisted. It's certainly something I think about doing often in these conversations. My God. Let's put in Ty. Let's give Ty a chance. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Try to get up to 200,000 likes. All that good stuff. All right, Ty, talk to me. Why are you MAGA? Maybe the Galaxy Brain.
Does Joe Biden sniff you?
No, Joe Biden just beats your guy by a lot.
Explain how, though.
Explain how he beats your guy by a lot. He wins votes.
All right, but it's not Joe Biden running. How does Kamala win the election over Trump, in your opinion? I'd like to hear your opinion on it.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
You're 25, and that's how you open the conversation?
Yes.
You're still stuck in high school, aren't you? A little bit?
No.
Did you like peak in high school or something?
No.
No? Are you sure?
No. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, are you okay? So what's your question?
What would you say that Kamala has over Trump?
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay.
What does she have over Donald Trump?
Yes.
She's moral. She's intelligent. She's educated. She's accomplished. Dedicated.
Okay. That's all I needed to hear.
Jeez, bro. Golly, God help you. God help this guy. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. 20 guy, he's 25. It's honest. It's always baffling to me. I hear these guys come up. I'm like, how old are you? And they're like, oh, like I'm 25, 26, 27. And they say something like that. Like, oh, did Biden sniff you? I mean, my God, dude. Like, y'all need to like grow up, right? Go find a hobby. Find a hobby, maybe something like that. You know, something to do. Let's bring up Anthony. Give him a shot. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. You know the drill. Anthony.
Hey, how's it going?
Are you
Can
driving?
you hear me all right? No, I'm not driving.
Are you sure?
How's it going?
It's good. How about you?
Oh, doing pretty good. So I had a quick question.
Yeah.
So you said,
wait, how old are you?
Prove me wrong. Harris is much better than Trump. And you said that she has accomplished a lot, and she is morally superior, I guess you would say. And I don't know. Can you refresh my memory on what you said?
Wait, how old are you?
Almost 40, my friend.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be like the previous guy.
Thank God. I said that she's morally. Are you sure you're not driving?
I'm positive. I'm a truck driver. I'm sitting in my truck, but I'm parked for the evening.
Gotcha. Yeah, I thought she's morally superior. She's accomplished, experienced, has better policy, things of that nature.
Has better policy. Can you describe her policies for me?
Yeah, I mean, do you have a specific area of policy or just generally?
Okay, well, let's start with the economy. What's her policy on the economy?
Yeah. So I think I was kind of talking about it a little bit earlier, but I think that her whole opportunity economy phrase that she's been using is great. And that includes things like wanting to reduce the standard deduction for small businesses increase from 5,000 to 50,000 to give more people opportunity to create small businesses. She also wants to cut taxes for the middle class and raise them for the wealthy and use that money that we generate from the wealthy revenue and then put that back into things like schools and infrastructure and continue to build upon that progress. She also wants to work with contractors to build 3 million new houses in her first 4 years of office, which of course has a lot of construction jobs to be made right there. And that also gives more access to housing for people who don't already have it and things of that nature. And she wants to continue to build on like really rapidly growing industries like the renewable energy industry. It's one of the fastest growing markets in the United States. We already have a huge investment going there with the Inflation Reduction Act that she was a tie-breaking vote on. And that continues to create really good, well-paying jobs. She wants to build upon that progress and stuff like that.
They do sound great. I'll give you that. I mean, they sound great. But can we actually break them down bit by bit and actually figure out what's going on?
Back up for the
so, no, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
No, I was thanking somebody for the
No big deal, man. I'm not here to. I'm here to have a good discussion. I'm not here to.
Yeah. For sure.
All right, so let's start with. You said opportunity economy. So you said that there will be a $50,000 tax deduction for small businesses that want to start. I mean, that on its face, that sounds really good. But let's say, okay, for instance, I'll give you an example of what I do. So I'm a truck driver, correct? I'm actually, I work for a gentleman who owns his own trucks. We're leased onto a company. It's a very, very big company where you can kind of be an owner-operator, but you still run under the authority of this large company, right? So let's say $50,000 to start a business. That's kind of what you're saying, right? But it's a tax deduction. So the average cost of a brand new semi truck, take for instance the one that I drive, is about $180,000. Right? That's $180,000 initial investment. Right now you can finance that, or you can go through the bank and do all kinds of things. You can do a loan, you can do a line of credit, you can do all kinds of things, especially if you've got the backing of the guy you work for and he doesn't mind showing his books and letting the bank know exactly what the truck has the potential to make, you could do that. So $50,000 would help, right? But essentially, you would have to. So if I buy my own truck, and I put up a line of credit of $180,000, I buy it with cash. I don't even have to worry about making payments right off because line of credits work a different way. It's not like a loan. So basically, I would apply for that $50,000 tax credit, and that $50,000 tax credit would come from other taxpayers, and I would get that line of credit back, right? Essentially, that's kind of how it would work if I did my taxes. But I could actually write off everything pretty much when it comes to the truck. I can write off. Even now as a company driver, I can write off all my food. I can write off the mileage that I do. I can write off anything I use for the truck, including clothing and pretty much everything else. It's all itemized. So I can pretty much write off everything. So you're saying that if I were to start my own company under Harris, I would get an extra $50,000 on top of all my other write-offs.
Well, that's for small businesses only. It's not for any business and every business. So if you have a small business,
this is intended. Business. I'd be one employee. It'd be my.
This is intended more so for like, and yeah, maybe like a trucking company. And there's its own tax benefits that come with a trucking company. But like for small mom and pop shops that like you have on your local Ave in your area, it's more intended for like businesses like that. And yeah, there's obviously tax write-offs.
It's more intended. So essentially, if you wanted to start your own mom and pop grocery store, right? Which good luck competing in this market with the 1 to 3% margin that you have at grocery stores, right? They don't operate on a very large profit margin. Not really. I mean, that's companies like Walmart, Kroger, Costco. On an extremely small margin. So that's companies like Walmart, Kroger, Costco, stuff like that. They operate on an extremely small margin. So the reason why you see the prices the way they are, of course, we do have things like inflation, and inflation has gotten away from us mainly because Trump and Biden both printed a shit ton of money and really devalued our spending or our dollar value. That is at the key core. That is what happened. That is why we have inflation the way we do. It's both Trump and Biden. They both dropped the ball. Trump didn't understand the economy as well as he should have, and Biden just continued it because, I mean, essentially that's the goal, right? But anyways, so I'm an independent. I'm not a.
Who are you voting for?
I'm not a left or right. Well, I was going to vote for RFK, but now I don't know. So I'm actually contemplating it. I mean, my wife is voting for Kamala, but
what's Katie voting in?
Like, you don't want to know because it's going to be red anyways.
Okay. If it's, I thought it was a swing state, maybe then.
No, I'm not going to be in a swing state. If I were going to be in a swing state, I like the chance for competition, so I'd probably just vote against my wife, but not because I don't love her, just because I like competition. But no, honestly, to be fair, I did vote for Trump in 2016, and not because I did a lot of reading and listen to his points and I really did a deep dive in the Clintons because I'm not a big fan of the Clintons to begin with. I don't know why you would be, but yeah, so I couldn't vote for Hillary, not because she's a woman, because I voted for Joe Jorgensen in 2020. So I'm not opposed to voting for a woman, but at the same time, it's like I'm really trying to figure out what's going on with this with Miss Harris here, and I know I don't like Tim Walz, and I can point out a lot of reasons why, but you said a $50,000 tax credit for small businesses. So if a grocer wants to, a mom and pop wants to start a convenience store, you know how much capital it takes to start a convenience store?
Yeah, certain businesses take a lot of initial investment to create, no doubt.
A lot of initial investment. So what average person out here, when 60% of the population is living paycheck to paycheck, is going to be able to afford to start a small business?
That's the goal. So we cut taxes for middle class as well.
Right, but you're cutting
reduce
taxes,
that burden and give them that.
Start it. That does not help them
but
start.
It gives them. Would you not agree that cutting taxes gives them more expendable income and maybe more income to invest in things like a small?
That's not how it works. Cutting taxes. And you're not cutting taxes. You're giving a tax. You're giving a tax credit. It's not cutting taxes.
No, wait. There's a tax. She wants to do the tax write-off or expanding the standard deduction for businesses from 5,000 to 50,000. She wants to do that and cut taxes for the middle class. Those are two separate policies that she wants to do
Okay, so
in tandem.
by what percentage and what? How is she going to cut
That's going to have to
taxes?
be ironed out by Congress. We don't have percentages yet, because she's not elected yet. We have to be ironed out by Congress because that has to go
Well, she
through
is in
Congress.
office right now, so I don't understand why she can't do any of this.
But we're also in the
she's the
middle of an
deciding
election
vote
season.
on. Well,
We
right,
all know
but
that
I mean,
policy doesn't get passed. And, I mean, the Democrats tried to get immigration reform passed in 2023, and Republicans wouldn't do it because it was going to help their election, help the Biden
is that what
election
you really
chances at the
believe,
time.
or have you read the inflation or the infrastructure bill that came through? Did you read it?
It's not the infrastructure bill. It's an immigration bill.
Oh, the immigration. Oh, okay. Did you read that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me more about the immigration bill. What do you know about it?
So it did the major top lines of what it did were things like investing more in Border Patrol, like around $14 billion. It also invested in technology at the border, specifically in ports of entry, to scan for drugs coming through, because the majority of drugs that come through to the country don't come through undocumented migrants smuggling it through. It comes through legal ports of entry, and actually native-born American citizens driving it through. So increasing the technology, making the technology better to scan for those drugs. Also investing in immigration courts, expanding them. We want to get the time that it takes to get to asylum cases from around 5 to 7 years, which is what it is right now, because there's this huge backlog of cases, to under 6 months. That investment in the immigration courts and expanding them would do just that. It also gave the president the ability to shut down the border, and also gave the Border Patrol the ability to shut down the border if it was being overwhelmed and it hit a certain cap. And it rewrote the asylum law.
What was that cap? Do you remember?
I think it was 5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 a day.
Yeah. So right now there's no cap.
That's not a cap.
That's a cap. Right now there's no cap.
That's not even
so,
a cap, man. That's 5,000. That's 5,000 a day.
But then the border gets
What's 5 times 365?
But then
what's 5 times 365? That's like what 1.5
you're
million.
thinking about this the wrong way, because it's not 5,000
No, I'm
times
not.
365.
That's still that's
Can I
like,
finish for a
that's
second?
like-
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish?
Okay,
It's not
I'm sorry. Go
5,000
ahead.
times 365. It's 5,000, and then the border can be shut down. It's a rolling average. So if it's
So it'd
5,000
be like
a day,
in one day.
yeah. But then the border gets to be shut down. Right, so then the president has more authority to shut down the border than they would right now. And by the way, there's no cap right now. So theoretically, it could be 40,000 a day, and there's no law that could stop that from being the case. But if there's a cap, then there's a law that can actually be invoked by the president or Border Patrol, and then that would be the case, that there's actually a cap. And a cap. And are common sense reforms, things that your average American would most likely agree with, and Republicans killed the bill.
Interesting. So there wasn't anything else like, funding the Ukraine war or anything like that, or any type of money over to other countries or anything. There was none of that.
So
that wasn't
there
the
was,
main reason why.
There was a bill at one point where the Ukraine funding and foreign aid funding and the immigration portion were tied together. But then there was debate over whether that should be the case. So they actually separated them. Then there was only the immigration, only the Ukraine funding, et cetera. And then they passed the Ukraine funding. The Republicans overwhelmingly voted for it. Democrats overwhelmingly voted for it. And now the immigration portion is still sitting stagnant. So clearly the Ukraine funding was not the problem, given the fact that Republicans passed that part.
You're a little bit better versed on that one than I am. So,
well, I'm just,
I was under the impression that that's why. I mean, I make mistakes, man. So,
no, I get it. It's fine. But I'm just saying,
this is why we're having a discussion.
No, totally. But like you're saying, why can't Kamala Harris do this right now? Because Republicans will not do anything with the Biden administration right now in terms of major policy.
Right, but okay. Well, let's get away from that then. So if she can't do anything about it right now, right? So we look at let's look at and I know Biden's not running, but let's look at this past administration from start to finish.
Yeah.
Okay, so even like I said, I didn't vote for Trump in 2020, right? I'm on the fence. I'm trying to figure it out. So I didn't vote for Trump in 2020. I voted for Jo Jorgensen because I thought that her values were pretty much lined up with mine. Not on everything, because nobody's perfect. I'm not going to agree with anybody on everything. That's just not how it works. So, I voted for Jo Jorgensen, which I thought her and Spike were a great combo. Spike's hilarious. I don't know if you follow him on his social medias, but you should, because he's hilarious. So but anyways, chat out this mic going. But so, shit, I lost my train of thought. What were we talking? Okay, so Kamala Harris, you know, you had Biden coming in, and I could kind of see his cognitive decline because Alzheimer's and dementia runs in my family. I've seen it firsthand, close up. Okay. I've seen it firsthand, close up. I know what dementia looks like. I know what cognitive decline looks like. I've seen it. So I knew that Biden wasn't all there when he ran in 2020, and it just got progressively worse. And you can't deny that. You cannot deny that he has gotten progressively worse in the demanding job that the president has.
Yes, I can.
So, really, you can deny that.
Yes, I can.
Have you listened? Did you see the cabinet meeting that he just had, the first one in like over a year? I mean, he spoke the way he spoke, the way he slurs his words, the way he can't focus, and the way he immediately pivoted to Jill, which I don't understand that at all.
He was talking about an initiative that she's been working on. Yeah, there's no cognitive decline there. He's
really,
yeah, he's fit to serve.
So you're denying. See, we can't have an honest conversation then, because you're completely
totally agree.
denying.
If you can't be honest about Joe Biden and you're like basing it off of selective clips, then there's no point in having an honest conversation.
It's not selective clips, man. It's
selective clips.
It's consecutive.
By the way, I've met the man.
Consecutive. He can't even remember who he's bringing on next. He doesn't even remember his prime minister.
I've met the man. I've stood like this close to him. And
okay, so you met him on a good day.
Oh, so now it's a good days and this and that.
Yeah,
no.
That exists, man. Have you ever?
I'm aware when it comes to stuff
family,
like that, but apparently every day is a good day for Joe Biden. Then, because if you actually listen to him speak and you look at how he engages in government, he's pretty great. And
okay, so look at him
for this.
Look at him from 10 years ago to today. Is it the exact same?
You're right. People age. You look at you 10 years ago. You look different. You probably speak different.
So. Exact same.
You're right. People age. You look at you 10 years ago. You look different. You probably speak different.
So look at that man. So look at that man and tell me.
They found no evidence of any mental disorder, no Parkinson's, no nothing. And this report, you can find on
why did they not let him run in for this election? Why did they make him step down?
He chose not to.
He just went on The View and he said, I didn't agree with what they were saying, but I stepped aside because they wanted me to. Basically, to paraphrase, that's exactly what he said. Yes.
I disagreed with the notion that there was a huge swath of people. Wait, let's be clear about what he said. He said, I disagree with the notion that there's a huge swath of people that didn't want me to run. I disagree with that. However, I chose to step aside to pass the torch to the younger generation. That's what he said on The View. He didn't say because they made me.
Okay. Whatever. Like you.
If Joe Biden,
I have personally lived through witnessing someone go. Oh, it doesn't. My personal experience doesn't matter. It's not valid.
Your personal experience is.
Okay.
I'm so sorry that you've
people.
I'm sorry that you've experienced people with dementia or something in your life that's terrible. Like genuinely, that's very sad. I'm sorry you've had to experience that. That's awful.
Well, it's funny because it lines up exactly with what I see with our president right now.
It does not make you qualified to diagnose somebody with a mental disorder.
Okay. All right, man. Well, how old are you?
I'm 21.
You're 21.
Yeah.
You're 21. Are you still in college?
I am.
Yeah. What are you studying?
Politics and law.
Politics and law. So I'm going to follow you for a while there, Harry, because I want to watch and see where you go.
Okay. Sounds good.
Because it doesn't seem to me. No, hold on. Let me say my parting. I'm not upset with you. I just, a little bit about my background. I served in the United States Navy.
Amazing.
I was a submariner. Yeah, that's fine. I did not get to go to college. I was a United States submariner. I have some of my own issues when it comes to serving in the military. I have some questions and some things that I didn't do correctly, but sure. I own up to those things. So, anyways, okay, so you do this for a living, right? This is something that you do. You make money off of this, correct?
Yeah. I mean, sure, yeah.
No, I mean, you do, right? I mean,
Yeah. I make money.
you make a pretty good living, right? I mean, you wouldn't be doing it if you didn't make a good living and you weren't studying it.
I didn't make money off this for 2 years. I've been doing it for 4, so it's not really about the money.
Right, but you're making money now. I mean, you stick with something long enough, you make money off of it, right? I mean, hell, when I started driving a truck, I was only making $45,000 to $50,000 a year, and now I'm in, 6 figures. So, well above 6 figures, at least baseline. So, I mean, you make money, right? That's something you do. You stick with it, you make money. So when you get to that threshold where you have to pay 50% of your income in taxes, you'll probably leave the Democratic Party. You're young people, or I was a Democrat when I was a liberal, I'd say, when I was younger. Not so much anymore, man. I got to pay taxes. I got to pay a lot of taxes, and I don't like it. Even though I itemize everything, I still got to pay a crap ton of taxes. So you'll figure it out one day, man. And I wish you good luck, but I don't think, I don't know. We'll see. You might be an exception, but you have a good day, man. It was nice talking to you. I hope you take care. And I'll do some more research on what you were saying, man.
Sounds good, man. All right, have a good one. I appreciate it.
See you again.
Yes, sir.
You take care.
Julie, thank you for the $5 for my cat's alive. I live in Ohio and wear skinny jeans. Well, apparently you're a satanic now, I guess, according to the two guests ago. Katrina, thank you for the $5. As a millennial, I love skinny jeans. Some people, apparently it's offensive, I guess. Lee, thank you for the $20 saying you deserve. Lee, thank you for the $20 saying you deserve $1 million, but I'm not a millionaire. Lee, you just being here is enough for me. I appreciate you. Nicole, thank you for the $10 saying keep doing what you're doing. Sent you a message on TikTok. I will try to look at it. I get a lot of DMs of people saying very not nice things to me on TikTok, so it kind of gets lost in the sauce, you might say. Thank you, Jacqueline, for the $5 saying you're so smart and you also have pretty eyes. Thank you. They're green. Yeah, they're green. Thanks for all that you do. I appreciate that, Jacqueline. That's very kind. That's very kind. Thank you so much. All right, if you're Mac, by the way, I don't agree with his analysis that you make money, you leave the Democratic Party. That's ridiculous. There's a lot of people even in this chat who probably make decent money and they're in the Democratic Party, right? It's not just a weird claim to make. But Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 300,000 likes. And all right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat, and I'll bring you up, and we'll talk. Let's see what Jay has to say. Let me join a MAGA. Let's give Jay a chance. Is he coming? Hey, there he comes. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. God, Jay, hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
24. How you doing?
I'm good. Why you MAGA, bro?
So I'm kind of, not super educated on all this stuff. This is gonna be my first time voting. Don't know where I'm going to be voting or who I'm going to be voting for yet, but kind of just want to see your current thoughts of what Kamala has done, if I said it right, for the last 4 years and what's going to change for the next 4 years economically.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm planning on it.
So why are you planning on voting for Trump?
Economically, when he was the president, it seemed everything was a little better. Seemed like I was making more money, making less money now. Father's making less money, just across the board from a lot of people I've heard from, just making less money now, opposed to 4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Why do you think you were making more money then and less now?
Just seemed like the economy was overall better. Like I said, I'm not super educated on all this stuff, and I'm just trying to figure out.
Sure. Would you be surprised if I told you that Donald Trump did nothing to help the economy? He didn't make the economy better, and then you giving him credit for the better economy is unjustified?
So what did, Biden do, and what will Kamala be doing?
Yeah, so the president has legitimately very little control over the economy. The economy is more so controlled by the Federal Reserve. But in terms of what Biden has done for the economy, he's done some really great things with some really crucial investments, like the infrastructure bill he passed, the largest investment in infrastructure since Eisenhower's highway system. So a long time ago, We haven't really focused on infrastructure much in this generation, this decade, but Biden made sure to do it. And now we're investing in roads and bridges, removing every single lead pipe in America so everybody has clean drinking water, building renewable energy chargers for cars, weatherizing our electrical grids, things of that nature, right? And these not only help the community around us, but they also help the economy. A lot of these are good paying blue collar jobs, people in construction and things of that nature. Help a lot of these folks get to work. And we have 60,000 active projects all over the country in infrastructure. And that's like a huge investment. But there's also a manufacturing boom under President Biden because of investments we made in tech, specifically chips. So Biden passed the Chips and Science Act. So these like chips we have in our phones that run our phones, our computers, our dishwashers, our printers, whatever. Normally we import those chips from Asia, China specifically. Now we're making them here in the United States and creating jobs through that as well. There's a number of things I can continue, but those are a number of things of how Biden's like investing in the middle class directly and giving the middle class more opportunity to get good paying jobs.
Okay. And what do you consider as middle class? Like, I just need an income range.
I don't know. I mean, I think it depends on where you live.
And let's just do, I mean, it's kind of average around all the states. So what would you consider middle class is what I want to know.
I'd say like, if we're factoring all the states, I'd probably say like $50,000 to $100,000 is middle class.
Okay. So you would consider, I can disagree with that. Do you think middle class would be 50 to 100 grand? Is that for a whole family, or is that just for a single person?
Well, I'm just saying for like a single person. I'd say for like a whole family, it depends on how many people you have in your family, but like maybe like if you have a four person family, something like 120, 130. I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing right now. I think again, I think 130,000 is like nothing compared to living in like Kansas, right?
Yeah, no, I'm in Pennsylvania, so I'm just trying to see, because I'm not struggling by any means, but just trying to, I don't really care who becomes a president. The only thing I care about is economics and surviving day to day. That's what I'm worried about the most. What is Kamala going to do if she becomes the next president for us middle class at that point?
So as I just mentioned, a lot of the things that Biden has done, she wants to expand upon that progress. She wants to keep investing in infrastructure, keep investing in manufacturing, bringing a lot of these jobs back here to the United States. But she also wants to continue investing in renewable energy, which is a huge sector in the United States. It's growing rapidly and produces a lot of good paying jobs. And she wants to like give the middle class a tax cut and raise taxes on the wealthy. If you make below $400,000 a year, which is either you independently as single or husband, wife, making like $200,000 a year each, then you will not have your taxes raised under a Kamala Harris administration. But if you're super wealthy, you have like $100 million net worth or more, you're going to get a tax raise and things like that. As we talked about earlier, maybe you heard this or not, she wants to raise the tax deduction for small businesses from $5,000 to $50,000 to allow more people to create small businesses, with the goal of creating 25 million small businesses in her first 4 years in office, or at least 25 million applications for small businesses, things like that.
So, all right, and then this is crazy to say. Now what? Because now doesn't it trickle down from the top? Now I feel like a big part. I mean, I'm going to have a lot of people saying a lot of shit about this in the chat. I really don't care. A big part of me feels like when the rich and the wealthy are doing better, the middle class does do better as well. I feel like right now, the wealthier... I disagree with you, because I feel like right now, the higher ups, the wealthier people are struggling to keep making the same paychecks they've been making the last 6 years. And that's why we are struggling so much.
No, it's the complete opposite. When the middle class does well, everybody does well. It's the complete opposite. It's not when the wealthy does well, the middle class does well at all. There are plenty of countries around the world where there are super, super wealthy people, and then everybody else is really poor. You can look at China, for example, where the wealth gap is still massive. You can look at India, for example, which the caste system is outlawed, but not really outlawed. And you have like these huge, beautiful buildings in one part of the city and then slums in the other where everybody's poor. So no, I mean, there's plenty of, and even in the United States, we have like Elon Musk, who's super rich. Thank you for the blue mix. Super rich, could buy like 20 million, beach houses. And then you have people with homeless veterans, people on the street, right? So, the wealthy doing well means nothing, and it never trickles down. It never trickles down to middle class. So what we need to do is protect middle class workers and invest in the middle class, give them an opportunity to succeed, and a lot of people do well.
Okay. And how do we know that this is going to happen? Because it seems like nothing's been getting better.
I'd say a lot of things have gotten better since COVID, right? We have more jobs now than we did even pre-COVID. GDP is soaring. Inflation is now below 3% and has been for a couple of months now. It's now 2.5%. Wages have been going up for quite some time. A lot of these are really, really great.
Okay. I mean,
so don't vote for Trump, by the way, because he lies about all of this stuff. He just lies about it.
I haven't seen it. I mean, I haven't heard it. I heard from a lot of people that I've known or know now that that it hasn't gotten better. It's been getting worse. Just friends, family. So I don't know where you're seeing these people that are doing better or making more money. Do you have a job where you work outside of this and you're actually in like the job force, or are you just kind of?
So I don't think the claim is that there's not more work to be done, right? I think there's absolutely more things to get done, more work to be done, and more progress to be made. I'm not saying that the economy is perfect. I'm not saying that there doesn't need more investment in the economy. But the point is that where we are now compared to where we were when Biden entered office is radically different. We are significantly better off now than when Biden entered office. Remember, when Biden entered office, nobody was working. Unemployment was still really high. Nobody was going to school. Nobody had the vaccine. Society was still shut down practically. Now we have this booming economy, the strongest economy in the world by every single metric. And that's progress. And think about if we were able to accomplish that in 3.5 years because of the Biden administration, because of investment that they've made, along with work that's been done by the Fed, then think about where we're going to be in 4 years. So things you might be like, things kind of like still aren't great for me. I still don't feel like I'm as well off as I was before the pandemic. Just imagine where we might be in 4 years. And I can guarantee that if Donald Trump wins, the economy is not going to get better because of him, right? He's not going to lower costs. He's not going to make your gas cheaper. He's not going to make your grocery prices cheaper. He's saying these things to appeal to you and lie to you and get your vote, but it's not actually going to happen.
Is she going to do that though? Because maybe both of them are claiming that they're going to do that. From what I'm seeing on these commercials.
Well, I think that Kamala Harris will make the proper investments in the economy that Donald Trump refuses to do. Like Donald Trump is more focused on giving the wealthy a tax cut, whereas Kamala Harris is more interested in making it actually work for more people. I mean, look, the entire reason that Donald Trump is running for president is to keep himself out of prison. And I don't think that's a good reason to vote for somebody.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have much else to say. I don't really care about anything besides the economy. I mean, because whatever else is involved in it doesn't pay my bills at the end of the month. So,
well, I can tell you that Donald Trump's not going to make your life any better no matter what he says. Don't fall for false prophet, all right?
All right, man. You have a good night.
All right, man. Thanks. You too. Hey, man. Neombia, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. It looks like a great name. Neombia, I'm going to hope I am. Thank you for the $5 saying, I know this must get tiring, but keep being you. It definitely does get tiring. I mean, my God, some of these folks are just tiring. It's a good way to describe it. But the fact that you're all here supporting makes it all better. Serena, thank you for the $10 saying therapy session the truck driver apparently needed to replenish the air he sucked out of the live. Well, thank you for the Thank you for the $10, Serena. I appreciate you. And Sharon, thank you for the $50 on Venmo saying education. Sharon, I appreciate you so much. That's incredibly kind. Yo, throw some W's in the chat for Sharon. $50 is incredibly generous. She's always here supporting the live as well. What an amazing person. Truly fantastic. SF, thank you for the $5. All that yapping from the guests for what? Again, you said it, not me. $4 from Justin. That Gen X for Kamala, 45-year-old liberal truck driver. Oh, we love it. Amazing. Matthew, thank you for the $100 saying, I'm your biggest fan. I love you and hope for Kiss. Again, Matthew, I'm a straight white dude. I'm as generic as they come, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you for the $100. Throw some W's for Matthew in the chat. That's incredibly generous. $100 from Matthew. Throw some W's in the chat for Matthew. What a guy. What a guy. Very kind. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. W Matthew, W Sharon, W everybody. I appreciate you. I'm actually like really a fan of that girl's name that I couldn't pronounce. Neombia? I really hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's like, it's visually like nice. Just looks nice. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Oh, here comes that person I invited. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Why are you MAGA?
How's it going?
It's good. How about you?
Going well.
So why are you MAGA?
I am a Mexican. My dad came here when he was 16 years old. He worked really hard to get documentation. I think it's not fair for people to come here to get, documentation like it's nothing. Like he actually had to go through a process, and it's hard.
So don't you think we should make the process easier?
People need to pay. You know what I mean? Like my dad paid. He's not getting a refund. Like
Yeah, but-
what is the reason why they should be getting a free handout? That's pretty much a
Handout? What are you talking about?
Yeah. That's pretty much getting a free handout if you want them to come here for free. And I feel like people need to work hard for, what they want.
But why would you?
My dad is a Mexican. I'm a Mexican. Like if a Mexican is saying that Kamala Harris is a fucking socialist and she is not doing a good job at the moment, I think that's pretty you know what? Let me tell you this. I actually got called idiot by a blonde-haired, blue-eyed person, and she's a Democrat. And I'm like, dude, you know how much harder I had to work to get to where I'm at? And you would never get it because you're white, but you're a white Democrat, which is even worse. Honestly,
What the fuck are you talking
feel
about?
like growing up, my life was hard. My life was really hard.
I can imagine.
And
so.
you can't put yourself in my shoes because you're not brown or anything. I'm just saying, like, my dad had to work so much harder than other people, and now they're bringing all these Haitians and all these fucking Venezuelans here. I'm sorry for cursing, but I'm very upset about what's happening.
I understand, but what
the
about
United
a
States.
Mexican Democrat who says the exact opposite as you? Is their voice not valid?
I think they're just probably not legal here. I'm legal here. I was born here. I'm sorry.
What?
They probably can't even vote. But if you guys are going to be corrupt and allow people that are not legal here to vote, because it can happen.
Are you being racist against Mexicans, saying like if a Mexican is a Democrat, then they're probably not here legally? That's racist.
They're
That's
trying.
it's playing into a stereotype.
Donald Trump is not even racist, dude.
You are being racist against other Mexicans.
I am not. I am a Mexican, and I'm proud of being Mexican.
That's great. But you are saying that if you're a Mexican and you're a Democrat, you're probably not here legally. That's racist.
People that came here illegally and they didn't have to work as hard as my father did.
I don't know why you keep bringing this back to your father.
That makes me very upset, dude. Because honestly, my dad.
All right, I understand about your dad.
He paid for all the stuff. He paid for his legal citizenship, and it's just not fair, and it's not right.
Okay, I understand that
why are you getting a little hyped up over here? Because I'm kind of saying the truth.
You keep saying like you keep bringing it back to your father, and that's great. Like I'm glad your father was able to work hard and like create a life for himself in the United States. That's awesome. That's like what we want, right? But your father struggling doesn't mean that other people should struggle.
I struggle too, dude. I don't know what you're saying.
You
as a Mexican American, I'm a Mexican American, and I'm arguing here with you, saying that Kamala Harris is not worth.
You're not even responding. Honestly, Tara, thank you for muting her. I appreciate that. I'm normally against mods muting people, but that was a good one. That was a good call, Tara. I appreciate that. You're not even responding to my argument. You're saying your father struggled and you struggled to create a life here in the United States, and the fact that you worked through it is great. But just because you struggled doesn't mean that other people should. And it doesn't mean that other people should have a really difficult time getting into the United States to have opportunity that maybe they don't have right now. Nobody's saying that we shouldn't have a strong border, and nobody's saying that immigration reform is not needed, because it is needed. But it doesn't mean that it should be impossible to get into the country. Legal immigration is good. Now you have to figure out how to unmute herself. Let's see if it happens. By the way, there's plenty of people in the chat who are saying that they are Mexican as well, and they disagree with you. Apparently, you don't like those people. You gotta click your face and press the unmute button. You gotta unmute yourself.
Okay, are you gonna like mute me because I'm getting making you get upset and I'm actually
I didn't actually mute. Can you swipe up out of the app? The echo goes away. Oh my God! Are you just inept? Can you not? Sorry, that was mean. Can you swipe up out of the app? Swipe up, and the echo will go away.
I'm not doing anything. I feel like that's you doing that.
No, if the echo, you swipe up out of the app, the echo will go away. Oh my God! Oh my God! Swipe up out of the app, like leave TikTok and then come back for a second. Like literally 1 second. Swipe up and then come back. What? Okay, thank you. There you go. Okay, good. Now come back. Okay, great. Now it should be gone. We'll see. There we go.
I don't know what happened there. I didn't do anything. I am like, okay, like someone cut me off, but I'm just saying, Harry, I'm just trying to tell you what is really happening. And I honestly
Can you respond to my argument, please? I
Yeah,
said
I
to you
can.
that you struggling and your father struggling doesn't mean that other people should struggle. Why do you keep saying, well, if my father had it this way and I had it this way, then other people shouldn't be able to have an easier time getting into the country and creating their own life and creating their own
No.
American dream? Why?
I want you to listen, and I don't want you to interrupt me though, because you did interrupt me, and I was trying to explain it. You were speaking over me. I'm not saying that I want it to be hard for people to come here, and it's actually really sad that a blonde-haired, blue-eyed person that is a Democrat has told me that I am ignorant and I am not smart enough. I think that's pretty fucking low. I mean, I'm trying to be nice. I've always been like a pushover in my life. And honestly, like, I don't think it's like okay for people to be suffering. I really understand. I get it. But it's not okay to have people that didn't even try to apply or go through the process to get this for free. Like, it's just not okay. And I mean, I am brown. I'm very proud to be Mexican, honestly. I'm a Oaxacan Mexican. And if you interrupt me, it's because there's something like bothering you. And I get it. Some people don't like to hear the truth, but growing up for me, my life wasn't easy either. Like, as a Mexican, you're never going to be white enough for white people, right? But in the polls, like, honestly, like, I feel like it's not okay that my dad gets punched in the face because some people got let in here for free and they didn't have to go through the process like my father did. I'm just saying there is a border at the Vatican for a reason too. I mean, is it not true that there is a border at the Vatican? Like, I'm just saying, like, if you went to like Pakistan, do you think they'll welcome you in with like hugs and, oh, you're American, welcome to Pakistan? No, well, the first thing they're gonna freaking do is probably tell you, get the fuck out of my land. Like, every country has a border for a reason. Every country has a border for a reason. And it's just sad that some people don't understand that's the reason why there are borders. Or why would you think Mexico has a border? When I go down to Mexico, they ask for my U.S. passport
How are you
too.
still going? How are you still talking? I don't understand. You're not even. What are you arguing right now? You're not actually arguing for a policy position. If you're saying like, yeah, I want the border to be more secure, then you'd be voting for Kamala Harris, who put forward an immigration bill along with Joe Biden.
You didn't want the borders to be secure.
I just let you speak. I just let you speak. She and Joe Biden put forward a bipartisan immigration bill that Republicans and Democrats wrote, and Donald Trump killed the bill. Donald Trump brags about killing that bill. It would have made it harder for people to come in when it doesn't apply to them, and would have given out more work permits and green cards and visas for people who apply and go through the process, and it would have reduced the time that it takes for people to do those things. This sounds like it's a pretty good deal, no?
There is a border for a reason, Harry.
That's not. I know that there's a border for the reason. Can you respond to the policy I just put forward? Like, if you're saying you want a stronger border so people can't just walk in here, so does Kamala Harris. So then why would you be voting for Donald Trump, who killed the bill that I just described to you?
Kamala Harris is the person that's supposed to be taking care of the border right now. Is she not?
No, he's a vice president of the United States. She doesn't have authority over the border. And the Democrats tried to fix the border, tried to pass immigration reform. The Democrats, her and Joe Biden, the Democrats, I'm going to say it 3 times, the Democrats tried to solve the border, the problem that you're upset about right now, and Republicans blocked the reform. The Republicans blocked the reform that Democrats are trying to put forward. I'm trying to put this as simple as possible. So if that's the case, and these Republicans are blocking the reform that these Democrats are trying to put forward to solve the issue that you care about, then why would you vote for the Republicans who are blocking the issue that the Democrats tried to solve?
Republicans made the wall. I mean, Trump literally paid for a wall. I'm sorry, but he was the one with the idea, not Kamala Harris.
There's a
She's
wall-
just kind
there's
of
already a wall
copying
at the
what he's
border.
saying, and that's it. Like
There was already a wall
I
at the border.
honestly feel bad for you because
You're not even responding to what I just said. I just asked you, why would you vote for Republicans when they're blocking the reform?
they're not blocking anything.
They
I
are.
mean, right now at the moment, I honestly, okay, like, let me be honest with you. I don't know what's happening at the office in the moment, but Donald Trump says he wants to keep our borders secure, and he will
Donald Trump
keep.
says a lot of things.
Oh my goodness. So does Kamala.
Kamala actually makes good on her promises. Donald Trump doesn't.
No, he has done pretty good. I mean, like, our inflation
Really?
was lower back then too.
Really?
I mean,
So where is Mexico paying for the wall? Where did that happen? Where was that infrastructure bill? Where was that new healthcare plan? Because none of that happened. He said he was going to do all of that during his presidency. Not a single one of those happened. He only built 50 miles of new wall. 50, 50, not 500, not 5,000, 50.
well, even if Mexico didn't pay for the wall, he was still building it, and we were protected. Now we're
We were
letting
not
all
protected.
these
He
people
built
coming
50
from
new
Africa,
miles.
Haiti, or whatever the heck, wherever they're coming from. Probably terrorists are coming into the country too
Do you-
because of
do you
Kamala
have-
Harris is not doing her job as a border. You know,
fuck are you
like she
talking
was
about?
supposed to take care of the border.
The
And
vice
she-
president doesn't have power to take care of the border. There's
Okay,
no
what was her
constitutional
position
authority.
at the border? What was she
She
supposed
was
to do with the
assigned to
border?
study and look into the root causes of migration from triangle countries. And she did that. And she secured over $5 billion in funding from 50 different countries for these triangle countries with the intention of building up their economies so that these folks don't feel as incentivized to come to the United States. The vice president does not have authority over the border. There's no legal or constitutional basis for that claim.
So she was supposed to study, but Biden wasn't capable of taking care of the country. So then who was in charge of the country? Well,
So let
he
me-
couldn't
Let me
take
reiterate.
care of the country. You know
Let
what
me
I mean? Like, isn't she supposed to be the one that takes after him?
Let me reiterate. The Democrats, I've tried to say this like 5 times. The Democrats tried to pass a bill that would solve the problem, right? The president has to work with Congress to get things done. So Biden said, hey, let's get this done on the border to solve it. He introduced this bill with Republican senators and Democrats, and Republicans voted against it. Donald Trump killed the bill, said, please blame me. That's what he said. Please blame me when the bill dies. And then the bill died. So Democrats are trying to solve it. Republicans are standing in the way. I don't know why you blame Democrats for this when the Republicans are blocking the progress.
Okay, let's talk about abortion.
Okay.
There's been plenty of videos of people saying that you can't abort after a certain time. And people actually prove that wrong. People can kill a baby at 9 months. Is that okay? I don't think that's okay. Like, I get it for purposes of people like having maybe been raped, people getting maybe they have a baby that they don't want to bring onto earth if they have any like issues, I get it. But people that are just like, oh, well, I decided to fuck around and get pregnant and then they want to kill a kid. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's okay. I mean, I'm a Catholic. That's another thing too. I'm a Mexican Catholic that believes that if you knew the consequences of having a baby and you decided to mess around and then you got pregnant by accident, I think that you should be more responsible.
So when you get in a car, you recognize that there's a possibility you might die in that car. You might get into a car crash. Does that mean that people consent to getting into a car crash and dying?
We all know about that. I mean, we all know about, once if you fuck around and you get pregnant and you knew what you were doing, why didn't you protect yourself from the beginning? That's all I want to ask.
You have a remarkable ability to not answer my question. Point is that humans engage in contact all the time where there is a possible conclusion, but you don't concede, or sorry, I should say consent to every possible conclusion. Just like when you go to a restaurant, you recognize that there's a variety of things that could happen in that restaurant that are bad. It doesn't mean that you consent to them. You could get food poisoning. It doesn't mean that you consent to getting food poisoning and that you're happy and you just have to suck it up and things like that. No, not at all. So you can have intercourse with your partner, whoever it might be. It doesn't mean that you automatically are like, yeah, well, if I get pregnant, or you have to be like, automatically I got pregnant, now I have to have a kid. I don't know why you see one as consenting to other.
Because you know what you're doing. I mean, Harry, if you have education and you know that you're going to have sex, if you want to be a smart person, you use protection because you obviously don't want to have a kid and you're not ready for it.
The majority of people who get abortions have used protection.
Well, I mean, accidents do happen. I get it. But, you know, women can take a pill and they can have a condom put on a man. You know what I mean? It's just sad that, like, once you know you're pregnant, you're going to terminate a birth at 9 months. Like, that's pretty
That
sad.
doesn't happen. The overwhelming majority of abortions take place in the first trimester. Less than 1%.
How do you know, though? You're
We
not
have the data-
you're
we
not a
have the-
woman.
we
Do you
have the-
have proof? Like,
Yeah,
is there
we
someone
have
that
the
you've
data on
spoken
this.
to?
Yeah, we have the data on this.
Oh, okay.
Less
Well,
than-
if you could put a video of the data that you have, that would be great.
Yeah, I got you. Also, less than 1% of abortions take place in the third trimester.
I think it's funny that some people say I'm ignorant, but they say that liberals are the people that have so much love and there's so much joy. Like, you're not listening. Wake up.
Wake up to what?
I read a comment and I was like, okay, calm down. Like, I'm not ignorant. Like, I actually went to college and I have a degree and I make pretty decent money. But even at the moment, like, while Kamala and Biden have been in office, like, my life hasn't gotten any better. So I'm just saying, like, everybody that is voting for a liberal person that supposedly is making the country better, like, what happened between these 3 years that it's not getting any better? I went to San Francisco, actually, and there was a guy sitting there peeing right in front of me. Like, I was literally walking on the sidewalk.
That's great. So
I'm just saying, Kamala was the person that lived there, right? She was supposed to be something there at a point.
So man pees on sidewalk, which means Kamala bad. That's great logic.
I'm just saying.
So I have 98.7% of abortions are performed during the first 20 weeks of pregnancy. 98.7. This is according to a Mother Jones article published April 29th, 2019. And there's a whole graph that talks about, and like it goes by like week. There's a whole graph. So 34% happen in the first 1 to 6 weeks. 18% take place from 6 to 8 weeks. 13% take place from 8 to 10 weeks, and so on and so forth. So
All right,
less
is
than
there
less than
any
1% of
any
abortions
other
happen in the third trimester. So, and by the way, these third trimester abortions you're talking about are when women get this devastating news that their fetus is no longer viable. These are women and families and partners who have already chosen names. They've already purchased a crib. They've already decorated the child's room. And they get this devastating news that either the life of the mother is at risk or their fetus is no longer viable. And they have to make the incredibly difficult decision to get an abortion. I think women should have access to that health care. I don't think that's a bad thing if a woman utilizes that necessary health care in the 9th month or the third trimester, whatever it is. By the way, it's always before the 9th month, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and Trump has the same thing. He hasn't changed anything. When in the heck did it happen that he changed something when he was in presidency? Like,
Change what?
literally,
What are you talking
women were able to, if they had to have an abortion when it was an emergency, like, he never changed anything.
He appointed 3 insane, radical, Republican conservative justices to the Supreme Court, and they overturned Roe v. Wade. So now we have 1 in 3 women in this country living under a Republican abortion ban.
Okay, what states were those?
What states? We have states like Texas, Idaho, Ohio, Indiana, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, all these different states that are Republican.
Okay, well, I guess I maybe then I have to do a little more research. And I get it, you know, like, I'm a freaking human being and I don't know everything. Like, I don't remember some of the things sometimes. I'm getting older here. I'm not getting any younger, but when I was living during that time, I never heard anything happen where I live. And, you know, like, I mean, if he really wanted to, he would have taken abortion rights everywhere, right?
It's not how that works.
Huh?
It's not how that works. He can't just like take it away by snapping his fingers. But if we elect a bunch of Republicans, then they can take it away. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not their intention either. Like,
Really?
honestly, that's not their intention to take it all away. He even said he would pay for IVF procedures for families that couldn't have babies.
Really?
He
Is
just
that
recently
why-
mentioned that.
Is that why Republicans have voted against bills that would protect a woman's right to IVF, protect a woman's right to contraception, and protect a woman's right to abortion? They voted against all these 3 different bills.
You got to remember that I'm also Catholic. So my religion actually prohibits us from having abortions and doing all this other stuff. So
You have beautiful separation of church and state.
I am a very Catholic person. I may not go to church every Sunday.
And yet you vote for
But
Trump.
honestly, like, babies don't have a saying in this. You know what I mean? That's another thing.
Yeah, first of all, it's your religion. It's not everybody's religion. And second of all,
I get it.
You vote for Trump. You're saying, oh, I'm very Catholic, I'm very religious. Yet you vote for the guy who has cheated on every single one of his wives. You vote for the guy who's committed crimes,
were
who's
you
stolen
there,
from
though?
people, who has assaulted women and been found liable in court for it. I mean, it doesn't seem very religious-like to me to vote for somebody who does that stuff.
Yeah, but were you there to know these facts? Like, do you
What?
have the actual facts? Like, is there like actual
so-
information out there that actually states that he did all these things?
Yeah, he's been found guilty or liable in court for all of these things, like by a jury of his peers.
I'd like to see an article. If you could post that too, that'd be great.
For
If you
what
could make a
case?
list of the things I'd like to see from you, and then I'd be like, okay, well, maybe I'll move to the Kamala side. You know what I mean? Like,
What case are you talking about specifically? The assault, for example, the sexual assault?
what you just got done saying, all the stuff that you said.
Yeah. So, yeah, let me pull it up on the New York Times for you. Oh, there's a fucking paywall. One sec, there's a paywall. Or I can just show you an AP article on it. I mean, I can show you the court documents as well.
I mean, if you want, you can just send them to me through private message, and then I'll take a look. And if you really can change my mind, you know what? Maybe I'll change my vote. I mean, people are free to do what they want right now. Also, I've heard that Kamala wants to censorship a lot of stuff. Is that true or not?
No.
Like, she literally spoke about censoring stuff on X, and when Trump and Elon Musk were having a talk, she was getting upset about it. I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, you kind of hear things, and like, just like you guys, you hear stuff from Trump that might not be correct, and we hear stuff from Kamala that might not be correct. But it's about having an open mind and trying to listen, and people don't like to be that way. You know what I mean? I'm trying to listen to you. I'm not like talking over you.
So just read number. So this, you can see it's E. Jean Carroll as the plaintiff against Donald Trump as the defendant. Do me a favor, just read line number 2.
Yes, I read it.
Yeah. So can you read it out loud?
It says on there, number 2, Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll.
And what did the jury select?
They said yes.
Yeah. So Donald Trump was found liable by a jury of his peers for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll. Not good. You shouldn't vote for somebody who assaults women.
Well, you know what? It's honestly, like, I'm not voting for so like the policies, right? Can you tell me the policies for Kamala? I want to hear all the policies that she's going to bring on, like, for the future. I know Trump is going to have a better secure border. He's trying to take taxes off the tips. You know what I mean? Like, it's stuff like that I have. Also, I have kids. You know what I mean? Like, some people don't have kids and they don't understand. I wouldn't want my son, when he's 18, to be drafted into a war if they were to happen. When Trump was in presidency, I don't recall him having any wars. I mean, maybe there's something. Is there something that there was happening during
Yeah,
that
we were
time
still
that I'm not
engaged in
aware?
war under Donald Trump. We got attacked by Iran under Donald Trump. We were still in Afghanistan under Donald Trump. More American soldiers died abroad under Donald Trump than they did Joe Biden. We were still very much in war under Donald Trump.
So what war was it?
For example, Afghanistan.
That was during that wasn't that like during for 9/11 and stuff? Wasn't that part of like Obama when George Bush was in office, and that carried on and stuff, or what was that?
Yeah, so the war had been going on since the early 2000s. Donald Trump had 4 years to end the war. He didn't, but Joe Biden did.
Wait, so Trump started a war during that time, and Joe
No, no, no.
Biden. Okay,
No,
can
so-
you explain?
So when the Afghanistan war started in the early 2000s,
Mm-hmm.
when and it started under Bush, then inherited by Obama, then inherited by Trump, and inherited by Biden. Trump had 4 years to end it. He didn't. Joe Biden did end it.
Okay, so Trump didn't end it, but during that time, didn't Biden leave like a bunch of U.S. military
No.
stuff at the country that now they're using against us?
No, that's not true. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that was appointed by Donald Trump, his name is Mark Milley. He testified under oath in front of Congress that no American military equipment was left behind. And also this was included in a report by the Pentagon and the Department of Defense and the Inspector General of the United States that we didn't leave American equipment behind. You can also look this up. This is fact checked as well.
Okay. What do you think about flag burning? I honestly, if people went to okay, let me just say this quick. If people went to Mexico and they burned a flag, they'd go to jail. I know exactly, and I mean, I just think we have a lot of freedoms here, right? The U.S., if you burn a flag, they won't give you any, like, they won't hold you accountable for that, right?
Yeah.
Is that okay? I mean, what do you think about that?
I think that people should be able to burn the American flag if they want to. I think it's protected speech and freedom of speech. It's covered by the First Amendment. Would I burn an American flag? No, I don't think that's right. I would not burn an American flag. I love America. That's why I'm involved in politics. But I think it's freedom of speech. You know who said people should go to jail for burning the American flag?
Who?
Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. Well,
he said that he would impose a
honestly
fine
think
or jail people for a year.
You know, that there should be a fee to be held responsible. Like, if you really want to burn the American flag, then why are you in this country, right? Like, I feel like that's the case. I feel like it's disrespectful. I mean, why don't you move to the country you support instead of staying here?
There's plenty of things that are disrespectful, but it doesn't mean it's illegal. So I think that people should have the ability
that's where the freedom comes, right? Like, we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of a bunch of stuff. Where China, it's a socialist country. If they do anything like that, they'll probably go to jail or something. Or North Korea. Like, North Korea it's communism, you know?
So exactly. So these countries are very oppressive, and they would take action against one of their citizens who burned their flag. So why would you support Donald Trump, who has that same policy?
I just feel like people should be held accountable, though. Like, if you're gonna burn an American flag, like, I feel like you should at least pay a fee for it, because it's not okay. Like, it's just very disrespectful.
What?
In my eyes. Like, if someone were to burn, like I said, I'm Mexican, and if you are being a liberal and you're being a hypocrite and you're saying, "No, go back to Mexico." Like, I'm reading the comments. It's not for you, Harry. I'm just saying, like, if you're being a liberal, you're being a hypocrite, because you're like, oh, well, then go back to Mexico. You're being racist, honestly. Like, I'm just reading some of the comments that people.
And that's wrong. Nobody should say that to you. That's wrong. Nobody should say that to you. That's wrong. That's totally wrong. I'm totally against that, unequivocally. But just to be clear here, you're condemning these very oppressive countries for having laws against freedom of expression and freedom of speech, including burning a flag. And then you're endorsing Donald Trump's policy that would take action against people for burning a flag. It's just freedom of speech. Uh-oh. Did we lose her? Oh, no. You know, I'm gonna go with we lost her, so I can not do that anymore. I don't want to do that anymore. To be quite frank, I'm not sure that's it sounds all that fun to me. That was crazy, bro. I mean, my God, dude. Stephanie, thank you for the $25 saying buy yourself some skinny jeans. It's like a running joke now. That guy was offended by skinny jeans. Crazy, man. Elise, thank you for the $3 saying wish I had more to give, but I just wanted to say you're truly an awesome person for what you're doing. My B-Day's on November 5th. Been scared because I want Kamala to win. Have a few questions about the election, so if I'm able to DM, my username is Mr. Milo Muggins. Is that your dog? I like that. And look, don't worry about, not the sum. It's like I just appreciate you being here, whether it's $3 or $0. Like, the fact that you're just watching means a lot to me. So I appreciate you being here. Just thank you, man. And for sure, I'll try to answer whatever questions I can about the election. Serena, thank you for the $5 again, saying guess is drunk. Please kick her. Possibly, to be honest. Thank you for the cap, Aaron. Appreciate you. Jason, JW, saying for dealing with idiots daily. Thank you for the $25, man. I appreciate that. And Lee, thank you for the $10 saying Tortuga is causing us to lose brain cells. Her embarrassment, please. Yeah. That was her username. Yeah, that was a rough conversation. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk, and you can tell me why you're supporting Donald Trump. Makes absolutely no sense. And if you haven't already, drop a follow and double tap the screen and we'll talk. Let's bring up this guy. This guy keeps spamming MAGA in the chat. Let's give him a shot. Hello, bro. How old are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, so I'm voting for Trump, 100%.
Why?
And the main reason is because of the border crisis. 100%. That's the main reason.
Can I just ask you how? So, what state are you voting in?
California.
How does undocumented migration directly impact you?
Well, I live by not too far from the border, but breast cancer doesn't directly affect me either. But I still care about it. And what I see is my people in inner cities being affected by it as well.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they're going to inner cities and they're taking resources, closing schools, reopening schools that were closed previously. People are getting pushed to the back of the line, that were in line for low-income housing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So you would describe this maybe as an issue of national security?
It could be as well, because I know the crime has gone up, especially in New York City and in
okay, well, that's not
Illinois.
True.
No, that is true.
No,
The
crime is down year over year in New York City.
No, it's not. If you look up New York Post, the New York Times, which you just put up, 90% of the arrests, I believe in Manhattan, I believe it's Manhattan. I pulled it up today, are by immigrants, by illegal immigrants, sir. So you can just say no.
No, but that's actually not true. We have the government in New York City, like the Manhattan government, or like the mayor's office, publishes this data all the time, and it shows that crime has gone down. Like I'll read it right from the NYC.gov website. Overall index crime across New York City dropped another 4.9% in the month of April compared to the same month last year, as major crimes in the nation's largest subway system plummeted another 23%.
Okay, so what you're doing, and you're not being honest. You're very smart. You're very good. You should be a politician when you get older. You know damn well, and I know as well, that these, especially Democrat cities, aren't reporting the crime to the FBI like they should. You know they're not.
That's not true.
No, that is true.
No, there was 1 year.
You know it, and I know it is true.
No, that's not true. There was 1 year where certain crime from certain cities was not reported to the FBI, but that was 1 year out of the past 4.
It wasn't. It's every year, sir.
It's not true.
And they're doing it on purpose, especially with the immigrants, because it makes this administration look bad. This was a problem that the Democrats created on day one. Let me give you a timeline. You already know this already, but you're going to tell your people something different. On day one of Donald Trump's administration, he signed executive orders tightening restrictions at the border, which led to the lowest number of people crossing the border in 15 years. A year away from this last election, the AOC went up and testified in front of Congress on how inhumane those policies were at the time. A year later, Joe Biden signed over 100 executive orders loosening restrictions at the border.
Can you name one?
Look at you. You know it already, Harry.
Can you name one?
You're smart. You're smart. One of the executive orders was allowing people from Venezuela over. Another one was not to take DNA testing anymore. Another one was loosening asylum restrictions. They did all of this purposely. You know this already, but you're telling your audience something different.
Wait. Go back. Can you name like one executive order that Biden signed that loosened border restrictions?
You know them all.
In a major way?
I'll pull them up for you. Okay.
Can you? I'm just asking you to name one. Can you name one?
No, I don't know
exactly.
them by
so why
numbers.
are you setting a bunch of executive orders that you can't?
Sir,
that you can't take
on day one, he signed over 100 executive orders loosening restrictions at the border.
And what did they do?
People from Venezuela, the people from Haiti, etc. They weren't even allowed to come over here. Joe Biden made it. That is.
It's not true. Humanitarian parole has been a thing since the 1990s. Haitians were added to it in 2010. That continued under the Trump presidency.
No, he didn't.
Yes, it did.
Donald Trump restricted the people from Venezuela, North Korea, and Haiti from coming over here with his executive orders.
I'm talking about humanitarian parole.
I'm talking about the executive orders that both the presidents
What executive
wrote.
order are you talking about? For Trump, what executive order did Trump sign that restricted Haitians, and what did Biden sign?
I'm going to pull up his executive order. You know it already because you've done your research on it.
Go for it.
You know him already.
Go for it. Go pull it up.
Executive orders day one, Trump administration. Immigration.
By the way, I have an article in front of me talking about how New York did report their crime. It's from Axios. New data shows violent crime dropping sharply in major U.S. cities. Published August 12, 2024.
Axios. New data shows violent crime dropping sharply in
Yeah,
major
you gotta
US
swipe
cities.
out.
Published August 12, 2024. Axios. New data shows violent crime dropping.
Yeah, you gotta swipe out. You gotta swipe. There you go.
Got it.
There you go. Got it.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait. All right, wait. The echo's still there. The echo's still there. Hold on. Let's give you another. Yeah. Good swipe out, and then let me try to unmute you now.
Good now?
I think so. All right.
Okay. So this was January 29th, 2017. It's a list of orders. Okay. We can go into. I can pull up from WhiteHouse.gov, but this is a list of executive orders he wrote, and which led to the lowest number of people coming over here in 15 years. Okay. So let me see if I can pull up the executive order, which limited people from Haiti, Venezuela, and about 4 other countries from coming over here. Increased ICE agents, executive order on refugees, suspension of visas to certain countries and extreme vetting. There we go. Look at there. 3 executive orders. Iran, Iraq, Sudan, Syria, Libya, Somalia,
That's what we
Yemen.
call the Muslim ban.
I don't care what it was called, but I was not lying. I'm telling you.
I know. You're talking about the Muslim ban.
Okay. So wait a minute. Hold on. I can keep going with this because it's a lot. It's a lot, sir. It's a lot. And
Yeah,
this
you just endorsed the Muslim ban. It targeted for the most part predominantly Muslim countries.
The point is
Come on,
that
man. You can't get
I did
behind
not
that.
lie about this, but you tried to mislead your followers.
You cited the Muslim ban.
Okay, no, it wasn't the Muslim. It was
The one you
countries
just read is the Muslim ban.
Right. Okay, so I listed countries. There were also Venezuela was also on this list, sir. Venezuela and North Korea were all also on this list.
Yeah, I mean,
They were all-
I'm not disputing that Donald Trump made it harder for people to come from these countries legally, which is crazy. I don't know why you would do that. I'm not disputing that, but my point is that to tie Biden to the crisis that's happening at the border is nonsense. There's no actual connection there. And any of these executive orders saying, oh, he signed 100 executive orders that changed the laws that automatically led to it. You'd actually have to tie an overturning of an executive order to the data, and you simply can't.
So would you like me to pull up Biden's executive order he wrote on day one?
Sure.
Okay. You can do that as well.
Because again, all you cited there was the Muslim ban.
Okay, no, I didn't. It was a come on, Harry. It was a lot.
The one you just paused and went, yeah, look at that. That was the Muslim ban.
Okay, so it was suspension of U.S. refugee program, suspension of visas to certain countries, and extreme vetting, executive order on refugees. It was a lot of them, man. Increased ICE agents. This was all executive orders written by Trump. There was reverse. Now,
wait. You have to cite unique executive orders to Trump that would have stopped immigration. Like Joe Biden has funded Border Patrol and ICE and things like that.
No. He stopped a lot of the funding.
That's not true. That's not true.
They tried to get rid of ICE.
That's not true. What are you talking about?
Kamala Harris called ICE the Trump.
No. We're talking about Joe Biden. During the Biden administration, they did not try to get rid of ICE. And during the Biden administration, they have funded Border Patrol. And during the Biden administration, first of all, the idea that a president has the ability via just executive order to comprehensively curb migration is lunacy. The president doesn't have that much power in their own pen. And that's a good thing.
Sir, you're completely wrong, and you know it already. Again,
wow. I mean, I think you just have a misunderstanding of how the federal government works.
Here are President Biden's executive orders. Day one again, February 2nd, 2021. It's a long list of them. Center of Migration Studies. These were all policies, and you guys can look this up on Center for Migration Studies. Okay, I've read this extensively. Okay, these are all executive orders, and we can go down the list. All executive orders loosening restrictions at the border to let these people come, ending discrimination. Proclamation on ending discriminatory bans on entry into the United States.
The Muslim ban, yeah.
Proclamation
ban,
on ending discriminatory bans on entry into the United States.
Yeah, ending the Muslim ban. Yeah.
Executive order on revision of civil immigration enforcement policy priorities. Preserving and fortifying deferred action for childhood arrivals.
Yeah, DACA. Are you against DACA?
Proclamation
wait.
on
Are you against
termination
DACA?
of proclamation. No, I'm not against DACA.
So then why are you citing? Why are you mad at Joe Biden for protecting DACA?
Well, here's the thing. If you have kids, they have brought over 450,000 kids over here in the last 3 years, sir. We're not a daycare. Okay, we're not a daycare. So
DACA just simply protects kids who don't know any better from being deported.
They should not be here in the first place, Harry.
So you're against DACA now?
No. If you were already here prior to Joe Biden's immigration surge, absolutely. I don't have a problem with you staying here. But when you have 12 to 15 million people that have come over here in the last 3 years,
where'd you get that number from? See, you're very loose on the facts. That's why I'm quizzing you right now and asking all these questions because you're not actually citing any comprehensive immigration reform from Donald Trump. By the way, all of these executive orders you're talking about, if they were so strong and so powerful, then why did apprehensions at the border double between 2018 and 2019 under Donald Trump?
That was right before COVID, right? That was right before COVID, right?
Yeah, between 2018 and 2019. Yes, that was before COVID.
Right.
So if these executive orders were so strong and powerful, and Donald Trump could just simply sign the immigration problem away with his pen, then why did apprehensions at the border double between 2018 and 2019? And why did Donald Trump also call for comprehensive immigration reform in 2018 himself? So if he could just solve it with his pen.
Okay, so what happened? He tried to write a bill, but the Democrats and Republicans said it was too harsh, so the bill did not pass. So he wrote executive order. Okay. Now, you're not going to keep people from coming over here with executive order, with bills. People are still going to, let me finish. People are still going to.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So exactly. So executive orders are pretty weak. And the things that you just described, a lot of the executive orders, a lot of the executive orders that you just described that Donald Trump signed or Biden signed are technicalities. They're not powerful. Executive orders are not powerful for a reason. So if you're completely misguided in the view that Joe Biden or Donald Trump themselves could alter immigration with their pen only.
Right. So if they're not powerful, like you said, why did Joe Biden write an executive order rolling back his executive orders he did on day one in June, which has led to the lowest number of people coming over the border in 3 years? Right now, we have the lowest number of people coming over in 3 years because of Joe Biden's executive order he wrote in June.
Overturning other president's executive order is well within the power of the president.
No, he overturned his own executive order. That's what he did.
Joe Biden theoretically could, with his own power, overturn his own executive order. But what own executive order are you referencing?
That's exactly what he did. If you look at the border crossings over the last 3 months, it's the lowest number of border crossings in the last 4 years.
But here's the thing that you're being dishonest about, that it's just Biden policy that has changed all of this, that Biden policy has led to more people coming to the border. The claim that Biden policy has led more people to actually get up and try to come to the United States is lunacy. More people coming to the United States, be quiet. More people coming to the United States has nothing to do with domestic policy. It has everything to do with things happening outside of our country. So with COVID, forcing people out of their hometowns, destroying local economies and sending people to other places to try to find work and economic opportunity, that's what caused an increase in migration. It had nothing to do with Joe Biden's policies. And the idea that you're trying to make the argument that executive orders, which are weak as fuck, have that great of an influence that would have caused more people coming to the border than ever, and via your claim, is utter nonsense. And countries specifically like Venezuela, there's been a lot of political conflict in the past 5-10 years. Thus, more people are coming over from Venezuela than they were previously. That happened under Obama, happened under Trump, and is happening under Biden. Now, if you're so concerned about all of this, you wouldn't be talking about executive orders, which I hope you can recognize as a weak argument. Instead, you would be talking about the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump killed and brags about killing.
Okay. So here's the thing. May I retort? Thank you. For 3 years, the Biden administration denied, and the border czar, which she's not. Okay, I know you're going to try to deny it now because she's running for president, and she did
what's the constitutional authority that the vice president has over the border?
Let me finish because I'm addressing what you said about.
I'm just curious what the constitutional authority is that the VP has over the border.
Let me finish, and we can get into that. But let me finish this because you've been saying about the comprehensive border bill, the bipartisan. You said this a lot. And what you did, what you failed to mention, is the Democrats denied there was a crisis at the border for 3 years. They denied it, okay? And then on election year, they tried to write a bill, okay? And it didn't pass. And Donald Trump said, don't pass it. For 3 years, you denied it. Now on election year, you're going to try to fix it? Hell no, I'm going to run on it, and rightfully so. So you guys tried to play politics for 3 years, and they met, and Donald Trump checkmated your ass and say, you want to play politics? I'm going to play politics on you as well.
Crazy. This
is a border that you broke purposely, that I tried to fix, but you broke purposely. Now in election year, you want to play politics and try to fix it. No, you're going to run on it till November. Period. Now, as for what you said about Kamala Harris, she signed. This was a woman that was the tie-breaking vote in over 33 bills. It's a record for a vice president. It's a record for a vice president. Now, if you look at Kamala Harris's Twitter page right now, she's bragging about giving student loan forgiveness in her administration. It sure is funny. She wants to take credit for everything good that happened under the Biden administration. But when it comes to being appointed the border czar, which MSNBC, CNN, WhiteHouse.gov confirms, you want to run from that.
So I asked a simple question. What's the constitutional authority granted by the Constitution to the vice president to control the border? Where's that listed in the Constitution?
It's not, but when the president gives you direct
right? So
orders,
you can't just make up powers, right?
So when,
and the president can't make the VP in charge of the border.
It's on WhiteHouse.gov, sir.
It's not.
He actually.
Nope. No, Tara, it's fine. You don't have to mute him. It's fine. Just let it go. Let it go. I appreciate the thought, though, but it's okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
She said he actually said she speaks for me. This was out Joe Biden's own mouth. He said the vice president speaks for me, and this was pertaining to the border.
No, 100%. So wait. That doesn't change anything. That doesn't give her constitutional authority over the border. So Joe Biden being like, so the vice president is a spokesperson for the administration does not mean that Kamala Harris has actual authority over the border to take actions on the border. Now, you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the presidency and the power of the presidency. You would know that even if she did have authority over the border, no comprehensive immigration reform happens through the vice president or the president alone. It has to go through Congress, which is why Donald Trump himself in 2018 called for comprehensive immigration reform. Now, Joe Biden introduced an immigration bill on day one of his presidency called the U.S. Citizenships Act of 2021. So the idea that they've been waiting for 3.5 years to pass immigration reform is nonsense. That bill was waiting there in Congress. Republicans refused to take it up, refused to work with Joe Biden on immigration. And you also said that they waited till an election year to bring it up. Wrong. That bill was introduced in 2023. And even if it was introduced in election years, let's say it was introduced yesterday, wouldn't you be in favor of solving an issue that's hurting the United States right now, regardless of the politics? Can't you put the country first and put the politics second?
Okay, may I retort?
Yes.
Okay, so number one, the border bill that he introduced pretty much opened the door and let everybody in. I read the bill. Okay, and this is what the Democrats do. You want everybody in here to take Americans' resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is what you want. You think we've disenfranchised other countries, et cetera. You want everybody over here, basically, so that you can replace voices. Right now, the Democrats do not listen to the black voice at all. If they do what they're trying to do, bring these immigrants in and turn them into citizens and turn these people into voters, right now they don't listen to the black voice at all. The Democrats will never listen to the black voice if they know they can get the immigrant vote.
Our nominee for president is black.
Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? And please don't go there about talking. What does that have to do with anything?
You're saying the Democrats don't listen to black voices?
I said,
our nominee for president is black.
Our black voters. All black folk ain't kinfolk, brother. I don't care.
No, I'm saying the idea that Democrats don't listen to black vote. Kamala Harris is a black voter. She votes.
Hell, if they did, we would have reparations years ago, sir. They don't listen to us. Why are the people in Flint, Michigan?
Are you in favor of reparations?
Right. So why are the people in Flint, Michigan still waiting for their tainted water money? They don't listen to us.
Flint, Michigan water has been solved.
Sir, they passed they had a settlement for these people to get $650 million 2 years ago, and they still haven't gotten their money. This is what
is that is that a lawsuit or something?
Yes, look it up.
It's probably because it's working. It's probably because it's working through its appeals. I don't even know what civil case you're talking about. But it's probably
appeal. See,
what are you talking about? Let's look it up. Let's find out.
You should know this already.
Let's look it up. Let's
look up Flint, Michigan water crisis settlement. $650 million. The people still haven't got paid as of 2 years ago. And this is what they do to our community. They gaslight, they hit us with the banana in the tailpipe with broken promises, decade after decade, year after year, month after month, and we're sick of it.
Let's see here. Yeah, I'm reading it right now. It's been... Yeah, so lawyers working the settlement, which totals more than 6, have sent letters to thousands of people who file claims, but still need to submit more information to qualify.
Right, yeah.
So more people that you're talking about, they need to submit information to actually qualify for the fine, the settlement.
Right. Just like they're studying reparations. Dude, I'm 48 years old.
I'm reading you the data. You're angry. First of all, you're angry. First of all, settlements. First of all, settlements in legal cases can take years to pay out for a variety of reasons, whether it be actual delays in the legal cases, whether it be appeals or something like that, and especially in civil cases when it comes to distributing money to people in a certain city, that can take a really, really long time because you actually have to go through delays, you have to go through appeals, and then people have to submit information to get the funding. So you're like, wow, it's been 2 years. Why haven't people gotten settlements? E. Jean Carroll hasn't gotten a dime from Donald Trump. She won her civil case against him. Donald Trump hasn't paid the state of New York a dime of his business fraud verdict yet because it's working its way through delays and appeals. This is how every legal case works, and you freaking out over it and trying to attack Democrats for this, for a delay that is not political, is nonsense. And by the way, it has no connection to the argument I was making.
Right. Okay. So they signed a reparation bill for the Jewish community in New York back in January. They got their money. See, we're always last. The people from all these other countries that have come over here, they're getting pushed to the line. They're getting their money. They're getting their housing. They're getting their daycare. They're getting their health care. They're getting their schools. We don't get it. We give these people 96 and 94% of our vote every 4 years. And then I see people like you get on TikTok and gaslight for the Democrat community. All we've gotten is bells and whistles and bullshit from the Democrat community. That's all we've gotten. Okay, and I see it, and we're seeing it right now in the inner cities. These people are getting pushed to the back of the bus, the back of the line, and giving immigrants priority, sir. This is what's happening with us. I don't know how you can deny this shit and advocate for these immigrants coming over, taking our resources in our cities.
Give me an example of federal policy that is putting immigrants before American citizens.
What do you mean?
Give me an example of federal policy that's controlled by Biden that is putting immigrants before native-born American citizens.
So what the federal policy did, and you keep denying it, they opened the door for these people to come over. They have federal money that they give to these sanctuary cities. So the federal government doesn't give money to these migrants directly. They give it to the states and they give it to the cities.
Wait. They give money to these cities so these cities can run.
Again, sir, they give money to these sanctuary cities so they can take care of these immigrants. Texas is out of money. This is why they started Operation Lone Star. Operation Lone Star is more money to give to the migrants because federal money has run out in Texas. This is what they're doing.
You know who asked for more money?
I'm sorry.
Joe Biden. He asked for more money as part of the immigration bill that you're slamming right now, that again was written by Republicans, included more federal funding for states and cities that are struggling with it.
He didn't need an immigration bill. All he had to do was reverse the executive order.
Donald Trump himself called for comprehensive immigration reform in 2018. So you're saying that Donald Trump also didn't need an immigration bill?
No, what he did, he tried the bill. I'm answering you.
Go ahead.
He wrote the bill. He got the bill written, and Democrats and Republicans said that bill was too harsh. So he wrote executive order. This is what Donald Trump did. Okay. And even then, the Democrats said it was too harsh. The AOC testified in front of Congress and said these immigration policies by Donald Trump are too harsh.
Yeah. Exactly. And they're right, by the way. Family separation.
Don't come. Don't come. Stay home.
Ripping. Okay, so when a mother and a father and their family is being targeted by gangs and they want to get their kids out of that situation to a safer situation, they're left with no choice but go to the United States. They're trying to create a better life for themselves. Your argument to them is don't come. And instead, if they do come, then their children that they're trying to protect get ripped out of their arms. And many of these kids have still not been reunited with their parents. The Biden administration is still working on that. So that's your policy. So you want to talk about inhumane policy? That's what we're talking about. Okay. Again, you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how the federal government works. You think in your heart of heart that immigration can be controlled by the president, their pen themselves. I don't know how many times I have to say that to you. It's not the case. And you know how we know it's the case and how your side agrees it's not the case? Donald Trump himself called for Congress to pass an immigration bill. He wouldn't need to call on Congress to do that if he could just sign it away with his own pen via an executive order.
Okay, so you brought up asylum. So you brought up the woman.
I brought up family separation.
Okay, so wait, you brought up the woman and child are scared that something may happen to them. Their life is threatened in their city. Okay, so we know now 87% of asylum cases have been denied because people lied on their application. What Joe Biden did with executive order was loosening restrictions on asylum to make it easier for people to pass the asylum process. So now you don't see people.
What executive order is that?
It's in the, it's the same as. But Harry,
go find
you're
it.
a very smart kid, bro.
Go
you
find
know
it.
All of this.
Go
but
find
what
it.
You do is you pander to your
find it.
fan
Go
base.
find it. What executive order are you talking about?
I pulled up the executive orders for you,
Go
brother.
find it.
It's all
Go find
in
it.
there.
Go find
it. It's every one of them is in there.
Go find it. Go find it.
Harry,
Stop complaining about. Stop complaining about. Stop complaining. Stop complaining. Stop complaining. Stop complaining.
I'm cooking your ass, and you can't handle this
stop
shit.
complaining. Stop complaining. Go find the executive order. Thank you, Kyle, for the subscription. I appreciate you. Go stop complaining.
I pulled up all the executive orders.
Then you have no problem with finding Joe Biden's specific executive order on asylum.
It's 100 of them. We would be here all night pulling up those
go
executive
find them.
orders.
You said that Joe Biden weakened restrictions on asylum. I just want to know. Let's go find it. Go find it. Wait. Go find the executive order and why. Why?
Right now, hold on. It's no why he did it.
Yeah, what is why?
You already know he did it.
No, it is why.
Because you
read.
It
is why.
But you come on these panels and you pander and lie.
You are straight up lying in this entire conversation. You are trying to convince people that the president of the United States can comprehensively reform immigration via the stroke of a pen without Congress. You have no idea the federal government works.
Right. I know. I don't know. I don't know how the federal government works. I know.
I can tell that you don't know how the federal government works.
I know. Everything I said was 100% facts. 100% facts.
No, it's not. Because Donald Trump, the guy that you're voting for, that you're enthusiastically voting for, disagrees with you. He himself called for comprehensive immigration reform in 2018. So wait, I thought he could just sign it away with a pen.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? And I've noticed this on Google. And I have it saved on my other phone. And when I pull up something on the Joe Biden administration, border, asylum, etc., the only articles that come up are for 2024. They're actually scraping this shit. I've noticed this shit about 2 months ago.
Yeah. Of course, Google's rigging it for sure.
Why did I pull up Joe Biden asylum executive order? And every article I pull up is from August, June 2024. Nothing
Google
from
does most recent. Google does most recent. That's the case with anything. If you look up Giants football game, you're going to get the game that happened tonight, not the game that happened 3 years ago.
It's just like what you guys said with border crime and it's a fear mongering to think immigrants are coming over here not doing crime, and we see it with our own eyes. Just like when I go,
your own eyes are not data. Your own eyes are not data. You say I see with my own. First of all, please continue to try to look for that executive order, numbnuts. Second of all, your eyes are not data. We have data. We have data and multiple studies showing that if you're an undocumented migrant, you are significantly less likely to commit crime.
That is a study from 4 or 5 years ago, not with this recent.
And what data do you have to? What data? Because again, crime is collapsing all across the United States. We have FBI data on this. Whether you'd like to deny it or not, crime is collapsing. And you're saying that all these undocumented migrants are coming in and committing crime. Where's the data for this?
Look on your CBC website.
Where is it? Where's the data?
California Border Patrol website. Look it up.
Yeah,
You'll
wait.
see the crime.
They don't
with
track
immigrants.
crime.
Yes, they do track crime.
No,
what are you talking about?
For fuck's
Look on CBC. Now watch me pull it up and prove your ass
Wait,
wrong.
you said
Watch
CBC?
it. Hold on.
Wait, there's a difference. Are you saying CDC or CBC?
CBC.
Okay, go pull it up.
Yeah, CBC.
Go pull it up.
Hold on.
You talking about the Congressional Black Caucus?
No, what are you talking about? No.
Well, that's what CBC stands for.
No, it's CBC. It's I believe it's California. Border Patrol. I think it's CBC. Hold on. I may be mistaken, but I think it's CBC.
Yeah, wait, what are you talking? What are you talking about?
I think it's CBC. Hold on.
I don't think it's CBC because I don't think that's
What's
what
the
it
border?
is.
Whatever the Border Patrol. Maybe I got it wrong. Border Patrol website. Maybe CDC, but I don't know. Hold on. Website.
You talking about CBP?
Yeah, CBP. I'm sorry, CBP. CBP. Oh, okay, I got a letter wrong, Harry. Thanks. Throw me off.
Well, you've gotten a lot wrong. You've gotten a lot wrong.
No, everything I said was right except that.
Wrong.
Okay.
Wrong.
Okay, so it's CBP. Yeah, CBP.
And I'm still waiting for that executive order that Joe Biden signed, by the way.
Okay, but we're going all over the map. We keep talking about one thing and we go to this and we go to that. But
Focus on the executive order first.
Let me bring up the crime statistics first.
Focus on the executive order first.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Where is that? So I pulled it up quite a few times. Come on, pull up. These are fours. Shit. I screenshotted it too as well. Hold on. Damn, I can't find it. CBP border.
Because it doesn't exist.
No, it does. It does. Crime. Hold on. Crime. There we go. Crime rate.
No, okay. We're talking about crime. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Harry.
There you go. Go ahead. I thought you were talking about the I thought you were talking about the executive order, but we'll talk about the crime.
Right. Here it is, Harry.
All right, what do we got?
Here it is right here, Harry.
What do we got? Yeah, but wait, I'm asking for an increase in crime and shows that crime.
I'm going to show you, sir.
Wait. I'm asking for, first of all, my argument to you is that undocumented migrants commit less crime than native-born Americans, right?
Right. I got you, Harry. Okay, so this is 2017.
Yeah.
This is just non-citizen arrest. 8,500.
Wait. Arrests are not convictions.
Of course, look, you're right, because of course this Biden administration, they don't convict anyone. This is what the whole progressive policies are. You don't.
That's such shit. What's your what? That's such shit. That's such shit. You cannot cite arrests. That's such shit. That's such shit. That's such shit. Wait, because we just agreed, or at least I agree, that arrests don't equal conviction. So saying oh, this person got arrested does not mean that they're guilty. It doesn't mean that they actually committed a crime. It doesn't also mean that there's an increase in crime. For example, if you over-police a neighborhood, more people might be arrested. It doesn't mean that that neighborhood is committing more crime than another neighborhood right down the road, right? So you saying arrests of people means nothing in terms of actually if they committed that crime. Do you agree?
Okay, so right at the bottom, if I scroll down, put me on the big screen again. What we got? Oh, convictions, Harry.
Yeah. And then compare that to native-born American citizens, and then account for per capita.
You said
and then account for per capita.
You said it did not go up. I'm showing you.
No, that's not my. Wait. That's not my fucking claim. That's not my claim. You are strawmanning the hell out of my argument. My argument has always been from the beginning. Wait. Just listen for a second, because for some reason this is something that you're not comprehending. My argument from the get-go was that undocumented migrants commit less crime than native-born American citizens, right? There might be more instances of crime being committed by undocumented migrants given an influx of undocumented migrants in recent years, but that doesn't change the fact that undocumented migrants commit less crime than native-born Americans. Would you agree with that or not? What's the logic?
Harry,
What's the logical
it's
failing there?
300 million of us, Harry. Of course they're going to commit
It's
less
per
crime.
capita. It's per
Again,
capita.
okay, so
it accounts for population.
Right. So per capita, you were probably right
God.
3, 4, 5 years ago.
Wait.
But
No.
Hold on.
Don't give me probably right. If you have data to the opposite, please present it.
I'm pulling it up for you, Harry. If you just let me finish, sir. So what we've seen, dramatic increase, dramatic. Okay, you see what's going on? Illegal entry, re-entry, homicide, manslaughter, dramatic increase. Okay.
Where is this for what is this data applying to? What location?
This is all over, sir.
So it's all over. This is data that applies to all over the country.
It's actually more than this because again, they don't report all the crime, Harry. They don't.
And that's the same thing. But that's the same thing with native-born American citizens. Not every crime is committed. So let's just start there. Go to assault. So you're saying this is taking place all over the country?
Yes, this is assault all over the country.
And what is that? In 2024, we have 981.
So 2024 year to date 991. Yes.
991. Go back to 2017.
2023, 2022. Look at this, Harry. Look at this, Harry.
So in 2017 we had 692 across the entire country. Now in 2024 we have 992. That is if that's the entire country, that is 300 more of whatever that specific data set is across every single state.
Harry,
that is not a dramatic increase in crime.
Harry. It's September.
And again, this doesn't change the fact that undocumented migrants are still significantly less likely to commit crime.
It does, Harry. You do not insert crime, invite crime into your country. Whatever your son does, whatever your family does, I can live with that. It's bad.
You're literally just arguing in favor of zero immigration. Because then obviously if we have immigrants, there's going to be, obviously anybody that's logical will conclude that if we just have immigrants generally, we're going to have some immigrants commit crime. But then your argument would be, well, if one immigrant commits crime, no immigrant should come in. And that's a ridiculous argument.
What I'm arguing against, Harry, I'm not against immigration. I'm not even, prior to this Joe Biden immigration surge, I wasn't even against illegal immigration because the people came in at a gradual pace. They didn't kick up dust. They weren't bothering anybody. What's happened in this last 3 years isn't sustainable. They guesstimate, these are the guesstimates, okay? Between 15 million people have come over here in the last 3 years. If you do a quick Google search right now, you would see we only have 8 million jobs available. Unfortunately, these jobs aren't working in the field. These jobs aren't picking strawberries. These jobs that we need to fill aren't hotel workers. These are jobs where you need skill and education. You need to know English, et cetera, et cetera. So what we have is an influx of people in here that we can't take care of, that we can't give.
Wait, you say 21 million?
I'm sorry?
You just say 21 million?
No, I said guesstimate between 8 and 12, 13. That's the guesstimate from Democrats.
That's not a factual number.
That's the guesstimate from Democrats.
That's your guesstimate that you're just making up on the spot right now.
This is what. Let me tell you something, Harry. I love politics, sir. I do, and I've been following politics.
I'm sure.
I've been following politics since I was 10 years old.
That's
so
awesome.
You picked the wrong guy to try to railroad tonight. You
really? Because so far you've said literally nothing of truth. You just made up a number. You just made up a number.
I said the guesstimate because you hear different
Who's
guesstimates.
Who's guesstimate?
The guesstimate from the CDC, the CBC or CDC, what I just pulled up. And congressmen, Democrat and Republican, Mayorkas.
Wait. Are you saying these are guesstimates of people that have come into the country?
These are the guesstimates. They guesstimate, and this
wrong,
is like I said, these are Democrats and Republicans.
Wrong. You're citing apprehension numbers. You know what an apprehension is?
Well, it's both, sir. I'm not talking about the getaways. I'm not even talking about the getaways.
You're literally citing encounter numbers. Encounter could just be quite literally encountering somebody at the border, and an encounter, somebody can be encountered twice. So you have 8 million encounters. It's theoretically possible that 2 people were encountered 4 million times each. Right. And by the way, the majority of people who are encountered are denied at the border. So you keep saying, 8 million to 13 million. You are making this number. You're taking it out of your ass.
Again, if you Google any congressman, any
That's, oh my God.
Any congressman, Democrat or Republican, Mayorkas, it doesn't matter. The Secretary of State, they all are saying 8 to 13. I mean, they testified this on C-SPAN, brother. They testified.
And they're testifying that there's been 10 million encounters, not people coming into the country.
It's not encounters, sir. It's people that are already here.
Oh my God.
It's
Where?
not just encounters. Because okay, here we go. Okay, this is what I'll do. Let's just say.
By the way, you still haven't pulled up that Biden executive order for me that I asked for 20 minutes ago.
You keep jumping around.
No, you keep jumping around. But
let's just say Harry is right, and only 200,000 people have come in over the last 3 years. Okay. For the sake of argument, 150,000 of them are in New York and 50,000 of them in Chicago, okay? And they're causing havoc, sir. They're causing havoc in every community they're in. They're clashing with local gangs. They're taking resources. Schools that were closed 2 years ago because they said they did not, 4 years ago, because in the school in Chicago, they said they did not have any money to leave this school open, okay? The immigrants came here. All of a sudden, the money floats out of the sky. They remodel the school. Upstairs, they have a living quarters for the immigrants. And downstairs, they have daycare and school for the immigrants. So you double the school.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They double the school size for inner cities, taking those school sizes from 20 kids to 40 kids because they said they didn't have the money. And then miraculously, they find the money for the immigrants. Okay? This is what's happening.
This is literally not what's happening. By the way,
is what's happening, sir.
It is so remarkable to me. This is again a fundamental misunderstanding because it's remarkable to me that you're trying to argue that immigrants are treated like royalty in the United States. They just get all this money. That is so not true. Asylum seekers that come in, by the way, they don't have this. It's the same legal protection that an American has. There's no legal protection there to the degree that we have. And there are restrictions for people who are seeking asylum when they try to get jobs for the first time. So you're asking, why do certain states provide living quarters and food and water and shelter for some migrants who are seeking asylum? Because they legally, in some cases, cannot get jobs. So if they don't do this, then these migrants will just be on the street starving and dying. And I don't think that is a sustainable strategy for a long-term successful country. Now, are you saying, maybe inner cities and schools should be getting more funding? I agree. So why would you vote for Donald Trump, who then wants to cut all of these benefits?
Again, sir, this is what I'm saying. They are saying they don't have the money. These are Democrats that look like me saying they don't have.
What are you talking about?
Let me finish,
no, I'm not going to let you finish because you're making a big bad Democrats who are saying this. Who?
I'm cooking the hell out of you.
Who is making? No,
I just told you.
You're making a big bad Democrat saying, well, these people say they don't have money and then they find money. So, number one, who is this? And number two, also, different money is appropriated for different things. So for education, if there's not enough money appropriated, that doesn't mean that there's not money for immigration and immigration services to fund that. If you want a different budget, that's fine. But then money is appropriated and it's legally appropriated for certain reasons.
Okay, so Brandon Johnson, a guy that looks like me.
I'm not talking about state policy.
You asked me who, sir?
Okay, go.
You asked me who.
Go ahead.
Brandon Johnson, a Democrat that looks like me, took money away from inner city black kids and gave them to immigrants, sir. Everybody knows this. They try to run politics just like you. You hide information. They tried to hide how much money they were spending on the immigrants in Chicago. They had to go to court to find out how much money they were spending. And because they knew it would be a political nightmare, sir. And you guys still come on these platforms trying to hide it. What do you mean where?
I'm looking this up right now. Where?
It was a news station in Chicago that had to go to court to get the books. Okay.
No, I'm looking for an article of Mayor Brandon Johnson taking money from inner city kids and giving it to migrants.
Yeah. They did. It was a couple of schools that they closed down because they said they did not have the money. It was an alderman. It was an alderman, and he said exactly what happened. He was walking through, and he said, "This school right here, we had to close down 2 years ago because we did not have the money. It opened back up and got remodeled to house immigrants. Upstairs, immigrant housing. Downstairs, school for the immigrants. This is all documented over the last 2 or 3 years, sir.
What article are you referencing?
Harry, you cannot politic me, brother. It don't work.
Jesus, this is so dumb. All I'm asking you for is source. This is not politicking you. This is asking you for.
Harry. You know this already.
Oh my fucking God! I'm asking you for a source. I'm asking you for is a source. So please prove to me that this took place, and they specifically removed money from inner city kids and gave it to immigrants. You cannot just come up here and say things and not back it up like you've been doing this entire conversation. I'm sick of you're trying to politic me. You're trying to do this. Just provide a source.
Harry, and this is
no.
I know
you have a phone. No.
I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
Can you let me finish? This is what I do with Democrats, because even if we give you proof, visual proof, you'll try to buffer and not believe it anyway.
Come on,
whatever we show you, video of people.
Stop crying and just show me a source. All right. Stop crying and show me a source. Go ahead.
I'm not your Google source, brother. Do it yourself. Everybody knows it.
The burden of proof is on you. If you make a claim, you have to prove it.
Right. Okay. So I had it on my other page that got deleted. My other page. I had it on my delete. See, you liberals can,
dude. Give me a source. I just looked up. Brandon Johnson took money from kids gave it to immigrants. Right. I got nothing. I'm looking it up right now.
Right. I don't expect you to find it, brother, because they scraped the damn internet.
Oh yeah, it's Google's rigging it against you.
Absolutely.
This is genuinely what Republicans do. You guys claim that Google's suppressing your stories, that you could have found it then, you can't find it now, that Google's so big and mean. It doesn't happen. This is not a thing.
Harry, you on your platform can say whatever you want.
Jesus Christ.
Me on my my platform, I can't. There are different rules for Democrats, and there are different rules. This is my second backup page because my other page got deleted because I was telling the truth about you damn Democrats.
I've been banned on this account like 10 times. I've been banned on this account like 10 times.
I'm pulling it up because it's on YouTube.
Go ahead. Oh my God. No.
School closed for immigrants.
Okay. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. Jesus Christ.
The United States of America come first.
Wait, what is this? What is this?
Hold on. I'll pull it up for you. This is just one. Hold on.
A fraction of the cost of a hotel, but many in the crowd didn't want to hear it.
What am I looking at?
Can you pull it on the big screen, please?
Yeah, but what can you? First of all, before you play, can you pause for a second?
Yeah, hold on.
So what is this?
Town hall. This is basically a town hall meeting, a community about housing migrants in Chicago.
Okay. And what's the YouTube channel that published it?
This is a news station, brother. This is ABC 7 Chicago. ABC. Oh, there you go.
I'm simply just getting the information that you provide. And what's the title of the video?
Tempest Flare, a community meeting about housing migrants.
Okay.
At a center. Okay, so this is all over, brother. I don't know.
Officials tonight said Daly College is an ideal location because it's move-in ready and a fraction of the cost of a hotel. But many in the crowd didn't want to hear it.
When do citizens of the United States of America come first?
On the southwest side, city officials getting an earful.
How about this? Give them all these politicians' addresses and put them in their backyards, in their basements, in their houses.
This meeting at Richard J. Daly College comes as the city, starting this weekend, prepares to use this gymnasium until August 1st and 2 auxiliary classrooms on the campus through the end of November to shelter more than 400 migrants.
This is about being human and providing humane spaces for them.
I serve my country. We need to give these immigrants a chance.
But the debate igniting anger about how the city for decades has treated its poor.
We do not take care of our own people. There's no resources taken from our shelter system and the housing within our shelter system, as well as outreach agencies who providing services on the street.
This gathering comes a day after the city council at a heated meeting.
You hear that government official right there?
emergency migrant funding. That money only expected to last through the end of this month.
Wait a minute, you didn't hear that? You didn't hear that part, did you?
Gathering comes a day after the city council at a heated meeting approved $51 million in emergency migrant funding. That money only expected to last through the end of this month.
Yeah. See, okay, so it's a bunch of.
By the way, nothing of what you just said was proven by that video.
Right. Oh, so, I know, Harry. So, see, and this is what we do. You guys don't believe anecdotal evidence from people that actually experiencing it. That's just one video. It's dozens of video just like that, talking about school, talking about, I was on the wait list. I've been on the wait list. There's one lady said, I've been on the wait list for 10 years for low income housing, and the immigrants got pushed ahead of me. They're also pushing out people. They're fast forwarding. One guy came up on my platform and said how they're fast forwarding evictions on people so they can get immigrants in there because they're making more money housing immigrants than they are American citizens. This is going on across the country. You're not going to hear it on MSNBC. You're not going to hear it on CNN.
Really? Because
you're not going to hear it on Harry's Live, sir.
In June, Mayor Johnson defended his decision to begin evicting migrant families with children.
Okay.
From city shelters.
Right.
But wait, hold on now. I thought migrant families were getting priority. Right. But now the mayor of Chicago is evicting migrant families with children, which, by the way, is a questionable decision. I'm not sure if I fully agree with that. But that's what the mayor of Chicago is doing. And also, the video you just provided is people at a town hall saying something. People at a town hall saying something is not reliable evidence. You know how we know that? Because of what happened recently in Springfield, Ohio. Because people have got up at town halls and say, oh, my pet went missing. My cat went missing. It's being eaten by Haitians with no evidence to back it up. Just because somebody says something at a town hall and screams it into a microphone doesn't mean it's true. And you just heard that city official right there talking about how there's no money being removed by the city shelter system and putting it toward this. Like your entire argument was just contradicted by the video that you just showed.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm a black man. And for years, for decades now, I've heard the police say something different than happened in my neighborhood, sir. I've heard it for decades. I've heard it with shootings, et cetera, et cetera. We all see and we all know what happened. But you go to the news, you go to the police, you get a completely different story, okay? I'm going to believe people that look like me and look like you as opposed to CNN, MSNBC, and ABC that fluffer, lie, pander, and withhold information from the American people, sir. I believe them over people like you, over people like Rachel Maddow, over people like Joy Reid, sir. I believe the people. I don't believe the police departments trying to protect their job. Look at Eric Adams right now. He went out there and told people the truth about the immigration crisis going on in his city, and they raided that man's house a month later. This is what they do. If you do not play ball with the Democrat Party, they try to destroy you. So these people are playing ball. I'm 48 years old, brother. I got 20 plus years on you. I've seen
yet you got a lot more lies out of you.
I've seen people in my community. I've seen people in my community get their ass beat. It goes to the damn news, and the cops say, this is before video, this is before camera phones, and the cops say nothing happened, and they got off. So, no, I do not believe the media. The media is biased as hell. Are you kidding me? I believe people in these town meetings that are telling the truth and experiencing it, sir.
You just cited the media as your source.
It wasn't.
You just brought up an ABC7 video to try to prove your point.
And they were talking.
So sometimes the media is in your favor. Sometimes the media is not. Apparently, you trust it sometimes. Now, listen. Of course. Wait.
It was the people saying it, sir. It wasn't news. Report.
It was a news report. There was a journalist at the beginning of it talking about it.
Right.
And who was report? Now, listen. Who was giving a testimony? I don't disagree that in some instances, what the police might say versus what the people might say in a certain instance might be contradictory, and the people might be right. But in this instance, we actually have government budgets and data to back up this stuff. This is not a he said, she said situation. This is, we have the spreadsheets. We have the government funding. We have the money that's going to these things via official government reports. We know that if money is being taken from inner city kids and being given to migrants, and there's just no evidence to support it. So I'm sorry that you're arguing a bad point, but you can't just turn around and blame the media and say the media is biased.
I just told you the expenditures that they were giving to the immigrants was being withheld. They would not give it to the people so they can find out exactly what was being spent on those immigrants. They had to go to court. So what you're saying is viable evidence and this and that. You're talking about people that their politicians and their whole job is cover up. Don't tell people the truth. You tell people what makes them feel good. That's the first rule in politics, Harry. And you're going to be a great politician. You don't tell people the truth. You tell people what makes them feel good.
God forbid I rely on
politics,
evidence
Harry,
and fact.
and
I mean,
you had
I
it
know
mastered,
that
sir.
evidence and fact
Right,
are
exactly.
contradictory to the Republican Party. They don't intersect. I understand that when you vote for Trump, you don't care about fact. You don't give a damn. But fact matters. Truth matters. And not just listening to some random people at a town hall say something does not mean that they are right. It doesn't mean they're right. Because then, you know what, Boom? I'm going to go to town halls all over the goddamn country. I'm going to say in the microphone that Donald Trump is fucking up all these cities, that he is personally stealing money. And apparently, since I'm saying it at a town hall, that means it's automatically right. And you'll believe me. You won't believe those big, bad people at the media who are fact-checking me and saying there's no evidence. You'll believe me because I'm saying it into a microphone at a town hall. That's your claim right here. Whereas I'm saying, hey, let's look at the actual fact. Let's look at the data. There's no hiding in government. There's no hiding. We have the government budgets. We have the money. We know where the money's there. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. If the money's being taken from one program and given to another, well, first of all, there's legal issues there. But second of all, we will find that out. And there's prosecutors who do their damn jobs to find this stuff
what
out.
I won't do, I won't listen to people like you, because I've listened to your show before, because you're a paid pundit.
I'm paid. Here we go.
These people talking at these town hall meetings aren't being paid. They're poor people that have experienced this hardship, and they're actually giving their testimony. So no, will I listen to you? Will I listen to Rachel Maddow? Will I listen to Nancy Pelosi? Hell no. You're all a bunch of politicians. It's all self-serving for you. But I will listen to poor people that's actually experiencing it. Do I believe those people in Springfield? Because those videos came out in Springfield way before the debate, sir. Those people didn't just go up and testify and just make up lies. For what? They weren't getting paid for it. You're getting paid to come up and hit a lot of those people. But those people aren't getting paid for it, sir.
Who's paying me to come up here?
Oh, I've seen documents on you on who's getting paid.
Yeah, you've seen documents. That's another code word for I don't have evidence.
And you get the politician smile and you deny it.
Politician smile. Can't even smile anymore. Can't even smile anymore.
I did not have sexual intercourse with that woman.
What the fuck?
You look like you're telling the truth.
What the hell are you talking about?
Because you look like you're telling the truth, sir. But I know you. I see you, brother. I see your platform.
Yeah, you keep saying, oh, there's documents of me getting paid to go on live. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, what delusional land you live in. But no, Tara, it's fine. You don't have to mute him. I promise. It's fine. Let him be. Let him be. It's okay.
It's fine. You don't have
you gotta swipe up again. Hold on. Let me mute you and swipe up. Go ahead. It's okay. No need to mute him, mods. You got it. It's all good. It's all good. All right, here we go. Oh, you have to click on your profile picture and press unmute.
There we go.
Ready? My point is, you're saying you see documents of me getting paid. That's utter nonsense. You are making this up just like you made up everything else in this conversation. That Biden signed executive orders that somehow magically loosened immigration and people were just able to flood the border. And somehow that caused people to come to the border and not global conflict. That's nonsense. And now you're saying, oh, inner city money has been taken from inner city kids and given to migrants. That's nonsense. Everything you're saying in this conversation is lies. Maybe you would actually do good by listening to journalists who do work at mainstream media outlets, because these people are damn good at their jobs and they dedicated their lives to the media. I'm not saying go get a daily drip of MSNBC. I'm not saying go get a daily drip of Fox News. But folks that work at the Associated Press, folks that work at ABC, folks that work at these different news outlets are not bad people. They're not your enemy, regardless of what Donald Trump would say. Maybe you'd do better and know more if you would listen to some of these folks and their reporting.
Just like the Hunter laptop situation was a figment of our imagination. Just like Joe Biden's cognitive decline we made up. Just like when I go buy orange juice, that orange juice isn't $8 because the economy is doing well. I don't see $8. I actually see $3, the price of that orange juice from 4 years ago. Again, you can't fool the American people this time, sir. You guys have been doing it. You've been doing it, but you're not going to fool us with your lies and your deception. We see right through it. We see stuff with our own eyes, and you're telling us we don't see what we actually see. Okay? The fraud ain't going to work no more, brother.
I'm telling you to start reading more. I'm telling you to start listening to reliable sources.
I read every day, brother.
And not. No,
Right.
I'm sure that your best source of information is Donald Trump's Truth Social page. It's not very reliable at all.
I know.
It's not reliable at all. If you would do well with some information from these journalists who have dedicated their lives to journalism. I don't know why you think they're your enemy. Maybe it's because Donald Trump calls the media the enemy of the people. But you do well if you listen to some of these folks and listen to some of the reporting, and you would know that people and Haitian immigrants in Ohio are not eating pets, and this has been debunked time and time again. By the way, it's been debunked by politicians on your side, politicians who've been endorsed by Donald Trump, such as the governor of Ohio, who said it didn't happen. So maybe instead of listening to these random people at town halls who are saying something happened, which it didn't fucking happen, maybe you should listen to elected officials.
Right. So what elected officials and what news? Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow. Who should I listen to, Harry?
I think just do yourself a favor. Why don't you why don't you open up the Associated Press every day and read some of the Associated Press articles?
I read everything, sir, and I watch C-SPAN on a daily basis, sir. I watch it all. That's why you couldn't cook my ass. That's why I came up here and roasted your ass.
Is that why you've not won a single point this entire conversation?
Sir, you see my gifts, and I'm a nobody. I'm a fucking nobody.
The gifts don't mean anything. The gifts don't mean anything.
You're the paid pundit, not me, sir.
Who's paying me? Who's paying me? Still, you're yet to answer this question.
Harry isn't getting paid. Harry, I'm a nobody. And I'm at 10,000 already, bruh. I'm cooking your ass.
Gifts don't mean anything.
Again, you're going to try to deflect. And this is what you guys do. You try to deflect, even if you bring video.
By the way,
evidence,
I'm at 31. I'm at 31,000. Does that mean I'm winning the debate? No, I don't claim to win because I have more gifts than you.
It's your platform. It's not my platform.
I don't claim. That's a terrible argument to say that you're winning a debate. So far in this debate, you have not cited any fact whatsoever. None.
Again, even if you bring video evidence to Democrats,
you didn't bring video evidence. You brought people to town hall. Again, you know what? I'm gonna start going to town halls and start saying stuff into microphones, and you'll believe it then.
I know. So all these people for 2 years going to the town hall meetings in Chicago and New York and Springfield, they're all lying, correct?
Wait, hold on now. There was a veteran, a service member in that video who said, "I serve my country. We should give these folks a chance." And you disregard what he said.
Wait.
But when people are coming in and saying, "Well, you have to take care of the American people first," do you think that those folks are automatically the most educated on the budgets of Chicago?
Okay, so this man only said we should give these people a chance. These other people came to the town hall meeting and said what was going on in their city. This man didn't deny what was going on. All he said was give those people a chance. You know why? Because he listens to Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton and Rachel Maddow bullshit. Okay, so now he knows what's going on, but these people are telling you visually with evidence what's going on in their community, and Harry Styles doesn't believe it. Unbelievable. When you get people, unbelievable. Anyway, I gotta go.
Wait. Before you leave, I have one thing to say to you.
Yeah,
In the 2025 projected budget for Chicago is $982 million. Okay. That's the projected budget. Almost $1 billion for one city. Crazy.
Right.
In 2023, so it's not perfect, but in 2023, Chicago paid at least $138 million to care for migrants. That is almost, adjusting a little bit, kind of rounding up. That's a tenth of their budget. A tenth. 90% is going to other programs that help people in Chicago. A tenth is going to help with migrants, which, by the way, is a temporary problem. If there's a temporary problem that arises in a city, then of course it's going to require more resources. But on your average year, when it comes to Chicago, especially when migration is falling like it is right now, that budget will be less and less and less and less. It'll be 5% maybe in the next couple of years. Just read for me. Just look at the actual Chicago budget. You can look this stuff up. And so these people who are going to town halls and saying, you're not putting the American people first, you're not taking care of the American people first, that's objectively wrong when you look at their budgets.
Okay, so I'm a retort. You said a tenth of their budget is going to the immigrants, right?
For 1 year, yeah.
So, right. I don't care if it's 1/100th of a percent. 0 should go to the immigrants. They should, because they're still, I don't know what we know what politicians do with money. Money just disappears. $3 billion disappeared in California trying to take care of the homeless. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't care. Those people shouldn't be here in the first place. So I don't care if it's 1/10, a third, a fourth, 100 of 1,000, whatever percentage you want to make. None of it should go to the immigrants. They all should be going to people that look like you and look like me that are citizens. We don't have an obligation to take care of people's problems, their daycare, their crime, their health problems, etc. Stay in their own damn country. American first. America's only. You don't take care of somebody else, bruh. You don't take care of somebody else's kids before you take care of your kids. Why are there still homeless people in Chicago? Why are there still people starving in Chicago? Why are there still people not getting the education they need in Chicago and New York? If they were putting Americans first, we wouldn't have these issues in our cities that we still have today, sir.
Yeah, but here's what you're not understanding. A lot of these people that you're talking about are legal immigrants. If
They're
you seek
only
asylum,
legal because the Biden administration made them legal.
No,
Yes.
asylum is legal under international law and American law. So if you seek asylum, hold on. If you seek asylum and you come into the country via asylum, you are here legally. So with the government you're talking about providing for these folks, they're providing for legal immigrants. They're not just handing out money to undocumented migrants. They're providing for people who are here legally, who have rights to receive benefits from the government.
Okay.
Most of these people are seeking asylum. Now you might be saying, well, maybe so many people shouldn't be seeking asylum. Maybe we should work on that. Joe Biden tried and your party blocked it.
Okay, again, you're saying that they're legal because the Biden administration changed law. Let me finish. Changed the laws to make them legal, sir. They would be under.
You can't change a law with an executive order.
Hold on. Okay, I'm talking about executive orders. You know what I'm talking about.
You can't change a law with an executive order.
Those people would not be illegal, nor would they. Would not be legal, nor would they be here if we had stayed under Donald Trump's executive orders that he signed, sir.
That's not true.
It's 100%
That's not true because these people would still come seek asylum.
The Biden administration is flying these people over here, sir, purposely.
Wait. That's part of a program that lets people in legally, which, by the way, the government is not paying for them. These people have to secure a sponsor in the United States, and that sponsor has to agree to financially cover them for their time in the United States.
That's not true. That is not true.
Oh,
Those people that are flying over here, they do not have sponsors, sir. Now, you may pull up some bullshit ass article that's going to say they have sponsors, because this is what the Democrats do. They cover their ass. Oh, we're not giving money to migrants. No, you're not giving money directly to migrants. You give it to the states. But when you pull up Google, this is what they'll say. The Biden administration covers their ass. Oh, Kamala Harris, it's not the border czar. Then when you go on whitehouse.gov, you see she was in total charge of the border. You go back and you look at past footage from CNN and MSNBC, all saying she was in charge of the border. And then with the flick of a switch, once she got nominated to be the president or she got chosen and gave the job to her to be the president of the United States, the rhetoric changed. She's not in charge of the border. I'm sure they call you, Harry. Make sure you say that Kamala Harris wasn't in charge of the border because we all got the same damn memo at the same time. Bruh, again, I'm 48. I love politics. I know what you guys do. You can't fool me no more,
Maybe you
man.
should read some more because get ready, buddy. First of all, she wasn't the border czar. And listen to this. Via the U.S. Citizenships and Immigration Services website, uscis.gov, quote, individuals participating in these processes must have a supporter in the United States who agrees to provide them with financial support for their duration of their parole in the United States. Please don't talk to me about you dunking on anybody and you doing all the reading and you doing all the fact checking because you are wrong. This is via a government website talking about these sponsors, my man. All these people, the flights you're talking about are through a parole program that has been in effect since the 1990s, including under Donald Trump's presidency. And I don't have to talk anymore. You already heard it.
And just like the asylum seekers, just like the asylum seekers, you're supposed to come over here. You're supposed to come over here and seek asylum if only you fear death or whatever in your own country.
Yes.
But what's happening now? These people are coming. You see, you guys talk out of both sides of your mouth. You'll say, oh, asylum, we know the asylum process, but then you'll say on the side of your mouth, these people have a right to come over here because they want a better life. So you contradict yourself.
I've not said that.
Okay, so Harry, you know, and I know that most of these people aren't coming over here because they fear for their life. They're coming over here because they want a better life.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Under that scenario, that makes their asylum process illegal, sir. But you know what?
No, it doesn't, because
It
I
does,
believe in
sir.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
I
Pull
believe
up
in
the
due
asylum-
process. I
Right.
believe
Pull
in
up the
due
asylum
process.
law.
Hold on.
Mhm.
I believe in due process, even for immigrants, which apparently you don't think deserve rights. If you seek asylum and you pass, oh, here you go. Come on.
There we go.
See? Testing. Okay, good. If you seek asylum in the United States, you're making a legal claim that you are being persecuted in your home country, and you are granted temporary asylum because you passed your credible fear threat at the border, and then you get let into the country. You are given a court date. So without going to your court date, we have no idea whether these folks' asylum claims are legal and valid or not. So they have to go through court, and then they'll be judged in a court of law. Now, then we will know if their asylum claim is valid or not. I'm not comfortable making a judgment on somebody without them going through the legal process. I believe in due process. Apparently, you don't. I don't know.
This is what I'm saying. Before the Biden administration took over, it was 82 or 86%, 82 or 86% of people that have filed for asylum, their process was denied.
Yes.
All of a sudden, Joe Biden took, and again, he changed the asylum process and the laws. I mean, with executive order, he changed it. All of a sudden, Joe Biden gets into office and the numbers flipped dramatically. And if you read deeper about the asylum law and the asylum process, he changed laws. He changed the law with executive order to make it easier for these people to qualify and get and pass the asylum process. They made it easier. This was all in the progressive agenda. The AOC testified about it. Her whole little crew. What's the AOC's little progressive crew name? The Crew, or whatever they call. This is the agenda that's going on across the world in European countries and in Canada, etc. They think the progressive liberal agenda is all these people should come over here to America, to England, to France, etc. But what we're seeing is these people are coming to our countries causing havoc, chaos, and anarchy, sir.
Yeah, you know what? Except it's just not true. But I'm still waiting for that executive order where Biden made it so much easier for people to come in seeking asylum, and maybe there is an argument to be made there. But maybe there's an argument to be made there that it should be easier to seek asylum, but also make sure that it only applies to people that actually need to seek asylum. Maybe we should. You know what? For example, if you're fearing sexual assault in your home nation, you don't qualify for asylum. Maybe we should expand asylum to seeking for fear based off of sexual assault. Maybe we should expand that. I don't think that's wrong. I mean, do you think that's wrong?
To what?
To expand asylum to include a definition and that includes a fear of sexual assault in your home country?
Sir.
You think that's wrong?
No, I think we should take care of America. We can't say, Harry, there are 750 million people living in poverty in the world. So what you guys are advocating for is everybody should come in. Kumbaya, everybody. This is insane. We can't save the world.
No, that is not what we are arguing for.
Right.
That is literally not what we're arguing. We're not saying that everybody ever has to come in and everybody's going to sing Kumbaya. Literally, I'm in favor of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's and Senator Langford's bill, Republican senator endorsed by Donald Trump, that would have limited migration at the border. That's something I would have been in favor of, but Donald Trump blocked the bill. So we're in favor of logical, common sense immigration.
Guess what, Harry?
Go ahead.
I freaking found it, Harry.
What do we got here?
It's your lucky day, Harry. There we go, Harry.
What,
you see that?
Yeah, read the specifics of it. Read the specifics of it.
And I can go down. You said it didn't exist. For generations, immigrants have come to the United States with little more than the clothes on their backs, hope in their hearts, and desire to claim their own piece of the American dream. Their mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters.
Yeah. Get to the meat. Get to the meat. Come on.
sound just like
I don't know what you're laughing at. I'm asking you to get to the specifics.
Right.
Let's move it on.
Right. Okay. So United States strategy.
This is. You got to keep going. You got to keep going.
Okay. Hold on. Combating corruption, strengthening, combating sexual violence.
Yeah. So Biden's trying to address sexual violence. What a terrible thing, huh?
Right. No.
Wait, what is this called? What is this called again?
Sexual violence in your own country with your own people.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to give people safe harbor if they're facing sexual violence in their own country.
I think here.
What? Can you go quickly? Scroll back up again because I want to look it up for myself as well.
Hold on.
No. Just scroll all the way to the top of the name, and then I'll look it up and we'll read together.
Okay. There you go.
Executive order on creating a comprehensive regional. That should do the job. Wait, okay.
I think I found what I was looking for right here when it says expansion of lawful pathways for protection and opportunity in the United States.
Expansion of lawful pathways.
Right. Expansion, which proves my talking point from the beginning when I said this. Wait a minute, Harry. This was purposely done. I don't want to hear anything about some border bill and all kinds of crap. This was purposely done. This is why we're having so much chaos on our streets, because the Biden administration did this on purpose, sir. Period.
Wait, so now you're against lawful lawful pathways for immigration?
No, don't come. Stay in your own damn country.
It's lawful. It's legal.
It's lawful because they changed the law. Like I said.
Then no. This is the problem. Then you should have just told me from the get-go that you're against legal immigration, because if it's lawful, then it's lawful. It's within the law. I can't argue against somebody who's saying, I'm against legal immigration. You should have just said that from the get-go.
Restoring and enhancing asylum processing at the border. They made it all easier for these people to come over. You can read. I've read it already, but you can read.
What part of that is incriminating to you?
It's all like what I said from the beginning, and you denied, and you kept telling me to pull it up, but I had it. I had it on my notes.
Wait. Right. Read the part of it where it makes it that the asylum system can be abused, because that's the claim here, right? You're saying the Biden made it so that the asylum system can be abused.
It's a lot to read, sir.
Well, do you have a specific part of it?
Yes, it's a lot to read. There's a Salvador cooperation, examination of protective claims, agreement between the government of the United States and Honduras. These people that weren't allowed to come in, they've been allowed to come in. This Home Security shall promptly cease implementing the prompt asylum law review. You hear that? The
prompt asylum law review.
Yes, program and humanitarian asylum review program. It was all purposely done, sir.
These are all. But you're mad about legal pathways.
It's legal because they made it legal.
Asylum was not made legal by Biden.
Again, I'm just showing you where he changed the law, sir. I'm showing you where he changed it.
Wait. Let's just read. I'm going to read. I have it in front of me as well. I'm going to read one section of which you're saying that. I'm just going to pick one at random. There's I, 2, 1, 2, A, B. Let me pick C. Ready? Let me pick C under the section you're reading in. And you tell me how this is changing the law. The Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall promptly review and determine whether to rescind the interim final rule titled Alien Subject to a Bar on Entry under certain presidential proclamations procedures for protection claims, November 9, 2018, and the final rule titled Asylum Eligibility and Procedural Modifications, as well as any agency memoranda or guidance that were issued in reliance on those rules. That's not changing the law at all. It's directing the Attorney General and the Department of Homeland Security to review said programs.
Right. Yeah, I know. It's all changed. Here's one D. The Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall promptly review and determine whether to rescind the interim final rule titled Implementing Bilateral and Multilateral Asylum Cooperative Agreements under the Immigration and Nationality Act. This again made it easier for people to come over from countries, El Salvador, from Venezuela, etc.
Which one is this? You said 1D?
It's all right here.
Wait, you
it's
said
all right here.
No, which one did you say? One what?
This was D, I think. I think D. I think it was D.
Oh, yes. Okay. The bilateral and multilateral asylum cooperation. Yeah, wait.
Probably review whether termination, recession, modification, or follow-up action is
Wait, what the fuck? Again, this is once again, this is directing the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to review something. This is not changing law. Oh my God, dude.
They reviewed it, and they made it easier for these people to come over here.
See, the President of the United States. The President of the United States can't change law with executive order. He is directing people in his administration to review certain policies and certain initiatives that we already have in the United States. Now, this executive order also overturns certain executive orders, but directing something to be reviewed does not mean that Biden is changing the law. And nothing of which we're reading right now says it makes it easier for people to come in via asylum.
Look at I, Harry.
Look at I.
Read I to everybody here.
Wait, it, just to be clear, I starts with the secretary. There's a couple I's.
Oh, it's under the expansion of lawful pathways for protection and opportunity in the United States. Read I.
Let me find it. Hold on. Say that again. What was it called?
I.
But what was like the heading?
Expansion of lawful pathways for protection and opportunity in the United States.
Expansion of lawful pathways.
The triangle benefits approved by.
I'm not seeing expansion of lawful pathways.
I can read it.
Okay, go for it.
Consider taking all appropriate actions to reverse the 2017. You know what happened in 2017, Harry? Donald Trump broke that executive orders to reverse the 2017 decision rescinding the Central American minors parole policy and terminating the CAM parole program. Okay, it's what he did. So what you said?
What was the first thing?
You needed proof that Joe Biden reversed the executive orders that Donald Trump signed. Okay, it's right here, sir. It's an I.
That's not what I said. I know there's no doubt that Biden.
That is what you said.
No, that is not what I said. I said there's no doubt. Wait. There's no doubt that Biden. There's no doubt that Biden overturned some of Donald Trump's executive orders, like every president does for the president. Wait. There's no doubt that Biden overturned executive orders of Trump, which is what every president does. My argument to you was that Biden didn't make it easier for people to abuse the asylum system.
I'm just showing you where it did, brother. You still denying it.
Wait. I gotta find this now. It's what you just read.
Anybody can look. If you any of you guys want to look at it, it's on whitehouse.gov. Executive order on creating a comprehensive regional framework to address causes of migration, to manage migration throughout North and Central America, and to provide safe, orderly processing of asylum seekers at the United States.
Wait, is this section you just read under Section 4 again, restoring and enhancing asylum processing at the border? Is that where you read it?
I forget. I don't know. I'm getting tired, man. I don't know. I think it's shit. I don't know, disease control. This is a mess, an absolute mess what they did at the border, man.
Okay, all right. I'm trying to find your thing so we can actually look up the orders.
Here's another one as well.
Here it is. You were reading under a different section. Consider taking all appropriate actions to reverse the 2017 decision rescinding the Central America. So the first one.
Here's another one too. Here's another one. Hey, this is really going to get you guys.
Oh my fucking. Okay, wait. No, let's stop right here. Let's stop right here because we have to address this. What you just read as a dunking moment was consider taking all appropriate actions to reverse the 2017 decision rescinding the Central American minors CAM parole policy and terminating the CAM parole program.
Right.
This is again a program that helps minors.
They shouldn't be. We got minors that can't read in America, Harry. We got minors that can't read in America. That's their problem.
I don't disagree.
Sir.
We should fund their education, no doubt. But what you're saying right here, this does nothing. Oh my God, your whole moment you were just celebrating right there. This does nothing to make asylum easier and make it easier for people to abuse the system. This is just Joe Biden saying, you know what? These minor immigrant children have gone through enough.
they shouldn't just be removed. Maybe they should, if they're here and they've grown up here and they've been here and they're going to school, they're living in their community, they're playing for their soccer team. Maybe we shouldn't send big bad ICE agents in there to pick them up and throw them out.
These are not the people we're talking about already in America. These are the people that came over here. The people were these were for future immigrants, not the people already here, Harry.
Wait.
And here's another one as well. Okay. This ought to be good for you. It's the secretary. Let me see if this is the secretary of HHS and director of CDC, in consultation with the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall properly review and determine whether termination, recession, or modification of the following actions is necessary and appropriate. Order suspending the right to introduce certain persons from countries where quarantable, communicable, I'm getting tired, I can't even read, communicable diseases, foreign quarantine, suspension of the right to introduce, and prohibition of introduction of persons into the United States from designated foreign countries. Therefore, if we said you're in a country that has a disease where you need to be quarantined for, you can't come over. Joe Biden opened up the floodgates and invited those people over. So not only are we inviting a daycare over, not only are we inviting people's problems over, we're also inviting disease over, Harry.
Okay.
And
yeah. So let's just go one by one because you're talking about
Jesus in America.
Let's go one by one because let's go one by one because you were talking about the CAM Central American Minors Program, right? Let's just read about what that actually is. The CAM program provides certain qualified children who are nationals of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, as well as certain family members of those children, an opportunity to seek refuge status and possible resettlement in the United States. Only certain parents or legal guardians who are lawfully present in the United States may request access to the program for qualifying children. A qualified child must be unmarried, under the age of 21, and a national of El Salvador, Guatemala, or Honduras. In some cases, an in-country parent of the qualifying child may also qualify for access. Children of qualifying child or other eligible family members may also qualify if those children are under the age of 21. So God forbid, the horror, God forbid we have a mother from one of these countries who's here in the United States legally, and she's like, you know what? My 10-year-old is still in Honduras. I would like that 10-year-old to come live with me here in the United States. God forbid if that mother is able to bring that child over with her. That child's just going to bring so much harm to the country, right?
We don't know. It's really honestly, you have a child that's 16, 17 years old, and they're in a country where it's impossible to be vetted because they don't keep the same system. They don't. Some of these countries, in these small towns, in these countries, they don't even fingerprint these people. So what we're bringing is kids we don't know. In America, minors commit a lot of crime. They do. So what makes you think that these minors aren't committing crime in third world countries? We have no idea who these people are. Most of the time, we don't even know their name. We have no idea what disease they're bringing. We have no idea what crime they committed in their country because they get to come to our country, change their name, their blood type, their social, they get to change everything and get a new start. We don't even allow our people to get a new start. So if you have a felon, if you're an American citizen and you have a felon, that's tainted for the rest of your life. You can rent homes in certain areas. You can't get jobs. You can't buy certain things. You can't vote in some states because you're a felon. So what we're doing, these people in our country, we will not give a second chance to and wipe the slate clean. So what we're doing, we're inviting people. A lot of these people are tearing up their passports at the border, okay? We're inviting people. We have no idea to vet them. We have no idea what crimes they're committed in their country, and we're allowing these people to come in our country and get a fresh start. They may get a fresh start and may never commit another crime again. They may get a fresh start. Buddy. They may get a fresh start and commit crime. But again, we do not give our own citizens the right for a fresh start, but we're giving other people and their citizens a right to the fresh start.
Yeah, except that's not true.
Except if you're a criminal in your home country, you don't apply for a lot of these programs. And by the way, our background checks, our vetting of these people is pretty comprehensive. So we cooperate with these governments. We have a lot of agreements with these governments and treaties with these governments that they give us access to this information if they have it. So if somebody commits crimes in there, or they're a person of interest in some crimes, they will not be able to just come to the United States and avoid all of that. That's not how the system works. And the idea that, oh my God, you're still like hung up on like, wait, I'm not done yet. You're still hung up on this idea that undocumented migrants are committing crime. They commit less crime than native-born Americans. This has been proven time and time again. The own data that you were citing earlier, even though there was an increase because there's been more people, it's still significantly less than native-born American crime when you account for population. And by the way, I just want to read one last thing about the CAM program. If you received access to the CAM program, but we find you ineligible for refugee status, we will consider you for parole. Parole does not lead to a permanent immigration status, but it does allow you to lawfully enter and live temporarily in the United States and to apply for work authorization. We will generally approve parole under CAM for a 3-year period. U.S. Customs and Border Protection makes the ultimate determination whether to parole an individual into the United States at a port of entry. It is not permanent residence. Now, what was the other goddamn thing you said?
So Harry, you mentioned something earlier about the people. They share their information as far as, what crime they committed. 100% true. This only applies if they committed an international crime where they're wanted internationally that's the only way for us to find out who these people are. So if somebody's on the international wanted list, then we would know. The people that commit small crimes commit major crimes in a small city in Peru or Venezuela, they do not share their database with us. We have no idea who they are.
True.
It's the reason. It is true. Show me.
True.
Okay, pull it up, Harry, where this is true, where small towns in Venezuela are giving us the criminal information to America so we can know exactly who they are. Show me, Harry.
I'm going to give an opportunity.
Show me that,
Wait,
Harry.
I'm going to show you in just a second. Relax.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to go back to, we're going to do all of these things at once. I want to go back to what you just read out of the thing of like the spreading of diseases in that thing. I want to identify the program that you're talking about because I guarantee it's not how you described it. And also, I want to give a lawyer an opportunity to come up and maybe fill the gaps. Would you be okay with that?
No, I'm getting tired. I've been on here
that's too bad. That's too bad. You're here now. I'm gonna invite him if he wants to come up. That's optional. If he wants to come up, that's optional for him. The invite is out there. If Law of the Wild wants to come up,
so you calling in to help. You can't handle me. I'm too much.
Well, he's a lawyer. I think he knows more than you and I do about the law. I think that would be a better. I think that would be a better source of information. What? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say right now? I didn't even hear what you said. I'm curious. What did you say?
Muhammad Ali, the rumble. You never heard of the rumble?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Open your ass. Okay, all right.
I don't know what you're talking about. In terms of this conversation, I don't know what that's.
I know.
Anyway, I don't know if he's going to come up or not.
I gotta work it. I got a job. I'm not paid by the DNC like you are, brother.
Yeah.
I'm not paid, so I got a job. I got stuff I got to do in the morning.
All right, fine. Well, we can wrap it up here then, and you can come back another day.
That's cool. Nice talking to you.
All right, boom. Thanks, man. Have a good one. All right. Jeez Louise. I had more I wanted to say. Oh my God, I missed so much on fucking Venmo. Zamiri, thank you for the $3. You should live stream you and Chris playing NCAA. We've talked about it. I would definitely do it. Amelda, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Adriana, thank you for the $5 saying for dealing with MAGA nuts. We've been dealing with them for quite some time. Matthew, thank you for the $30. I appreciate you so much. In 3 different installments of 10. And Tess, what's up, Tess? Happy birthday to the smartest. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I turned 22 like an hour ago, and I was debating that freak. He was fun to talk about for the most part, but I appreciate it, Tess. Thank you. Margaret, thank you for the $50 saying happy B-Day, Harry. I hope your wishes come true. Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate that as well. It's very kind. Daniel, thank you for the $3 saying happy birthday, Harry, from a Gen Z in Parkland. I appreciate you, Daniel, as well. Thank you, my man. Tony, thank you for the $20.25 saying thanks for cooking these people. We try. Pixie, thank you for the $10 saying cooking against the yelling fool. I like that description. Amy, thank you for the $5 for listening to that dude yell. My own voice is like strained right now. Samantha, thank you for the $2 saying you're a freaking saint. Thanks for all that you do. Thank you, Samantha. I appreciate that. Christina, thank you for the $5. Tell him this is a Mexican land vote. Blue Texas. I love that. We got a Blue Texas. It's incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out. where did I leave off? Gabby, thank you for the $5 saying you, Dean, and Parker have been my entertainment all day. I love those guys, man. They're fantastic. Kurt, thank you for the $3 or $5 saying, Kurt here, working overseas in Singapore. I wanted to send my support and thanks. Would love if you could share some federal websites that you use with good data that you use during debates, since I want to learn more and become a better debater. Yeah, I think like anything like economy, Department of Labor or Bureau of Labor Statistics, immigration is the Border Patrol website, Department of Homeland Security website. What other good websites are there? The Department of Justice website for cases that are federal. Also, shout out to everybody for the birthday messages in the chat. I appreciate you. 22, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting up there. I'm just joking. Tara, thank you for the $75 as well. I don't know how you do it. Keep up the work. Good work. We need to get Trump voted out forever. Thank you, Tara. Can we get some W's for Tara in the chat? $75 is incredibly generous. I appreciate that. And thank you, DMC Neil, for the boxing glove. Casey, thank you for the $5, sending you Zen vibes after dealing with all the MAGA madness. My brain hurts. Like, legitimately, I'm tired. Sally, thank you for the $10 saying dealing with this angry dude and being so calm about it. Well, I'm not sure I was calm, but you know. Faith, thank you for the $10 as well, saying, watch you every night and learn so much. Sorry you have to deal with ignorant people. Ohio voter, make sure you vote for Sherrod Brown, please. I know you will. Jenna, thank you for the 2 cents, saying this guest boom is one of the few guests I can't stand listening to. I had to rip my headphones off and do something else. I appreciate that. Elisa, thank you for the $5. Scott, thank you for the $20, saying for all the insanity you face, happy birthday from Alaska. I appreciate that so much, man. All the way out there in Alaska, huh? Marshall, thank you for the $10, saying get them with smartness. I appreciate you, Marshall. Lee, thank you for the $25, saying happy birthday, Harry. Thank you. Oh God, you guys are too kind, man. I appreciate that. Deanne Williamson, thank you for the $25 as well, saying happy birthday. I thank you, Deanne. Appreciate you. Clarissa, thank you for the $10, saying happy birthday, 1 year closer to becoming president. Yeah, now it's only 13 years until I can illegally run for president. You know, 13. Kayla, thank you for the $5, saying we'll pay more when I get paid. Happy birthday from Arkansas. Please, Kayla, save your money. Go out to dinner. Treat your friends and family and loved ones to a nice meal. I appreciate you. You don't have to do all that, man. But I appreciate you, Kayla. Thank you. Skylar, thank you for the $5 as well, saying happy birthday. 26th, my b-day too. Skylar, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I love that. I love that. Victoria, thank you for the $1. The wronger he was, the louder he got. Yeah, seriously. Alyssa, thank you for the $2. Happy birthday, Dumpling. I like that. Thank you, Alyssa. Christina, thank you for the $3, saying happy birthday. Hope you keep all the good work up. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you guys, man. Molly, thank you for the $5 as well, saying happy birthday, Harry. Welcome to your Taylor year. Yeah, I guess that the 22 song accounts is applicable now, huh? Anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna wrap up the live. I think we'll leave it there. We were live for 3 hours. We screamed to that guy for like an hour straight. Tracy, thank you for the $20 as well, saying happy B-Day, Harry. I am 924 and spent mine with COVID. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hope yours is way better. I'm sorry, Tracy. Hope you're feeling better. I know it's only 3 days later, so hopefully you recovered fully and you're doing well, and you're enjoying yourself. So I appreciate that, Tracy. Thank you for the birthday wish, and happy belated to you as well. I hope it was a good one. Aside from the COVID, hope you managed to get some rest or something. Liliana, thank you for the $5. Keep up the great work, Harry. Love watching you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, guys, I think we're going to actually we'll wait till we get 1 million. We're like 12,000 away from 1 million. So we'll wait. I genuinely don't, like, I'm not even trying to be rude to that guy. I genuinely don't think he said a single fact in that entire conversation. Like, not a single thing was based off of actual fact. Like, and then I think we got to the root of the cause by the end of the conversation. He has a problem with legal immigrants. He doesn't like legal migration, just period, right? So that was the problem by the end of it, right? He just doesn't like legal immigrants. Yeah, that was. I mean, I think it took us a while to get to. Thank you, Ali, for the glowing jellyfish. I appreciate you. Shout out to all the gifts and follows, everybody. And we just hit 1 million likes. Yeah, I think that was like the problem getting to that, was like discovering that he just didn't want legal immigrants. And then we got there eventually, and then he was like, yeah, okay, I don't want legal immigrants. He was like, stay in your own country. I mean, my God, the xenophobia. Yeah, exactly. Someone in the chat just put that out. But listen, everybody, we're going to wrap up the live. All these people are live. Isaiah Martin right now is doing TikTok debates. So go raid Isaiah. Go let him know that we sent you. Say, Harry raid, Harry raid, Harry raid. Thank you, Carly. I appreciate you. Just let him know that you're going over there to see him. But also the Venmo Cash App is in my link in my bio if you want to support the live or you support the page just generally. Those links to all of those pages are in my bio. So if you want to go over there and follow on those pages and all that good stuff, let me know. And if you didn't get to debate tonight, hopefully I'll be live tomorrow night and we can talk and you can come up and debate then. But yeah, all those other platforms are in my bio. Venmo Cash App are in my bio, all that good stuff. You haven't done a YouTube live in a while. Yeah, we're going to get back into those, I swear. And Isaiah, definitely go rate Isaiah right there. And make sure you're registered to vote and all that good stuff. And thank you, Killer, for the birthday wish. Have a great day tomorrow, everybody. It's Friday. Enjoy yourself. Have a great one. Sleep in if you can. Eat some good food. Drink some water. See some people you love. All of that good stuff. Yeah. All right. I think we'll leave it there. Go rate Isaiah R. Martin. He's doing TikTok live debates right now. Go say hi to him. Let him know. Thank you again, everybody, for all the birthday wishes. Sorry, I'm a little sick, so So go rate Isaiah. Thank you for the birthday wishes, everybody. I appreciate all of you guys. You guys are amazing. And we'll talk soon. All right, everybody. Thanks, everyone. Mwah. Bye, everybody.
And myself about the fact that like we're behind on some of those things, but like, I don't really know how that relates to like our financial institutions. I also think Democrats like have objectively like made strides to do things like regulated AI. Like we already have like Gavin Newsom writing bills like around trying to like regulate artificial intelligence and such.
I guess my point was that I feel like Trump is a Band-Aid until we can find a solution for those things. And then I wanted to address somebody in the comments who's saying that they did wake up with money in their account and Chase and that they didn't commit fraud. I'm not saying that you did. I'm saying that whomever decided to withdraw funds that they knowingly didn't have, that's considered fraud. So I don't say that you put it in there or that you're the one who did. I don't know how that worked. I don't know how to do that.
I think they're just like essentially people would just like insert a fake check into a Chase bank and it would deposit into their account and they could use it. But also like that's not like a new thing. That's always been a thing. I mean, you can go to like a Bank of America ATM right now if you have Bank of America and like overdraw your account with money you don't have. People do that all the time. It's just like I just think it became like super viral because people didn't know you could commit fraud.
I'm saying because digitally you're able to change that. Like digitally you're able to change it. Like it's a matter of changing those numbers digitally to appear that they're there or they're not there. And I think that those kind of reasons are the reasons why they're going to move into a cashless society, because then you can then say, we can control this. And then that's my concern because
so
for
instance. Do you not bank?
No, I do bank. But it's still a concern of mine. I still keep a shoebox of cash. Like I'm not like
so
here's
you're concerned that like bank executives are going to change the numbers in your bank account and that there's no remedy for you.
I think more likely that it'd be hackers than bank executives. But like, for instance, the reason why this is a concern to me is because
why would hackers change the number in your account instead of just take the money in your account?
Well, they could do that too. They could also take all of it. You could wake up in the morning, like I said, and have zeros. You could have all zeros.
I think
the point of bringing it up, though, the point of me bringing it up was do you remember during the trucker protests in Canada?
Yeah.
At that time, they froze some of those people's accounts. They also froze people's accounts who donated to those people. And so you could then decide, like, if we were to go to a digital society and we have, I don't know what you'd use, your phone, a chip, something to keep care of all your health records and your money, all of that kind of stuff. If then we were doing things that the government didn't approve of, they would have total control over us. And that's the fear. The fear is loss of freedom.
So I do want to point out really quickly, like, and then like I'd like to hear more about this. I do think like it's interesting. I heard someone say this, and I kind of fully agree. And again, like, I'm not like attempting to. There's no disrespect here. I think that one of the reasons we've like moved into like a society of like a lot of conspiracy theories is because people like don't have it's kind of most people don't understand how things work. So like if you go like way back, 100 years ago, like to be able to like operate in society, you had to like know how everything worked because you had to like I don't know, build something to be able to use it. And now like we all wake up every single day and we use a cell phone and we don't understand how our cell phone works, and we use the internet and we don't understand how the internet works, and we get in a car and our car has like mini explosions in the back of it that propel us forward and we have no idea how that works. And I think it like breeds a place where like it's very easy to like create conspiracies about things because none of us have an understanding of how things actually work. And I think that like my argument would be like, this is a good example, right? There's like a pretty like extensive, like you say, like moving from like just saying, hey, we all bank digitally to like, oh, anybody could access it and it could equal zero. But like, I think that that's just like a misunderstanding of how like banking works or like where our funds actually are, because they're not just like on a screen. I mean, the funds actually exist, and there's like obviously a massive amount of systems and people that like keep track of those things and like make sure that what you're suggesting could like never happen. Now, I do understand what you're saying, like moving toward all digital. It obviously carries like new risks. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying I think it's like significantly more secure than maybe like we're suggesting here.
But we all kind of chuckle when we say conspiracy theory, like, "Oh, that's crazy. She's a crazy girl." Like that's so funny.
I don't think you're crazy.
In reality, conspiracies are just conspiracies until they're proven accurate. Like everyone said, it was a conspiracy theory that Wuhan was drummed up in a lab, which has come out to be probably accurate. So the reality is, they're only you can see you're laughing, but the thing is, conspiracy theory is a term that the government gave for free thinkers and people who think outside the box, critical thinkers. And it all sounds funny because everybody goes along with the masses.
Wait, Chris, pull up the meme. Pull up the meme of the.
Wait. No, stop. Really quickly, I do want to hear more about this. I'm curious. We can go. I want to go to the next subject, but just for everybody in the chat here, really quick, because I heard tomorrow, 7:30 p.m., Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Hold on.
Give me Alabama.
Yes, he is Bama tomorrow, everybody.
Sorry, I was watching I saw this high video on TikTok. It was pretty dope. Give me Alabama. Give me Alabama money line. Sorry, go ahead. So, okay, so, and that's why you're not voting for Kamala Harris. What other conspiracy theories do you have?
I'm not going to answer that. Like it's not a. Like, we're not going to go into conspiracy theories, I don't think, any further than this, because then it just gets off on a tangent, and then everything else, all my other points that I make are mute then. So it's
okay. Well, like, what else do you want to talk about?
I think those were pretty much it. I guess you guys were kind of mean to Alex. I mean, I felt sort of bad for him because he was making a lot of sense, and nobody allowed him to speak, and that's, I guess, why I raised my hand to.
Oh, I don't know if Alex makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
I was not.
He just wasn't louder. So if someone isn't loud or doesn't talk over everybody, then they lose, and that just seems to be what it is in these rooms. And it's like, I wish we weren't debates. I wish we were having discussions of how, like, because we're all American.
Respectfully, it's very hard to have conversations with people who can't even agree on basic facts. So, like, if you are very conspiratorial, it's hard to convince you of anything, because we can pull up like articles to show you the data that supports our belief. But if you're conspiratorial, you'll just be like, no, that's not true.
But I'm a very open-minded person. I voted both left and right in previous elections. I'm one of those people that people don't understand. Like, I voted for Obama and I voted for Trump.
Yeah,
can I see? Sorry, go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
I was just, it seems like you're just abandoning fundamental American values in favor of, like,
it depends on what you think American values are. Like what American value am I abandoning?
You're like completely abandoning American democracy just because you're fearful of like hackers attacking your online banking, which, by the way, I don't know why Donald Trump would do anything about that, but
what am I abandoning? Can you
American democracy?
Like, in what capacity?
Trump tried to overturn an election. He is saying again that the only way that Democrats win is if we cheat. He's laying the foundation for the next insurrection. He's saying that if he wins, anybody that participated in the 2020 fraud is going to get arrested. He called for Nancy Pelosi to be arrested twice in a row the past couple of days, and he's saying that he's going to prosecute Google and that he's going to order his attorney general to do it. No president orders their attorney general to prosecute anybody. That's not how the presidency should work. So these are things that are fundamentally anti-democracy, fundamentally anti-American. You see it in like Russia and Iran. You don't see that here in the United States. And you're telling us that you're willing to overlook that because you've scared yourself with weird conspiracy theories. I think that is turning your back on fundamental American values.
I think that the charges brought against Trump were trumped up for exactly that. Like the stuff we see in other countries where they try to, politically indict, to criminally indict their candidates so that they don't have to run against them because they know they were going to lose.
Wait. Hold on. I'm going to let Harry talk here. But like, I do want to be clear here. Like, other countries who like indict their political opponents, and then they show up in court and they don't have lawyers, and then they just like get sent straight to jail, or they get beat up and essentially tortured. Like Donald Trump had like a very fair process, just like any other American. He was represented by attorneys. Like we have not turned into a different country. Like just because Donald Trump was indicted does not mean he had plenty of due process. It's not like we just were like, oh, you're guilty, fuck you. Like that dude had a very long trial with very good attorneys.
I don't want to change the subject too much. So I don't want to get into Diddy too much. But if any of that comes out to be true, where he was working with the police department and they were covering crimes, then yes, we do that. So like,
okay, I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Were you? Can I ask a very strange question?
The police.
Would you say? Stop, bro. Sorry. Would you say that you were conspiratorial? And it's gonna sound weird. Would you say that you're conspiratorial? Like, and I don't know if you label yourself as conspiratorial, but would you say that you had some of these ideas like before 9/11?
Yes, I would.
Do you think that they like you, like when you? I don't know.
I think I was in like maybe 11th grade. I don't know what year that would have put me, like a long time ago.
Like a sophomore like a junior in high school.
Yeah, 100%.
When you saw 9/11, did you like believe that it was like someone that wasn't who the U.S. government claimed it to be that caused
Not
it?
initially. No.
Not initially.
Hold on now.
And then later you did.
But I did. I mean, this is not going to win me any points with anybody.
No.
But to be fair, I was listening to Alex Jones, and he did predict that was going to happen before that happened.
But you were listening to Alex Jones before 9/11.
Yes, I was.
Okay, so that explains so much. Do you believe that the
bro?
But everybody laughs. But he's been right about a lot of things. I know what he said about Sandy Hook was bad. I know that was terrible.
Not. Do you believe that Sandy Hook happened?
Yes, I do.
You do, but Alex Jones said it didn't.
I know he said it didn't, and he's apologized for that, and that is terrible. And I think that he deserved to be sued. I just think that the first judgment that was brought against him was completely fair. I think the amount that they threw at him after the fact was completely unfair in an attempt to put his business under. Yes, he did owe those people some money. It wasn't right what he said, and he attributed to it when they first made the first judgment. It was for a much smaller amount than it is now.
Because it was
now
just
it's at an amount that he can never pay, and so because he can never pay it, they will take his organization.
Good.
And therefore stop.
I hope they do.
But that's the point: is to give him to take away his platform.
I hope they take everything from that man.
No,
I hope they rob him and give all of his things to those people. I hope they do. I hope they take the goddamn clothes off his back and the watch off his wrist and give it to those fans.
Wait.
No. Hold on.
You make it seem like
he
who
did.
killed,
You know what he did?
kids?
He traumatized those families for life. Those families are still. You know what? It's so funny that you bring this up because I literally texted Chris last night. I literally just watched an HBO documentary on this last night, which I recommend everybody
I've seen
should.
it. It's very skewed.
Alex Jones versus the Truth. You should watch it.
It's terrible.
What he did to those kids, he wasn't the person that fired the gun, but he traumatized
Correct.
those families
Who did?
for life. The shooter. The shooter.
What's his name?
I don't even know what his name is. I don't even know what
That's
his name
my
is. I don't
point.
give a
Nobody
shit what his
knows
name
his
is.
name. They've made him out to be the person as if he's killed those kids himself, and he has not.
He traumatized those families for life. Those
I don't
kids,
think what he did was correct.
There was a father.
But it's not worse than the man who came and pew-pewed them. It's not worse than the man who pew-pewed them.
No, listen.
I don't think anyone's made that claim.
There was a father of a child who his child was killed in Sandy Hook, and he had a press conference the next day, and he was traumatized. And he smiled because he was so nervous at this press conference. He had never done anything like that. And Alex Jones said that he was lying, that he was a method actor because he smiled because he was nervous and traumatized. It was less than 24 hours after his kid died. And you're telling me that, oh, well, Alex Jones didn't pull the trigger. He traumatized those families for life. Those families have been recognized in public by conspiracy theorists and insulted to their faces because their kids got shot.
Yeah, that wasn't right. And the first judgment against him was correct. Like I said, I think that he had to pay up. I think that was correct. I think that it was correct that the judgment went against him. I'm saying the second amount that came out, I think, was completely unfair.
There were 16.
I'm also saying that what he did traumatize them. I'm agreeing with you.
Wait.
Them. That's unfair. You're right.
In the first judgment, there were 2 people suing him. There was one for defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress, and then the woman, that was the man, and then the woman was also suing for an intentional infliction of emotional distress. Those were 2 people, and there was a $50 million judgment. That was in Texas. In the Connecticut case, there were 16 families who joined that lawsuit. So, of course, the verdict when 16 families, not 16 people, 16 families are joining winning that lawsuit is going to be higher than that of 2 people. But they should rob that man. They should take every goddamn dime from that guy and give it to those parents. I hope I won't say that.
Just can't convince me that.
Wait. I really do think
what
it's
he
first
did
of all
was
2
worse
days.
than
First of all,
the
2 days
PQ.
ago. First of all, 2 days ago, a judge ordered Alex Jones to liquidate and sell off everything he had in with Infowars and like his entire business because the judge. Was like,
I hope they fucking.
Yeah, you need to pay.
That's what I'm saying. That's
No,
where
no,
it becomes
but here's
wrong.
part of. Can I say here's part of the problem?
That's where
Don't worry.
freedom is taken away.
No. Because here's part. Wait.
Because he was right about so many things, and
But no,
he was not right about the.
But here's the
He was
problem. Number
right.
one,
You're right.
number one,
He was incorrect
number one,
about Sandy Hook. I can't say it enough.
Even
That
if
wasn't
Alex
right.
Jones, was like right about anything, it still has nothing to do with what he had to do with Sandy Hook. And number two, part of the reason the judge has finally ordered him to liquidate Infowars and start paying is because you understand the argument you're making is the argument Alex Jones made in court, which is essentially like, oh, I'll never be able to pay the $1 billion. And so like, bye. And then we found out within the last few weeks, or actually really within the last year, because this has been going on for so long, that after Alex Jones was ordered to pay $1 billion to these families, we got his financial records. He was still going out to dinner every single month, paying over $50,000 a month for super nice dinners, still was getting money from Infowars, still buying super nice clothes and getting super nice haircuts. And essentially the argument was, well, I should be able to live. I'm never going to be able to pay this $1 billion. I'll pay some money every single month and I'll still live like the top 0.01%. And so I think it's fair for the judge to say, fuck that. You cannot get $1 billion settlement against you and still be going get $50,000 haircuts. That dude should be living in the cheapest apartment he could possibly find, with pretty much working 40, if not 80 hours a week full time and paying almost every dime he has to those families for the rest of his goddamn life. You do not get $1 billion settlement or some massive settlement against you, and then you get to say, oh, well, I mean, I can never pay this back, so I'm going to go live lavishly. He's been doing that for a year, and people finally had enough.
Yeah, take him for everything he has.
Yeah. But I do think that's important to know that, like, Alex Jones has been living very lavishly after this, settlement of $1 billion.
And my God, you know what? His father, Alex Jones' father, testified under oath in a deposition that Alex Jones would experience spikes in sales of his supplements when he would say controversial things. That there was a clear spike, and that they knew that, and so they would say more and more controversial things to make more money. So Alex Jones was continuing this lie so that he could make more money. And then when he has a judgment against him of $1 billion, then he just says, well, no, sorry, I can't pay it. And he continues to go out to steak dinners and have these fancy haircuts and travel all over the place. Bullshit. Throw him in a cardboard box on the side of the road for all I care. I don't give a shit where Alex Jones is. I hope that he never has a safe place to live ever again. I hope he never has a roof over his head as long as those families don't get the money that they are owed. What a piece of shit.
I think that they are owed a settlement. I just think that the $1 billion was more of an attempt to shut down his organization than it was to get that money back and recoup it for the families, because they still won't recoup it. Even after selling off everything at Infowars, they'll never get that money. That settlement will never be reached. He's not worth that.
I don't care if they don't get $1 billion. He should pay them every single dime.
Okay, but the reason why he even came up...
If Infowars is worth $800 million, he should sell it. And then every penny of that $800 million should be evenly divided up between the people that sued him and won.
The reason why he even came up was because he was right about 9/11 before it had happened.
He was not right about that.
He was actually.
God.
You can look it up.
No, he wasn't.
Look it up. But
No, he
I'm
was
going to
not.
go because everybody would rather I wasn't on this platform anyways. So I've taken enough time and allow somebody else to come and speak.
Don't worry. Thank you for being respectful. It was interesting. It was interesting to hear a different perspective.
No, and I appreciate both of you because you were both very kind. It's just like I can read the comments and it doesn't really even matter. But but yeah, thank you for being respectful and letting me speak. I appreciate
Have a
it.
good one. Appreciate it.
You too. Bye-bye.
Were you looking up that Alex Jones, that he was getting haircuts during the conversation?
No, I'd heard about that almost a year ago, where his financial records came out after the settlement because he was forced to give them up, and he was spending $60,000 a month on fucking dinner and spending some absurd amount of money on haircuts. It was very clear that he was still living lavishly because again, the argument was like, oh, like, you know, like, oh, well, he'll never be able to pay this $1 billion. So, I mean, you just like, whatever, you just keep living and you pay some money to the government every month and you just move on. And I think people like have finally like, oh my fucking God, what the hell, man?
What's wrong? If you're MAGA, let us know in the chat. We'll bring you up. What's wrong? Okay.
Dude, what the fuck? Wow.
What's wrong?
I don't know. I just got the. Well, that's really fucking crazy. Some guy that I don't even know. Some guy that I like was friends with. Well, I mean, he lives like out of state. I mean, I was friends with him. This is really crazy. I like hung out with him. I went to his house. We like hung out with a group of people. He's a cool guy. He was arrested last night for involuntary manslaughter. He accidentally shot somebody in the head. That's fuck.
Wow.
That is the craziest fucking text I've ever received in my entire life.
brutal.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Well,
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, man.
I don't really know him. I just like, I mean, I've met last time I saw him was like probably like 2 years ago, but it's like, holy fucking shit. That's like insane. I can't believe like.
That's crazy.
Bro, look at this fucking guy. Like, what? Bro, hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I actually won't be voting this election, but I am MAGA in a sense.
Okay, well, how about you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds while I read people off Cash App. Nothing. Thank you for the $10 saying thank you for shutting up Trumpies.
Right.
We try. Aiden, thank you for the $3. Happy birthday, Harry. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Aiden. I appreciate you. Lois, thank you for the $25 saying happy birthday, Harry. So proud of you. Lois, I'm proud of you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it a lot. Mary, thank you for the $30. Happy birthday, Harry. Keep up the good fight. Guys, you guys are so generous. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mary. And M Sharp, thank you for the $100 saying happy birthday, Harry. Spoil yourself. You deserve it. M Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the $100. That's crazy. Show some love for M Sharp in the chat. Throw some W's in the chat. At least 100 of them, please. M Sharp, I appreciate you. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. I appreciate it. God. That's incredibly kind. Eric, thank you for the $5. Showing the world the uneducated love Trump. Appreciate that, man. Tamika, thank you for the $20. Happy B-Day. Been watching you for a while now. Thank you for watching for a while. I appreciate that. Maxon, thank you for the $10 as well. MAGA thinks the world is flat. Ask them. Happy B. I wouldn't put it past them. Deanna, thank you for the $50 saying, I love President Biden. Go Harris. Please show some love for Diana in the chat. That's incredibly kind. I appreciate you, Diana, a lot. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. I also love Joe Biden, as you know. All right. Kate, thank you for the $5 saying, thanks for fighting the good fight. Just FYI, this don't worry girl got kicked from Parker's Live earlier for misinformation. Well, thank you, Kate, for the $5, and thank you for that. Max, thank you for the $1.
Dude, oh my fucking God.
Brent, thank you for the $10 as well. Happy birthday. Cheers to another trip around the sun. So proud to know you. I may be our Texas mama, but I learn more and more from you every day. Thank you so much, Brent. I appreciate you being here. That's incredibly kind. Elise, thank you for the $1. Happy birthday. Thank you, Elise. JW, my man, thank you for the $50 saying there's no amount of money that will solve stupidity. I'm sorry you have to deal with this crazy. JW, I appreciate it so much, man. Please show some love for JW in the chat. That's incredibly kind. Thank you, my man. And thanks for always supporting JW. I appreciate you. Jack and Viper's mom, thank you for the $20.24 saying happy birthday. Have a drink on me. No can do. A democracy must be fought for, but I appreciate it, Jack and Viper's mom. Thank you. And finally, Alicia, thank you for the $5 saying happy birthday. Alicia, I never know. Thank you for the $5 regardless. I appreciate you. Sorry about that.
Dude, that is like, wow.
I'm sorry about that, man. That's kind of crazy.
No, I mean, like I said, like, I don't really know this guy. It's just like, I mean, it's just like, holy fuck, this is what happens. Like, just like, you shouldn't, like, this is why firearms are dangerous. You shouldn't fucking I don't know. He was, they were apparently all messing around with like guns in an apartment where they thought one was not loaded.
Whoa.
And he fucking accidentally killed this girl, dude. Oh my God.
That's tragic, Chris.
That is like really just like kind of.
How old was him and the girl?
She was 20. He's 21.
That's brutal.
That is like so insane. I just like, wow, holy fucking shit. Well, that's, I mean, yeah. It's, wow, that happens. All right, well, that fucking sucks. Like I said, it's kind of like really like, it's like I've met this dude a couple of times, like good guy, like genuinely like hospitality. When I met him, was like super good. He was like a kind dude. It's just like, I don't know. This is just, again, more shit that just crazy, dude. You should not just like have I'm always in a position when I have arguments with people also about gun control, which is like having a firearm in a house statistically is much more likely to injure you or somebody you care about over anything else. Even when somebody breaks into your home who should not be there, you are still more likely to hurt yourself or a family member or a friend than you are to hurt the person who comes in the house. And fucking this that I just learned about is a fucking prime example. You end up getting drunk. You mess around with fucking firearms that you don't know, and you get somebody killed. I mean, it's just wow. All right, go ahead, Harry. It's just fucking Jesus Christ.
Hi, Harry.
Hi. How are you, MAGA? Well, you already said you're MAGA. So what are you talking about here? You're not voting, but you're MAGA.
Well, I make America godly again, but not so much gonna vote this this election. But I did come up here to say a few things, specifically to you. Hi. Okay. Well, first, I've been watching you for a while. I've been trying to get up here for a couple days. And I wanted to apologize outright because I had said some pretty messed up stuff to you in the past. And that's not me anymore. And I'm sorry for that. So if you had seen it, I'm just feel like in good conscience it's appropriate for me to say that.
I appreciate the apology. I can confirm that I didn't see it, so no harm, no foul.
Well, you might have, and you might not remember it, so I just feel convicted to say that.
All right, I appreciate it.
But I'm impressed with your platform. I think how old are you, Harry?
21. Well, 22. Fuck, I'm 22 now.
Yeah, this is a huge platform for that, so you have a lot of responsibility to uphold the truth, and I think that you think that what you're saying is true. I might not agree with you on everything, but you got to be impressed. But I do feel also convicted as well to tell you that Jesus is real. He loves you. And every day that you build up a wall between him and you, he is standing on the other side ready to put his hands on your hands and stop you from building that wall because he loves you so much. And I know that you think that Christians are hypocritical because, they just go and do the same things that everybody else does. And how can a God be just in sending people to an eternal hellfire when the only thing that saves them is just believing on him? But I'm here to tell you, Harry, that's not the truth of the gospel. And the truth of the gospel has been perverted in almost all churches around the United States. So this is just to tell you that what you think about God might not be true.
Okay.
Jesus saves from sin. He does not save from hell. And people who believe that you can be in bondage, that you will be in bondage to sin for your whole life, I'm here to tell you they are wrong.
Okay.
Jesus saved me from ever willfully sinning against him again. I will never willfully sin against him again.
Talk about here?
I'm down to talk about politics as well, but I'm more interested in talking about Jesus. Because,
okay, well, you can do that somewhere else. All right, man. If you don't have anything you want to talk about politically, I'll just leave it there.
All right. I'll talk about something political. But I'll let you choose the topic if you'd like.
Well, you're not voting for Trump, right?
Well, I would vote for Trump if I was going to vote.
Okay.
I think he's the lesser of two evils.
How so?
I do not like abortion, for one.
Why?
Because I think it's the unjust murder of an innocent life.
Do you think it's a
and I think
problem?
all life has value.
Do you think it's a problem that in the United States we have the highest maternal mortality rate in the developed world? We rank 55th. In places like Texas, the maternal mortality rate is close to 40 per 100,000.
So maternal mortality is like dying from childbirth?
Yeah, maternal mortality would be defined as dying either while pregnant, while giving birth, or shortly after birth. You have Canada's maternal mortality rate, for example, is 8 per 100,000. You have places in Texas where maternal mortality rate is 40 per 100,000. I live in Georgia. We have a 6-week abortion ban. Half our counties don't have OBGYNs. You hear stories of a woman recently, Candy Miller. She passed away in her apartment because she was too scared to seek out reproductive care. A lot of women are driving well over an hour in the states with abortion bans because OBGYNs, doctors are getting up and they're leaving the state because they're scared to be criminalized by these abortion bans. We had a story this week in Indiana. A woman died and her second child was trying to start a family. She already had one child. And, had a problem with her pregnancy and went to the hospital. Except the hospital near her had just closed their maternal wing because it was a rural area. Rural areas have a particularly high maternal mortality rate. They said they were having problems operating in Indiana with such a strict abortion ban, and also they weren't making enough money, so they closed it. And so the nearest fucking hospital was 45 minutes away, and in those 45 minutes, she died. She fucking died. This is America. And women have like borderline no access to healthcare, and it's now stemming solely because of abortion bans from Donald Trump. So I think that like we should support reinstating Roe v. Wade first, so like women can get basic access to healthcare even when they're not pregnant.
And just to add a fact to that, after Texas, or at least during the time that Texas signed their abortion ban into law, maternal mortality in the state went up 56%. 56% as opposed to 11% nationwide. Maybe there's a connection there. So please respond.
Yeah. So the first thing you asked me was, do you think it's a problem that maternal mortality rate is higher in this country? And I think that in that sense, absolutely. Maternal mortality, like dying from childbirth, I'm so sorry to hear that that's something that our country does worse than others. But do I think that the solution to maternal mortality should be the unjust murder of millions and millions of babies? No. I think that, okay, well,
Why is it unjust?
Because it's a human life and it has intrinsic inherent value.
Why does it have value?
Created, because it was created in the image of God.
Well, Kenny Miller had like a child who watched her die in her bedroom on her bed while she was like in a lot of pain and was too scared to go to the doctor. So I think she had a lot of fucking value to her life. And again, because of the abortion bans, doctors, unless you have another solution, like maybe, not voting for Republicans who write very strict and vague laws that make it impossible for OBGYNs to operate, maybe like, again, like, I don't know what your solution is.
I hear someone in the chat say that Harry hates God. I'm going to tell you too, Knack, if you are disobedient and sinning against God, you hate God too. All sinners hate God.
I think Amber Nicole Thurman has. So I'm going to bring up a nurse in just a second. I just want to, before we get it to Jen.
Whosoever is born of God doth not commit sin, for his seed remaineth in him, and he cannot sin.
All right. Just
if you sin, you have not seen him, neither known him.
Kavanaugh, respectfully, you're perfectly within your right to be religious. Just can you keep the religious out of the political side, because we love a separation of church and state. So you can be religious, that's no problem. But just if you're up here, keep that to yourself a little bit. Also, I wanted to say that I think Amber Nicole Thurman, who also died in Georgia as a result of their abortion ban, had intrinsic value. But because Republicans...
Sorry, go ahead, Harry. Sorry.
I was just going to say, because Republicans banned abortion, she's dead. And she left behind a 6-year-old child, who I also think has intrinsic value, but is now growing up without her mother.
Yes, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Actually, for anybody here in here who's in Georgia, there's a link in my bio. There's a rally tomorrow and a vigil for Amber Thurman and Kenny Miller tomorrow at the Georgia State Capitol at 2 p.m. You can sign up with the link in my bio. I'm going to be there, and it's a moment to not only obviously pay respects to two women in Georgia who shouldn't have died because of our abortion ban, but to make your voice heard in Georgia and let our state legislature know that women deserve basic access to health care. And it would mean a lot if I saw any of you there. You can come up to me, say hi, whatever. There's a link in my bio. You just click it, and it's just the sign up sheet to so they know how many people are coming. But I'll be there tomorrow, September 28th, 2 p.m. Georgia State Capitol. Go ahead.
I have a question, Harry. Do you think that abortion is ever the medically necessary procedure to save a life?
Yes.
I didn't ask you.
Yes.
But
yeah,
I respect.
I'm a
she's a nurse,
15-year
so-
trauma ICU nurse, and I could absolutely is life-saving.
Yes. So the answer is yes.
Okay. Well, I think that in that scenario, the woman should have the right to choose whether or not she wants to go through with it or not. But in any other scenario, I don't see any moral justification to do it. I still think that personally, if I were a woman and it was between me and my baby, I would still choose the baby. But I'm not, correct. And so I will never, thank the Lord, I will never have to go through that moral dilemma. But I think that as a mother, that's what you are called to do by God.
No.
To preserve the life of your children.
You don't get to tell a woman what her call is to do. Okay.
Well, God
so,
does.
You know, men, excuse me. Yeah. Men are called to protect women, but instead you see them beating them all the time.
And that is terribly tragic. And if anyone is beating their wives, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that not everybody believes in your God that lives up in the sky. We all have the right to practice whatever religion we want to. That's the nice thing about America. So your personal, moral, and religious values have no place in other people's lives, sir.
Well, regardless of whether or not you believe in the God I believe in, he is the God of the universe.
That is your personal opinion, sir.
I'm aware. But it's also the truth. And so I feel obligated to tell you that. Because if I didn't tell you that, it would be morally wrong of me.
Hi, you don't have to pick all of the truth.
I can't quite hear you. It might be my connection. It might be your connection.
She's lagging a little bit.
That's probably mine, but nobody gave you the truth award, right? Nobody gave you the authority to be a holder of the truth.
Correct.
Right?
Nobody gave you the truth award.
Nobody gave you the power to tell people what the truth is. People get to decide what's good for them.
Tell them what the truth
Excuse me, hi.
So actually,
you keep bringing up God still. Sir,
yeah,
sir,
I do
please
because I
don't
love
talk
God.
over
I
me.
talk about him all the time.
Excuse me. Hi. I'm talking, and when I'm talking, that means you're quiet so that I can speak. Don't talk over me. Thank you. The thing is that you have every right to believe in whatever you want to. That's the great thing about America, right? The thing is, what you have to remember is everybody doesn't have to believe what you believe. So when you start talking about your God and Jesus and all that stuff, that's great. You believe it, but not everybody believes it. And for you to force that on everybody is morally, ethically, and legally incorrect.
No, I'm not forcing it on anybody.
Yeah, you are. You just said that God created the universe, and that's the truth.
Yeah, it is the truth because I believe it. And you believe that he didn't. So when you tell me that you think that he's not, is that you forcing your truth onto me? No, you're just telling me.
Why you do understand that there are atheists in the world and they don't believe in God, and that's their every American right.
I completely agree with that. Yeah.
So then stop talking about God.
No. I won't. Just because people don't believe in what I believe in doesn't mean I should stop talking about it.
God, but do not bring God into what other people should be choosing to do, because not everybody has to listen to your rhetoric about religion.
They don't have to, but
they don't. So then stop, because we're not interested in your cloud Jesus. Nobody cares about your cloud Jesus.
That's not true. Not everybody doesn't care about my cloud Jesus.
I don't. I don't. I don't believe in Jesus.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
I didn't quite pick up on that.
Yeah, I don't believe in Jesus. I'm a practicing and very proud Jew. We do not believe in Jesus.
So you do believe in God?
What my personal belief in God is none of your business. The point is that there are people that believe in Satan. That is their
I see you in the chat. I love you, bro.
Excuse me. That is every American's right to believe what they want. Stop forcing your religion down people's throats.
Well, don't force your atheism down my throat. The thing is, you're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe.
But why should
and you're allowed to preach whatever you want to preach. That's why America is so great. Because we are a melting pot of ideas.
Why do you think that you have the right to make laws in this country based on your religion?
Do you think that you have the right to make laws based on your opinions? Yes.
You are clearly not listening.
And so do I. And my opinions are based on my religion. No, you're not understanding.
You're clearly not listening, right?
Okay.
I said that, why do you think you have the right to pass legislation that mandates people to follow your religion when we have freedom of religion?
No. I did not say follow my religion.
Yes, you are.
Morals. No. I don't think I should pass any legislation that forces people to follow my religion, and I've never said that.
Well, you just said to me that you think that people need to not have an abortion because God is this and God is that, and morals and values and blah, 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 blah. That is forcing your religion into legislation, sir.
Well, let me put it this way. If an atheist is making a law based off of their belief, is that them forcing their belief system upon the world?
No,
or is that
let me explain to you what it is, sir. Let me explain to you what it is. what it is saying we're not going to take religion and play a part in this piece of legislation. Whatever people choose is whatever they believe in, and whatever they believe in is the way that they're going to decide, and we're going to give them the way to choose what they want.
Hey, Kavanaugh, do you think that, like, in Louisiana, when they sign a bill requiring the 10 Commandments to be in every single school classroom, that's like a legal and be a good thing?
No, I don't think that's right, because at the moment of the crucifixion, the law of righteousness was etched onto the consciousness
Nobody
of all
gives
the
a
hearts
shit
in the
about
world.
the crucifixion,
So we don't
bro.
need the 10 Commandments, because the 10 Commandments are already written onto your heart. You know that murder is wrong. You don't need the 10 Commandments in your classroom to tell you that murder is wrong.
All right,
You think-
sir, let me just explain something to you from a medical standpoint, okay? The bottom line is that you said that we need to do something to fix maternal mortality. And the problem is that the reason that maternal mortality has gone up in the United States is because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. So if you want to fix maternal mortality, then you need to allow women to get the procedures that they need in the moments that they need them. You can't have you can't have OBGYNs and other doctors questioning if they're going to be prosecuted and sent to prison for the rest of their life for performing life-saving procedures on women. You have to let doctors be doctors and choose what
You clearly
patient
weren't
needs.
listening. I completely
I'm still
agree
talking.
with you on that.
I'm still talking, sir. I'm still talking. You need to allow the doctors to be doctors and do what's best for the patient when the time is called, not have to worry about legislation and being persecuted for being a doctor.
Jen, you weren't listening because I completely agree with you. I said that I said, well, no, I'm speaking now, so you're going to let me finish. So I said that if it's a medically necessary procedure to save the woman's life, I said that they should have the right to do it.
Yep.
I said that they shouldn't, but I said that they should have the right to
but
do
I
it.
think part of the misconception is that, like, facts don't, like, care about your feelings. So even if you feel that way, in Republican states, that is not happening. Like, they're not. They're
Right, and
not.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I agree with you guys on that. On that front, I agree with you.
Let me just tell you something.
If it's the medically necessary procedure to save the woman's life, then you should have the right to do it. But I don't think you guys hear me that I
So
say that.
let me just explain something to you, sir. Amber Thurman came into the hospital hemorrhaging and going into septic shock. She waited 17 hours. 17 hours she waited because the doctors were scared to do the procedure to save her life.
Yeah, I think you're so angry, even though you don't understand that I'm saying that I agree with you. That if it's the medically necessary procedure,
I think what you don't understand, sir, what you don't understand is that doctors and OBGYNs and surgeons are so afraid of being prosecuted that they are stopping and really overthinking because they don't want to go to jail. And if you put this fear into the medical providers, things like Amber Thurman happen.
Then, honey, I'm agreeing with you. That's a bad
I'm
thing.
not your honey. Don't ever fucking call me your honey.
Okay.
Ever.
Okay, I will not. I will try my best not to call you that again. Listen, I agree with you. That's horrible. If they're not saving the woman's life because they're afraid of persecution for it, that's bad. I'm with you on that. There's no need to be so angry and hostile.
Well,
Okay, we're
because
having a civil
first
discussion
of all,
here.
no,
Everyone else
here's
is
the thing
having a
that you
civil
don't
discussion
understand.
here, but you
Why
need to lower your
why do
voice.
you think the surgeons and doctors where Amber Thurman went hesitated to do the procedure?
Probably because of the same reason you told me, that they were scared of being persecuted by the law.
And
I'm
why
saying
is it? Why
wrong.
is it that? Why are
You
is
have
it
ears
that
to
they
hear,
were-
but you're not hearing.
Me. I'm going down a line of questioning. Okay, so
Okay.
why is it that the doctors and surgeons were afraid to do the procedure?
According to you, which I agree with, I haven't looked into this specific subject,
Right.
but it sounds like that they were afraid to do the procedure for fear of persecution of the law.
And who put those laws into action?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Who put those laws? Why don't you tell
So
me?
now you're playing dumb?
No, I do not know. Who put the abortion ban into action?
Let me just rephrase it for you, okay? I'll just state it for you in blatant terms here. Donald Trump
all right, but calm down, because guess what? I'm here
don't
to listen and I'm here to
tone
talk.
me. Do not tone
All right.
police me. I will talk the way I want to talk.
I'm politely asking you to, lower your voice when you speak to me. It's a
I
little-
don't need to lower my voice. I don't need to do anything.
I
You're
know
not
you don't
paying my
need
bills.
to, but I'm requesting.
Yeah, well, that's fine. You can request all you want. I also request healthcare equality for women. I don't get that, so deal with it. So anyways, my point is that Donald Trump put conservative judges into the Supreme Court. Those conservative judges overturned Roe v. Wade. When Roe v. Wade was overturned, then the government of Georgia passed a law that made it scary for doctors to perform life-saving procedures. So if you think it's wrong, then you should be mad not only at the legislation that was passed in Georgia, but also Donald Trump, who put those Supreme Court justices on the bench to overturn Roe v. Wade.
Well, I see a party that is advocating for abortion as it's a good thing, that it's an empowering thing, when I think that intrinsically abortion is wrong. It's not the thing you should do. But I have settled on the fact that if it's, going to end the life of the woman, that it should, be legal.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, I see one party that shows abortion is this empowering thing, when really what it's the opposite of empowering. It's putting you in bondage to sin. Because it's sinful to murder an innocent human life. It's the unjust murder of an innocent human life.
Right.
And that's what I'm against.
So, again, we need to take your personal values, morals, and religion out of the
because
conversation.
you're putting your personal values into the conversation. So I'm going to put
I am not. What I am doing, no,
you said?
No,
You said
sir.
that your values are equal reproductive rights for everyone. My values are the Bible. So we're both equally putting our values into our opinions on this situation. So you can't invalidate my opinions
The problem is the
because mine are
difference between
religious
you and
and
I.
yours are
The difference between you and I, sir. The difference between you and I is that I'm following the law of the land. In the Treaty of Tripoli, excuse me. I don't give a flying fuck about your law of righteousness, sir. Okay, here's the deal. John Adams in the Treaty of Tripoli, put in the Treaty of Tripoli that the United States never has been nor will be based on Christian values. That was in the 1700s, okay? 17 and 1800s. They
what they're doing in the 1700s also?
Do not talk over me.
You've been talking over me this whole time, Jen. It's a little hypocritical.
If we need to, we can mute you. That's fine. But Harry doesn't like to do that. But here's the deal. The law of the land is that we don't make legislation that intertwines religion with law, okay? The Treaty of Tripoli clearly says that, and John Adams wrote it, okay? So the bottom line is that if you feel that it's your moral and religious value to not do that, you have every right to do that. But not everybody needs to follow your personal values.
See, you just said it, that I have every right to
religion.
do it. So I agree. I do have every right to say that I agree with laws or not laws because they align with my moral and religious values. I completely agree.
So now you need to listen again to what I'm saying. The law of the land cannot be based on your religious values. You want to instill
that's
laws.
Completely not true.
Yes,
that's so not true. That's
you
so
just
wrong,
said
Jen.
you just said that
No,
think,
you just said that it's okay. I have every right to make
How
moral.
old are you, sir? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Oh, well, now it makes sense. Yeah, now it makes sense.
Let no one hate thee for their youth. Okay, that's like 2 Timothy or something.
No, but here's the thing in science. Here's the thing. Here's the problem.
That same argument against Harry. Harry's only 22.
Yeah, but the difference between Harry is that frontal lobe is completely.
I think that happens at 25.
No, yeah. So your impulsiveness is controlled by the frontal lobe. The fact that you can't wait for somebody to talk
Wait, what does
and
Paul
then you
say?
answer.
What does Paul say? And you're going to lecture me on Paul and you're a Jew? Excuse me?
I didn't say anything about Paul. You were literally talking out of your ass right now. What I said was, in medicine, we know that the frontal lobe does not.
Let's address it. Let's address it, Harry.
Oh my God.
Let's pause, Jen. Let's pause. I said, you're going to talk to me about Paul when you're a Jew? Yeah. Because guess what? Paul didn't write to the Jews. Paul wrote to the Jews and the Gentiles, but the Jews reject Paul's teachings.
Okay, so here's the
I reject you. Get the hell out of my life. That was easy. That was the easiest decision I've ever had to make in my entire life.
Yeah, Harry. There's been easier
I
decisions.
don't even know what he means by that. What the hell does he mean by that?
Jen.
I don't care. I don't like it.
I hope you're doing well, Jen.
Yeah,
I had a rough day.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
about that. I hope your night is better than your day.
Well,
right.
I have a grad school exam tomorrow. I haven't even studied for, gentlemen.
Oh, you're gonna do great.
You got this.
You're gonna do great.
By the way, really quickly, JW, always so supportive of me. $10 on Venmo. That means the absolute world. I have eaten today. I have. I appreciate you so much. You're very kind. I really, really appreciate your support, JW. Huge W's in the chat. Also, guys, again, if you're in Georgia, 2 p.m. tomorrow, there is a event and a rally at the Georgia State Capitol and a vigil for Amber Thurman and Candy Miller, 2 women in Georgia who died from the abortion ban. And we're going to rally around letting the Georgia State Legislature know that women should have access to healthcare and access to abortion. And if you want to come to that event, there's a link in my bio for you to sign up. And I'm going to be there, so you should come.
And I want to say that I'm in California, and if anybody is in a state that can't get an abortion, you can hit me up on DMs and I will help you.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Elizabeth, thank you for the $25 saying, happiest of birthdays, Harry. Keep up the smarts. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Patricia, thank you for the $40. Golly. Happy birthday. Keep doing the work. I appreciate you. Patricia, can we get some W's for Patricia in the chat? At least 40 W's. Kira, thank you for the $15 saying, happy birthday, Harry. 1 year closer to a presidential run. 13 years now. 13 years. We're getting there. JW, thank you for another $50 saying another crisp 50 for your birthday. Happy birthday, dude. I appreciate you so effing much. Glad to call you my friend. Yo, JW, thank you so much, man, for the $50. That's incredibly generous. Show some love for JW in the chat. Throw him some more W's. And oh my God, and Bradley, thank you for the $200 on Venmo saying happy birthday, Harry. 100 is for the support of your show. What you do every day is important, like challenging that MAGA dude earlier from Florida. The other is for you to spend it yourself to buy yourself a birthday gift. Harris Walls 2024. Bradley, that is so incredibly kind. Can we please show some love for Bradley in the chat? Bradley is always here supporting the live, like always helping out, man. So W Bradley, at least 200 W's for Bradley in the chat. That is incredibly kind, incredibly generous. Thank you, Bradley. You're the man. Thank you so much. Show Bradley some love in the chat. That's a good guy right there. Zavi, thank you for the $1.22. Happy birthday. I wish I could give more. Much love. Zavi, please. You could give $0, and I'd still love you the same. I just appreciate you being here in the live. Like, seriously, that means the most to me. Christina, thank you for the $2.50 saying happy B-Day. Thank you for educating the world. Texas, vote blue. Hell yeah, Christina. I like that. Frankie, thank you for the $22.22. I like the even numbers. Big birthday hugs. Thank you, Frankie. I appreciate that so much. Amy, thank you for the $5 saying happy birthday. Sorry you're sick. Much love. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. Recovering. Faith in Films, thank you for the $5 saying please let me up. Another $1 saying please let me up. I appreciate that. Maybe we'll let you up. I don't know.
By the way, I really hope I really hope Alabama smacks UGA tomorrow. I really do. I'm living in Georgia. Like a lot of my former friends went to UGA. Like they're just like the most annoying fans, and I just can't do it. And also, if you live in Athens, you got to be careful. I was just looking up this stat. Since January of 2023, which they won the national championship, UGA did, and then one of the night of them winning the national championship, 2 of them got in a car and actually smashed into a tree, reckless driving. One of them died. The night he won the championship, which is really sad. But UGA has a reckless driving problem, and this is like a meme, but it's not a meme. Since January of 2023, get this. Here we go. Georgia football players have been arrested, cited for reckless driving or racing at least 24 times since January of 2023. Just this fucking year alone, dude. So if you live in Athens, also after you guys get fucking smacked, just be careful. I wouldn't go out because the UGA football team, like they just like to for fun after games, they just decide to speed. They're like, hey boys, like you gonna have a few drinks? No, we're gonna take a car and speed it 115 down a road. And apparently they keep getting in trouble for this and killing people. But Athens, the UGA police department, just the UGA football team, they don't give a fuck. So I hope they get daddy smacked tomorrow, and that's what's gonna happen. Sorry. Hello.
Chris is very passionate.
So I'm just so sick of Athens, dude. I'm there, and they're all just so I'm there, and they win the national championship, and I'm fucking out in the middle of Athens. Everyone's barking, and I'm like, dude, this is so stupid. Like, I can't do this anymore. But I hate Auburn too. I mean, I go there, they're like flying an eagle around their stadium. I'm like, oh my fuck. Why does it have to be like this? Like, please, bro. Please, just I don't even like SEC. Like, I don't really have a football team in college.
Such beef with his own.
I do. I don't like UGA, man. I got beef.
All right, Harry, is it your birthday? Is that what I'm understanding?
Well,
oh yeah, happy birthday, Harry. You just got to be polite there. You know.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, well, technically on the East Coast, it's no longer my birthday, but theoretically on the West
Well,
Coast.
in California, it's still your birthday, and your Jewish mother in California is very, very proud of you, and happy birthday.
You guys know what Harry wants for his birthday?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Harry for his... Actually, never mind.
All right. So I don't know.
All
if I
right,
could
well,
talk
I'm
now,
going to drop
please.
down because I have lectures to listen to, but you know
Good luck, Jen. Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Good luck on your test tomorrow.
All right, bye.
I don't know if it's tomorrow.
Good luck,
All right. I just got one thing to say.
How old are you?
One
How
big
old are
thing. 18, fresh 18.
All right, bro. Don't oh my.
Wait. I just want one thing to say.
Please
I apologize
never,
on behalf of all
ever,
Christians.
for any reason, put fresh.
I apologize on behalf of all
in front of number
Christians.
18. Never do that. I'm just giving you
It's a phrase that Chris is. I've never mind.
Don't do that.
I apologize on behalf of all Christians for that last guy. He was a total piece of work, really rude. I just needed to say that. That's not all of us, I promise. I'm so sorry for him and his behavior.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
What's up, Paris? I see you in the chat. What's up, Paris? Good to see you. Continue.
Look at this guy. Go Georgia Tech.
Do you have anything? Is that literally all you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just want to apologize for behalf of all Christians, you know? Like, that's not all of us, I promise. Some of us can be pieces of work. I know it. And I just want to apologize. Like, I can't, I watched that, and I didn't want that to be, people's perception of all of us,
No,
Because
I
one bad
don't think it
apple
is. I
ruins
don't
the
think it
bunch.
is.
I mean, no,
Joe Biden's
I'm not saying
religious,
that. I'm
he
not
goes
saying
to
that. I
church
just,
every week.
it didn't sit right with me, a Christian acting like that,
Okay.
Like,
all right.
Respect.
Thank you.
respect that.
Thank
Yeah, I
you.
respect
And
that. That's okay.
I just wanted to also say, vote for Kamala, you guys, for a safe America in the future. I love you all. And honestly,
I like
watch
this
these
guy.
live every night. Love you, what you guys do, both of you. You guys are both so amazing, and you crush all these Trump supporters. It's really a sight to see. I love listening
man.
to you.
Yo, huge W's. Thank you so much,
I
Em.
like this guy.
Thank
Are you
you. Yeah,
kidding me?
this
I
guy
like this
rocks.
guy.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Continuing to test their missiles and expand their nuclear program.
Obama
He
has
pulled out of
Trump
the Iran
beat on
nuclear
missiles.
deal,
We all agree
and
on that.
Iran then got closer to developing nuclear weapons. Their level of enriching uranium was no longer capped. So things like that was definitely in conflict.
Yeah, so you're saying those wars are as big as Russia and Ukraine as a threat to the U.S.
I actually think that he's responding to your original claim, which was there were no wars under Donald Trump. You never made a claim about a war being bigger. You said there were no wars.
Well,
Harry directly
the
commented.
claim is there's no major wars that.
Okay, well, again, there's like
the US
100.
could be
There's
worried about
100,000 kids
Ukraine
in
and
Yemen.
Russia.
There's 100,000 kids in Yemen who starved to death because of U.S. policy in funding that war that would disagree. There's over 60 U.S. soldiers who died in active combat under Donald Trump, far more than Biden, who would disagree. There's over 100 U.S. soldiers who were bombed by Iran at a base. They all have traumatic brain injuries under the Biden administration. We were almost in the Trump administration. We were in a direct, we almost got into a world war we almost got into a direct conflict with Iran under Donald Trump. Like Harry mentioned, multiple conflicts in the Middle East, and we were still in Afghanistan. So I don't see how those are all pretty major.
Yeah.
Especially Afghanistan. That's like the most major conflict. What?
Us against Russia and China. If Russia takes over Ukraine, then it's U.S. versus Russia and China.
We're not like on the ground in any of these places. They're not our wars.
It doesn't matter if Russia goes.
Yeah, and you're speaking
Ukraine,
hypothetically of, if Russia does this and then the United States does this, it'll be this, right? Like if Donald Trump wins and Russia does this and then we do this, then we could be in the same war.
Trump.
But you're making a random prediction.
It wasn't happening under Trump.
Yeah, but
it happened once Biden.
Wait, okay, can I just ask you a question though?
Oh my God.
Why are you trying to insinuate that it's only happening because Biden's in office and it didn't happen
Yes,
because Trump was in
exactly.
office? Okay, what's your evidence for that claim?
Because Trump talked to Putin while he was president.
So the United States talks to Russia all the time. We have ambassadors for
Biden's
that.
scared of Putin.
What's your evidence for that? Because Biden met with Putin within his first year in office.
Putin wait until Biden takes office and then immediately go into Ukraine?
Wait, what's your evidence that he waited?
Well, it's pretty obvious considering that he went in pretty much right after.
Okay, so
Biden
did
took
Mustache Man in World War II wait for FDR to take office to invade Poland?
What is that?
All right, bro. I don't.
We're
think,
we're looking at how right
I don't think we need to be doing this, bro.
What's
Russia
Poland?
decides to go into Ukraine.
You just asked what's Poland?
No, just what is that analogy or connection to this conversation?
Because you're saying that Putin waited for Biden to get into office to invade, which by the way he didn't invade until 2022. But second of all, if that's your claim, then are you saying that in other wars this is the case? Like FDR is responsible and that mustache man invaded Poland because he was weak and that he did it under him specifically? Like what's your...
No, it just never would have happened under Trump,
Yeah,
which
but
is why
what's
it
your
did.
evidence for this?
And when Trump takes office, it'll be over again.
Wait, I'm asking you a simple question. What's your evidence for this?
Because he didn't invade under Trump.
So just because something didn't happen under Donald Trump doesn't mean that it did not happen because of Trump. You understand that?
You can say that,
theoretically, Ireland hasn't invaded England in the past couple of years. Are you saying that didn't happen because of Joe Biden? That's kind of the same logic, but that's nonsense.
It's not nonsense because Trump was talking to Putin while he was in president.
Yeah, I mean, look, just so you're aware, the Ukraine-Russia conflict has been going on since 2014. So Russia invaded and took the Donbass region and Crimea in 2014, and that conflict's been going on since then. And they were still going back and forth under Donald Trump. There was still fire and conflict under them, so it was still ongoing.
Yeah, but there was no war.
That was a war. If they
Russia
literally
didn't
invaded
declare
Ukraine's
war
land.
on Ukraine.
They invaded Ukraine's land. That's a war.
But they didn't declare war on them.
No, that was a war. That was a
So
war.
they declared war in 2014?
Yeah, well, they sent their army into another country. What do you think that is?
Well, let's just look. Let's see when Russia declared war on Ukraine.
I'm regardless of like a country declaring war or not, like war declaration doesn't mean that there's not an ongoing conflict, right? So
What ongoing conflict is different than a war?
are you saying that the way you define a war is if a country says we're at war?
Well, a lot changes once you declare war on a country.
Are North Korea and South Korea in an active war?
Are North Korea and South Korea in active war?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, technically they are in active war. They never officially stopped their conflict.
Also, when they
again,
invaded
like war. Sorry, Harry. I just point that out because like war is not defined like how there's an actual definition to these things, and it's not just like how you feel.
Yeah, and by the way, when they invaded the Donbass region, it's called the war in the Donbass. That's what the war is labeled as, or the Donbass War, just simply.
You know what they say, Harry? When life gives you lemons.
When life gives you lemons.
I have one more question before I go.
Oh no!
How much do you guys get paid?
We both get paid $1 trillion a second by Taylor Swift and Hunter Biden.
Can I ask you a question before? Can I ask you a question before you
How
go?
much do you get paid? Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Can I ask you a question before you go?
Yeah.
Can you name the 3 branches of government?
Answer my question first. How much do you get paid?
Totally. So yeah, we don't get paid except for the fact that there's 4.5 thousand people in this live who are so incredibly generous and mean the entire world for us, and we're forever grateful that they would support us in any type of way. Hope that answers your question. Now, can you name the 3 branches of government?
Well, considering that...
Can you name the 3 branches of government? I answered your question.
Hello, Jared. Hello.
Is getting
Jared.
paid by the DNC.
Can you answer? Can you tell me what the 3 branches of government are?
If your management...
Can you tell? I answered your question. Can you tell me what the 3 branches of government are?
So you're denying that your management...
Yes, we are denying. And also, like, again, Jared, I don't think it's a good... I don't
look at
Jared,
the reports
what?
when they're publicly available.
Can you name the 3 branches of government?
Are you saying they're not publicly
Can you name
available?
the 3 branches of government?
I can't go...
Can you name the 3 branches of government, Jared?
Yeah, Jared, we're saying that if you go online, you'll find no evidence of this, right? So what's the 3 branches of government?
So I can't go online and directly find the reports
Yes, exactly.
of your management company?
Yep, exactly. You can't find any money going to us from the DNC or...
No,
the
it goes to your management company. That
and you can't find any payment from the management company to us, even if I know you're not familiar with like FEC law, but even if a political party is paying you through a company, they still have to label it as that money going to you.
because the money is still coming from a political entity. Okay, so go find that. If you can go find DNC money funneled to us, then great, you win. But newsflash, I'll just save you the time. You won't find it. Now, can you name us the 3 branches of government? Hey, Jared, we engage with your question. Can you name the 3 branches of government?
Well, I'm just saying I've seen it all over Twitter.
Jared, that's great. I'm sure you've seen it. Can you name the 3 branches of government?
You're still denying it, even though it's all over
Jared, we're
Twitter.
denying it. Now, can you, Jared, just answer the question, man. Can you name the 3 branches of government?
Just admit you're a sellout.
Can you name the 3 branches of government, please?
Just admit you're a sellout.
So, Jared, is this you saying that you can't name the 3 branches of government? Is that by the way, if you just say no, if you just Jared, if you just say no, you can't. That's a way less embarrassing conclusion than you continuing to do whatever this is. So, I would just recommend. Look, I think he's leaving and looking it up. He's looking it up right now. He's Googling. Look at him. He's off the TikTok app. Jared doesn't know that we can see when he goes off the app, and now he's on Google right now. And he's still doing it. He's hearing my voice right now. He's still typing. A very slow typer, might I add. He should have been back by now, but he's still typing. Still on Google.
You know what they say, Harry? I don't know what that is.
What do they say, Chris?
I have no idea.
Oh man, I need NyQuil. I think Bren's right. I need NyQuil. How am I still say? Oh, he just straight up left. That's dope. That's dope. That's code for no, he can't. He goes, "What's a branch?" I don't know what that is.
That's so fucking fun. Like, I just wish that, like, I'm not even trying to, KBC, thank you so much. That means so much. Holy shit. Yeah, so, like, I don't think it's, like, ever a problem if you don't know things like that. I'm not trying to call anyone dumb. I think what's frustrating, people always get confused, like, oh, you guys are so mean, you talk down to people, you call them dumb. I'm like, no, I get frustrated because that dude is claiming that I'm Harry or I or both, really both. He's claiming that both of us are so inauthentic that you were being paid by some outside source to push what we push. I just wish if you would claim that, like, you knew even a fucking sliver about politics. If you're going to claim that, and your answer is, oh, I see it all over the internet, I expect you to, like, know a little bit about politics to at least be able to, like, competently argue, like, why you're a conservative. You can't just be like, again, this is the definition of, like, being ignorance is bliss, right? That guy literally can't name the 3 branches of government. He probably, like, has some beliefs that are, like, rooted in thinking that Donald Trump's a good guy. If he has to listen to what anything Harry or I says, then it would, like, fundamentally completely uproot how he thinks. And that's, like, a very anxiety ridden process to, like, think that maybe the way you look at the world is wrong. And so instead of doing that, instead of being informed about politics at all and being able to, like, come up with arguments based on learning, he will put Harry and I in a box, which is, oh, you're paid by the DNC, which means nothing you say is real. Then he doesn't have to listen to us. He can protect his own brain, and he can live in a little box. It's very comfortable to live in that box and just assume we're paid. You don't have to engage with us ever, and you can just not know the 3 branches of government, but say we're stupid because we're paid. Again, that's, like, purely to protect yourself from your own anxiety, and I just get really frustrated because that's fucking dumb. Oh, but it's also like psychologically, like, it makes sense. There's, like, a ton of anxiety around, like, rerouting your own beliefs. So, like, I don't blame the guy. That's just, like, also, like, I'm not gonna let people come up here and, like, I'll let Harry speak for himself. Like, I don't. The only thing that bothers me in this whole political field and what we do is, like, when people question my authenticity. That's the only thing I get mad about. It's the only thing that really bugs me because, like, I don't just fucking.
I think you're inauthentic.
All right, that's fine.
I'm joking, Chris. It's okay.
I also think that for Harry's birthday, he's looking for.
Oh, please stop, dude. Please stop.
I think you're inauthentic.
Kara, thank you for the $5. Let me get you coffee next time you're.
Harry is horrible, dude. I know it's your birthday and everything, bro, but I think it's time for the expose. Guys, go follow me on Twitter. I'm going to expose Harry in 24 hours.
Kira, thank you for the $5. Let me get you coffee next time you're in DC. I appreciate that. I need to get more into coffee. Yet to do that.
This guy's a serial folder. I mean, he gets asked to go out by a girl. He says, "I need to learn more about coffee, bro."
No, I said I need to get more into coffee.
Yeah, you don't need to say that. How about just try this, Harry? Try this.
Yeah, it's just funny. No, it's actually funny because I've seen Chris fold in person, and it's really like.
Oh my god, this guy always just makes shit up.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, like,
I'm just
like,
listen.
like
I'm not gonna go into specifics.
When you bathe in mustard, is that what you're doing?
I'm not even gonna go into specifics. I'm just saying I've been in a bar with Chris, and
There are multiple different stories.
Completely made up.
This is actually a true story.
Yep.
We were in a bar in a city that neither of us live in, and it wasn't Chicago. Oh, it wasn't. Fuck, I just said it. It wasn't DC. It wasn't Wisconsin. It wasn't Atlanta. It wasn't New York City. And there are 3 different dynamics happening in that bar once.
Yep.
And what happens? He folds. I'm just saying. I've seen it many a time. You wouldn't believe how much I've seen Chris fold.
All right, bro.
Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Your other West Coast mom says happy birthday. We love Rebecca. Thank you so much.
He's about to go on a story about how I fall asleep with hot dogs on my chest. This is what
it has happened. But anyway, I
Say just fucking make shit up.
Rebecca, I appreciate you. Hope that I won't say her name on live for obvious reasons, but I hope that your daughter's doing well in Washington and being on the cheer team. It's fantastic. Kaylee, thank you for the $10. Happy 22nd birthday. I love what you do and enjoy listening to your lives. I just turned 22 last week too. Kaylee, happy belated 22. I hope it was a good one. And I hope that you had a great birthday. And I appreciate your birthday wishes. Thank you so much.
Harry, it's my dad's birthday today too. You and my dad share a birthday, Harry.
Jacob Pepper's mom, thank you for the $7.
Also the bartender, no lie, the bartender down the road from me, I see because he's a local guy. He's from Ireland. His birthday is also today.
Cool.
3 people, man. You share a birthday, and you share a birthday with my dad, Harry. Jason, JW.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Oh my!
Jacob Pepper's mom, thank you for the $7.
Amy, thank you so much for 10. Bro, can you be?
You were sick last year on your birthday. I think I was actually. Maybe it's like a seasonal thing. Get more cough drops or get a tea from Starbucks. Get better. Appreciate that. I'm trying. They say go out this weekend, Harry. I say, well, first of all, democracy. Second of all, I got to heal. Trista, thank you for the $5. Blue Hearts, I appreciate you, Trista. Greg, let's talk PSU Illinois real quick. Oh, what's up, Z-Pack? Yeah, we probably get that done, I think. Trista, thank you for the $10 as well. Happy birthday, TikTok husband. I appreciate you, Trista. Thank you so much. Feliz cumpleaños from Raul. Cumpleaños.
Bro,
I took Spanish.
You gotta
shut the fuck
Spanish,
up, Chris.
buddy.
Thank you for the $5,
he said,
Raul.
Cumpleaños, bro. Come on, bro.
And Rebecca, thank you.
How about say this, Harry?
Chris, wait, Chris. Can you tell me what this means? Can you tell me what this means? Rebecca sends $2. She says, maybe Chris and I need to be honest with you.
What?
What does that mean, Chris?
Is this the mom?
Rebecca.
This is the mom.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. Can you explain?
I don't know. I heard you. I don't know. I heard I don't follow individuals. I heard that you follow individuals.
What?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay, I have 4 more, Chris. Just be patient, buddy. Just take a breather.
All right.
Okay?
Also, say this, Harry. Say this. Say, hola, me llamo Harry. Voy a la playa con mis amigos. Y
me llamo Harry. Vamos a la playa con mis amigos y bebo agua. Y
no.
I'm not done yet, Chris.
You said I drink water and what?
And
say,
como papas fritas.
Bro, say yo bebo cerveza. Yo bebo cerveza. That means I drink beer. I go to the beach with my friends and I drink beer. Yo bebo cerveza.
Well, I drink water at the beach. Thank you very much. Chris, thank you for the $22 saying thank you for caring about women's rights. Happy birthday. I appreciate you, Chris. Thank you for the $22. That's incredibly kind. Jane, thank you for the $10 saying happy birthday. Keep doing the good job. Texas Blue. Oh, I love it, Jane. Soon. Jeff, thank you for the $10. Happy birthday. Keep up the good fight. Jeff, my man, I appreciate that so much. Thank you. And Beverly, finally, before Chris has a freak out on live, he crashes out. Beverly, thank you for the $10 saying from the DNC. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio.
Eddie, it's Olivia. Olivia Juliana.
Oh, it's Olivia Juliana.
Eddie es muy pequeño. Muy pequeño.
Oh, shut the hell up. You don't think I know what that means?
I said Harry is very small.
I know what that means. What a terrible guy.
Okay, really quickly. Yo, can I get some huge jubbies in the chat here? Amy, thank you so much for $10 on Venmo. Thank you for always supporting women. Amy, thank you for being here. It means the absolute world, and I don't take that for granted. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I want to make sure I'm following you. David! Huge W's in the chat for David. Want to make sure I'm following you. Keep fighting the good fight. $50 on Venmo. Dude, that means so much. Truly, again, so grateful. It means the world. Thank you so much, David. Killer $5 on Venmo. It means the absolute world. Save up for one of those Save up for one of those 100K Trump watches. Lol, love you.
You think that this man is, oh my God.
All right, bro. 100K Trump. Yeah, I already ordered one. The DNC paid me, so I wanted some fresh stuff to wear.
I agree, Mike. Bryce Hall is scared to debate.
Thank you so much, Keller, truly. And then another $25 from JW. Can I get a huge W for JW? Can we Twitch soon tomorrow? I support you so much. Keep fighting. You're an inspiration. JW, you're too kind.
Yeah, Twitch tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to Twitch after this very shortly. So I'll see you there, JW. I really, really appreciate it. We have some new emotes on Twitch. It's Christy Mowry. It's a good time over there. Just got some more custom emotes made that are sick. You guys can check them out. Rebecca, $5. You could become a Husky fan, ? LOL. I'm always a Husky fan. No, Jay, you know what? Harry's already following. So, I think you should. I'm not following. I said this. No, Rebecca, you always make me smile. I really, really appreciate your support, truly. I hope you're doing well. And Trista, $5. Thank you so much for the blue hearts. Guys, it all means the world, truly. I don't take it for granted. All right, that guy left. Mi llamo Chris, voy a la playa con mis amigos. Yo bebo cerveza. Harry is
bonjour.
Bro, what the hell, bro? Oh man.
Bonjour, comment ça va? Ça va bien, merci et tout. Oh man.
Dude, did you just mix French and Spanish?
Comment ça va? Ça va bien, merci. No, it's French.
What was the ending thing you said?
Et tout?
Oh.
This guy doesn't know French like I do, bro. They say French is. I'm gonna stop, bro. I'm gonna stop. Lee, what's up, man? Why are you mad?
What up, bro?
How old are you, bro?
23. And you?
Okay, why are you MAGA, dude?
Bro, what college is that? What logo is that on your shirt, bro?
How old are you?
I'm 21. I'm making sure that. I'm sorry.
Bro, you're 22,
dude. I gotta get
fucking
you
moron.
I'm just making sure that you're above the age of 18 to be in TikTok Live.
And Chris?
He's 56.
No, I'm 22. I'm 22 as well.
My question to both of you would be, why are y'all voting for Kamala?
Kamala.
Same thing.
Say it again.
Not the same thing.
Say it again.
The woman running for president.
You can call her. You can call her Harris.
You can call her. And soon you can call her Madam President. So it's easier on you. It'll be all right.
Okay.
Ooh, sorry.
Be right. It's because she's experienced. She's a good person. She's done a lot of great things.
What great things has she
done?
done?
Good policy. So when she was Attorney General, for example, she secured billions in settlements from big oil companies, big fossil fuel companies, fraudulent colleges for people who had been scammed. As District Attorney of San Francisco, she started the Back on Track program and, of course, prosecuted criminals, which is great, but started the Back on Track program for nonviolent drug offenders so that instead of going to jail, these people could go to college or high school, get a degree, and then work a job. Their records would be expunged, which is great. Then as Vice President, she secured funding for Triangle countries to de-incentivize immigration to the United States. She has talked to reproductive leaders all around the country, been a champion of reproductive rights. She's cast more tie-breaking votes than any vice president in history, and she's been crucial in a lot of the Biden administration's major policies that they've been able to get passed.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty great. She's a
my question. Yeah.
So my question is, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm going to ask you. She was supposed to be our border czar, correct?
No.
That's incorrect?
That's incorrect. Yeah, she was never border czar. That's not a title that the president of the United States can give the vice president. This
So
is
what
like
was
a
her
label that
role?
Republicans came up with. I don't know where it came from.
What was her role?
So she was tasked with studying the root causes of migration from Triangle countries to the United States. That's all. And then they, for some reason, said that she was the border czar. I don't know how they got to that, but
Did you vote for President Biden?
yes, and I would do it again.
Would you?
Yeah.
So the man that can't complete a formal sentence, you would vote for him again?
I don't think you see him speak because when he actually gives speeches, he's pretty
I
great.
see
But
him
I'm sure
speak all the time,
I'm
bro.
sure you pay attention to selective clips on social media, which is unsurprising. But when you actually listen to Biden speak, he's pretty great, and his administration has been the most productive in modern American history, and he's only getting one term, which is remarkable.
Yeah, I second that as well. Harry and I have both met Joe Biden in person.
So genuinely, like,
I don't think we ever had ever had any like concerns about his like ability to speak.
What was that?
Conferences.
What was that?
You're saying he performs good speeches.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That
I just want to point out that you just said he's performing good speeches. I mean,
like this guy is like when he gets up to speak up, and all these countries are watching us around the world, we're being laughed at.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull up a random Biden speech that he gave recently. Let's look. How about the UN Assembly speech he gave the other day?
No, actually, I'm going to so as Harry pulls this up, you're going to name a random, how long is the video?
It's 33 minutes.
So go ahead and just pick like any time between 1 minute or the start of the video and 33 minutes. Harry will scroll to it and then we'll just hit play.
Yeah, so you get to pick the time. So we're not like pulling up selective clips. So you give us a time frame from between 1 minute and 32, for example.
Okay.
So go.
You might convert me to a Harris voter here, huh?
Okay, great. So
just pick a number.
So pick a time to timestamp. It can be like 5 minutes, 12 seconds, 13, 42, whatever you want.
Let's just start from the beginning.
Just from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, so before you hit play, Harry, I just want to be able to like do the comparison here.
Wait.
What?
All right, before you go into the speech, I have a few questions. Like, I'm not trying to like
wait after the speech.
Be mean. I'm just asking like genuine questions. I want to know how y'all think as well. Like, I think that's fair.
Yeah, no, we'll totally answer those questions, but after we listen to a clip from the speech.
Okay, go for it.
And then I also just really quickly, because I think the comparison is important. Give me 30 seconds to this. Donald Trump said this on stage today. Today. He said this. We'll listen to this, and then we'll listen to Joe Biden, and you can tell me which one sounds more competent. This is somebody asking Donald Trump a question at his rally. They pulled someone up. Ready?
All right.
Actions will you take to ensure that our jobs stay in America so we can continue to build the best cars in the world here in Michigan? So pretty much as we've been saying, and what I want to do is I want to be able to look your business. Years ago in this area, I was honored as the man of the year. It was maybe 20 years ago. Oh, and the fake news heard about it. They said, it never happened. It never happened. And I didn't know who it was. It was a group that honored me as man of the year. The fakers back there, see the fake news. But they said, oh, and they looked at it, they said it never happened, but I said, I swear to you, it happened. It did happen. I was man of the year. And I came and I made a speech and I said, why do you allow them to take your car business away? Why do you allow it to happen? They're taking your business away. And I didn't know too much about it. All I know is they were taking your car industry away from you. They said it never happened. And lo and behold, somebody said, I remember the event. And then we found out and we had everything. We got the awards. We had everything.
I have no idea. So that was today. I just want to point that out. Now go. I have no idea. Like genuinely from the bottom of my heart, I have no idea what he was talking about, nor was he ever awarded Man of the Year 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's not an award, by the way.
Yeah, that was debunked. So go ahead and play Joe Biden's speech from like 2 days ago.
So yeah, by the way, I just want to reiterate that answer was an quote unquote answer to a question where he was asked what he's going to do to keep jobs in Michigan. Now here's Joe Biden at the general.
Wait. The only thing I would like to say is like I could also pull like clips of Kamala like answering questions about the same rhetoric and stuff.
I guarantee you cannot pull up a clip of Kamala sounding anything like that. Anyway, let's listen to this.
In 1972. Now I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that.
I love this guy, man.
I was 29 years old. Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple without significant setbacks. But we go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace.
So like
that was a random time frame of Biden giving a speech in front of the UN General Assembly, and he sounds great. And also he's talking about the history of United States conflict.
There's plenty of clips of Biden sound like a fucking vegetable talking.
Well, that's exactly why I said you listen to selective clips, because if somebody is followed with a camera 24/7 and every comment they made is captured on audio, of course you're going to be able to find videos of that person not giving the best answer, because not every time you speak, you're speaking the best you've ever spoken in your entire life, right?
Yeah, thinking about when Harry and I play video games, he would know that.
Yeah, Chris sounds like a donkey when he plays video games, dude. This guy sounds like a donut. So the point is that we take like an average, right? And we look at Joe Biden's speech. We just take a random time frame and we look at what does he sound like there, and he sounds great. And Donald Trump, when he speaks, sounds like an utter buffoon.
You just the same thing that you just showed me. Like, there's plenty of clips of Biden like sounding retarded speaking.
Okay, well, don't fucking say that.
Then you showed
no, hold on.
You showed me one of Trump.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Rhetoric.
Don't say that again. Don't say the R word, all right, in this live. If you do, well, you'll be kicked the next time, right? But first of all, we just showed you a clip of when Donald Trump is asked what he's going to do to keep jobs in Michigan, and he talks about how he was given a fake award that never existed. For a minute straight, he talked about that. This is also somebody that invokes fictional characters during his speeches, such as Hannibal Lecter. He also has very much debated in a public forum as to whether he'd rather jump in water with sharks or stay in a boat with a sinking battery. So you want to compare the speaking styles of President Biden versus Donald Trump? We win that debate every single day. But your news source is probably like Republican accounts on TikTok that make you think that Joe Biden literally can't speak, because what you don't do is actually listen to the president speak. You didn't watch any of this UN General Assembly speech. You probably didn't even know what happened. You probably haven't watched a Biden speech for the past, 3 years. And instead you listen to selective clips and you think that Joe Biden's this or that. I mean, just to pay attention to the policy. How about that?
Well, the reason Kamala's running for president is
Kamala.
Well, it doesn't matter, dude.
It does matter.
No, it does
matter. It's the same fucking thing, dude.
No, it's not the same thing, and it does matter.
Your party threw Joe Biden out.
No, we didn't.
No, they didn't. Joe Biden made it.
In.
Hey, Kamala.
He got his ass cooked at the debate.
Listen. Can you listen? Couple things. Donald Trump is a convicted felon who's facing like another 500 years in prison. Was found liable for sexual abuse. Brags about how he sexually abused a woman. Was found liable for business fraud, et cetera. You know, the party of 4 years ago, I assume you were like screaming at your liberal friends in high school about how they didn't care about law and order and didn't care about police officers. And now you're supporting the guy who literally had his supporters beating police officers over the head and is a convicted felon. Again, in terms of, Donald Trump is somebody who would never put America before himself. Unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden actually decided that like he was going to unite his party and his time was finished. I don't think Donald Trump could ever imagine giving up power like that. Number two, the name is actually like really simple. It takes like 2 seconds. And like it is very important because Donald Trump and Republicans knowingly say it wrong as a sign of respect, especially her being like an African American woman. Takes like literally 2 seconds to just like, we've now told you 3 times, and it's just like purely a sign of respect. And Donald Trump is showing over and over again that he doesn't have respect for women or minorities, especially he's probably more hateful and racist than he ever has been. So yeah, name is really important. Really important thing, considering like literally 70 years ago where I'm fucking standing, women of color were drinking from different water fountains. So like that's not that long ago, right? Like my dad turned 61 today. Like my dad was born in 63. I believe Martin Luther King was assassinated in 68. So again, like this is not that much time has passed. So people like Donald Trump really don't think that like women should be in power, much less minorities. That's why he pushes the birther movement. That's why he says Haitians are eating dogs and animals, because he genuinely believes that those people are subhuman or less human than him. So again, like very simple. I think you're like playing into Donald Trump's hand when you purposely say her name wrong.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to offend you by saying that.
No. That's the thing. That's the thing that you don't understand. Like, I think you take assume. I'm going to assume a little bit about who you are, which I shouldn't. But I think you're pushing your own like views by being like, oh, you're pissing off Chris and like Harry, like, oh, they're just woke little snowflakes. I'm a straight white male. Like, no, it has nothing to do with me. It's just like, again, like a basic sign of respect that you should just like not fucking say people's name wrong, especially like woman who's running.
That's the most snowflake thing I've ever heard in my life, bro.
Okay, well,
I
again,
read her
do you
name
know
the way I
what,
seen it.
like, again, and also, like, you woke snowflake, but like, I think that, like, respect and not voting for people
but
who,
bro, like, I said the name the way I said it. I didn't
not
mean to
vote, I think
disrespect
not
the woman's
voting,
name.
I think not voting for people who brag about sexual abuse is like I don't know, a man, like, what a real man would do. Like, I see in your profile picture, like, I don't know if you're like some frat dude or whatever, or like you go out to bars, but like, again, like, do you think that that's like acceptable, that you would just like come up here and fucking parrot a dude who like thinks it's okay to touch women any type of way, or talk about how Haitian migrants are eating dogs and cats and how we should send them away? Like, is that what you think like our role is in this society? Because if I'm just curious. I don't know how you could vote for that.
Can I ask you some more questions? Kind of.
Yeah. I just like quickly want to understand why, like, literally a week ago, Donald Trump was on a stage talking about, him being accused of sexual abuse, having to pay this, fine, and other women accusing him because he was found liable by a jury, and he said, quote, they're not going to like when I say. Well, they said, quote, they're not going to like when I say this, but it's the truth. It didn't happen because she wouldn't have been the chosen one. She wouldn't have been the chosen one, unquote. Like, again, it's like do you think that's like our role in society as men, that we put those people up and not even just live in society, but we vote for them as president of the United States?
I don't think it's okay, any sexual abuse or
Yeah. So are you voting for him?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So is that so?
If he did that, why is he not in prison? That's what I'm asking.
So he was found liable by a jury and had to pay. He sexually abused her and then defamed her and defamed her again. Had to pay well over 85.
If he sexually abused a woman, he should be in prison, correct?
Yeah. I don't think. Again, I think you're
Why is he not in prison?
Because again, I'm more than happy to explain that. It's number one. He has 4 other court cases that are criminal that would put him away for over 500 years. Donald Trump.
Well, if he's guilty of these crimes, why is he not in prison? Why is he not in prison?
Because the justice system is notoriously slow, and because you vote for a guy and send him all your fucking money.
If there is hard evidence on this matter,
can I finish speaking? Can I finish speaking?
Yeah. I'm just asking.
Yeah. So not only is our justice system.
Look at Diddy, buddy. He's in prison.
Can I finish speaking? Yeah, so Donald Trump is somebody who, engages by, because he's very wealthy and he has very good lawyers, he just, essentially pushes as many,
So now the justice system doesn't work.
No, can I finish speaking?
I'm just asking.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say 2 words.
Dude, can I say more than 2 words, please?
I mean, this is what you're saying. Like,
okay,
if this
no,
guy
I'm not. You're incompetent, and you can't listen. So
you're saying I'm incompetent, but if someone commits a crime, they're going to be in prison, just like Diddy is.
Can I just say, okay,
Yo, Harry, I just want to say really quickly, and then Harry can speak. Yeah, so he commits crimes, and then there's an entire process, a legal process. Donald Trump has very good lawyers. He's going to submit a ton of appeals and try to slow down that process, and so we're not going to get any of those things before the election. He was already convicted of 34 felonies, and sentencing will be after the election. The other 3, again, have taken so much time to go through the process because of Donald Trump's appeals. But also, that's not uncommon, right? We see people who commit mass school shootings who plead guilty, and it takes them over a year to even be sentenced. This is how our justice system works. And again, you're deflecting from the original point that as a straight white male in our society, you think that your role is to parent people like this. And I think that somebody should fucking, I don't know, maybe hit you in the mouth one time while you're out at a bar to I don't know, maybe you should figure out that's not some shit you should be doing.
And Ali, I just want to point out, you're asking why is he not in jail for the sexual assault case against him. First of all, the criminal statute of limitations expired, so the criminal charges couldn't be brought against him. And second of all, there was only a civil case brought against him because New York passed a law that allowed victims of abuse to sue their abusers when the statute of limitations expired. So E. Jean Carroll sued Donald Trump and proved beyond or at least that it's more likely than not that Donald Trump assaulted her. Okay, so it's just a basic understanding of these cases, all right? And Chris is right that in all his criminal cases, you're saying why is he not in jail? Because he had delayed.
That in all his criminal cases, you're saying why is he not in jail?
Holy fuck! Okay, so Atlee, you're gonna have to swipe up out of the app, all right? You have an echo, so just swipe up and come back, and then I'll unmute you, all right? Swipe up. There you go. Good job, man. All right, now you should be good to go. I just press your little profile picture and then press unmute at the top. There you go.
Okay. All right. my other questions would be kind of about like our foreign policy, like with the wars that are going on.
Mm-hmm. So what's your question?
Like the war with Russia and Ukraine, Israel's bombing the shit out of everyone. What's our answer to everything with that?
So it's foreign policy is incredibly complex. So there's not just like one answer to both of these conflicts. It evolves by the day. So with Ukraine right now, we found a tremendous amount of success when we support Ukraine, and it's in America's interest to support Ukraine. So it's quite literally putting America first to invest in our fight, or in Ukraine's fight against Russia. And then when
let's put America first. There's 500,000 people dead with Russia and Ukraine for no fucking reason whatsoever.
Well, maybe it's because Russia keeps sending cruise missiles through apartment buildings and schools and hospitals. Maybe we should be mad. Yeah, Russia started the war.
Russia started the war.
Yeah. So this war could end right now if Putin withdraws all of his troops and gets out of Ukraine.
You don't think the war has anything to do with the dollar falling and the BRICS currency rising and the countries falling behind?
No.
Really quickly, I'm about to hop off, and I'm going to let you guys talk about this. Just to point out, also, like the U.S. dollar is stronger than it has been in multiple.
It's not.
I'm more than like I'm sure Harry can pull up like if he wants to like the U.S. dollar dominance in terms of how often it's being used across the world for payments. It's being used for like specifically more online payments than ever before. And if there was any other currency that was like gaining dominance on the dollar, we would see, like you just claimed, that U.S. dollar is getting weaker when the exact opposite is happening. Again, like
pull up the DXY right now, buddy.
All right, bro. I think you're you're living in a misinformation machine.
So you don't want to look that up because it's
I'm gonna get off.
I'm gonna fucking crashing.
All right, bro. Listen, guys. Everybody wish Harry a giant happy birthday. To the guest, like I apologize for being a little bit rude. Just these things get heated. I appreciate you being here and hope you have a good conversation with Harry. I'm gonna go to Twitch, but not yet. Give me like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then I'll be on twitch.tv/Christine Meyer. If you want to go follow me there, we're gonna go live for a while. I appreciate everybody. All your support. Again, happy birthday, Harry. I love you all. See you soon, all right?
Yeah, everybody, just for a heads up, after we end this live, which will be probably after this conversation, because I'm going to go Peloton, go to Chris's Twitch. He'll be live pretty soon, and just keep that in mind. Link in his bio.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Harry, thank you. And again, I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thanks, everybody, for the birthday message as well. So sorry, what were you saying?
The billions and billions of dollars we've sent to Ukraine, do you think that's justified?
Yeah, and also we're not sending bags of cash to Ukraine. We're sending weapons from our reserves.
Which is like $8 billion worth of money.
Well, so the weapons did cost money to purchase, but we're not sending bags of cash to Ukraine. We're sending weapons
so
from
we're funding
reserves.
These guys to go over and kill people.
Yeah, so Ukraine's being illegally invaded, and we are supporting an ally against that invasion. Yes.
And what is your take on the war with Israel and Gaza and all that?
It's terrible. It's tragic.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, what are you asking specifically? Like, what do we do about it? Like,
yeah, I mean, like let's try to find peace so we're not killing kids and families for no fucking reason.
100%. Peace is the goal there. Unfortunately, we have really bad actors in the region who are not interested in peace. Like, I would not describe Netanyahu as interested in peace. I would not describe Hamas as interested in peace. I wouldn't describe Hezbollah as interested in peace. So I don't think any of these actors are interested in peace. So it's an incredibly difficult thing to negotiate peace when all these people just keep shooting missiles at each other. And, the United States is really, really trying hard to get to that. The State Department has already developed post-war plans to rebuild Gaza specifically. But it's just incredibly difficult. I mean, foreign policy is never easy.
Right. Yeah. But we had complete peace under Trump.
But that's just not true. We were getting attacked.
We had no new wars.
We were getting attacked by Iran under Donald Trump. If we had more American soldiers dying under Donald Trump than Joe Biden, we increased drone strikes 450% in the Middle East under Donald Trump.
It's absolutely false. You're sitting here lying.
Do you want a source? What do you want a source?
Show me a source. Pull a source up right now.
For what claim specifically?
You're saying we had more war under Trump. Pull a source up right now.
Yeah. So in terms
pull it
of
up on the lab. Pull it up on the lab so everyone can see it.
Yeah, I'm that.
Pull it up on the lab so everyone can see it.
I'm doing that. So you're the claim you're specifically asking is for.
There was more war under Donald Trump than the Harris and Biden administration.
So are you familiar with
the on the live and show everyone?
Yeah. Can you be quiet for 5 seconds? Like we heard you the first time. I promise we heard you the first time. So are you familiar with the Afghanistan war?
Yes.
Okay. You know when the Afghanistan war ended?
No.
You don't know when the war ended.
I know we had the pullout and a bunch of people died because of the fucking goofy ass administration we have.
Yeah, why was that Joe Biden's fault?
Fuck, I don't know. He's the one in charge. He's the one in charge.
But you don't know why it's Joe Biden's fault.
Because he's the one in charge.
Yeah, Donald Trump put the plan into place.
He's running the country, my guy.
Okay, so then you'd be against Donald Trump because more American soldiers died abroad than under him. Because if Donald Trump's the guy in charge, then you'd exclusively blame Donald Trump, right?
That's false.
Wait, what? What's false?
You said more soldiers died under Donald Trump than
Correct.
Joe Biden?
Correct.
Pull that up.
Okay. Newsweek article. Says U.S. troops deaths under Joe Biden compared to Donald Trump. And it says that as of now, 16 soldiers, or at least recorded soldiers, have died under Joe Biden, and 65 died under Donald Trump's 4 years.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
65 died under Donald Trump's 4 years. As of now, at least recorded, we have 16 soldiers who have died under Joe Biden. And for example, you can see, I know it's backwards for you, but right here in this final paragraph, of those 65 deaths, which are the number that Donald Trump had, there were 45 combat deaths reported in Afghanistan, which is a war, and this is the point I was going to make, is the war that Joe Biden ended. So specifically speaking, we are in less war right now than we were under Donald Trump.
That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, bro.
I'm sorry if you have like 5 brain cells working around in there, but if we are in, let me break this down for you. Let me break this down for you. If you have one, and you take away one, what do you? Hey, Atlee,
are you fucking stupid, dude?
Hey, Atlee, if you take one away from one, what do you have?
Faggot bitch.
Yeah, look at you. You're a little. Look at this guy. Now this guy's dropping slurs. I heard your slurs, but I'm gonna chew you out before you leave. You are so ignorant, and when you get bodied, you get put in a corner, and you don't know how to respond, then you result to slurs. You're just a very angry little man, like a very, very angry little man. You're very much insecure in yourself. So what you do is just like project this shit onto other people, and it's really gross. If you can't debate, he's leaving right now. If you can't debate, then get the fuck out of the live and get the hell out of the kitchen. You're just like crashing out live in front of like 4,700 people. It's super cringy that you just did that. So maybe I would like go back to the drawing board, hit the books a little bit again, and then come back. You little freak. Now get the fuck out of my live and don't come back. Yeah, that guy. If you apparently this guy doesn't know how to do what 1 minus 1. He doesn't know what that is. He's never heard of that in his entire life. Brenda, thank you for the $25 saying happy birthday, Harry. Thank you for all that you do. Let's go, Kamala. Brenda, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. You're incredibly kind. And Dak, thank you for the galaxy. And Maro, thank you for the lightning. Dylan, thank you for the $5. Ready for a debate or too scared? Yeah, I don't think that anybody's scared of a debate, Dylan. So you're welcome to come up, but not tonight. We'll be running it back hopefully tomorrow. Mike, thank you for the $2. Happy birthday. Let's turn Texas blue. I'm loving all of the blue texts I'm getting tonight. I mean, this is fantastic. Ryan, thank you for the $2 or $1 saying, Harry, I'm pretty sure you were in NYC, which is why I'm wondering if you've had any run-ins with World of T-shirts and Mr. Based. I've not. Cassidy, thank you for the $15 saying, happy birthday, Harry. Thanks for everything you do. Cassidy, thank you so much. And thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate you being here and I appreciate your support. Yasina, thank you for the $20 on Cash App saying, happy birthday. Keep fighting the good fight. I appreciate you so much. Thank you to everybody that supported the live and supported me. And thank you for all the birthday wishes, everybody. As I mentioned, I think that's going to be our last conversation of the night. So I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you guys for tuning into live. We were live for 3 hours and 10 minutes. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. So if you're interested in that would mean a lot. We post videos every day following the news. We're, of course, closely following the election. So definitely follow and you'll get daily updates and stuff like that, which would mean a lot. But also I post on other social media platforms. I post on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat. All of those links are in my bio. All the social media platforms are in my bio. So go follow, subscribe, add, whatever the platform is. It'd mean a lot if you do that. Also, as I mentioned, drop a follow on TikTok, of course. It's the main platform. But guys, have an amazing rest of your Friday night. If you are still in a time zone of which it's Friday, have a great rest of your Saturday. Have a good Saturday morning, good Saturday evening. Tomorrow, enjoy yourself. Wake up, sleep in, drink some water, eat some good food, see some people you care about, see some people you love. Tell them that you love them. Just have a good day tomorrow, right? Take care of yourselves and enjoy whatever you got planned. And of course, there's a little pinned comment right here. Chris is going to be going live on Twitch, so I'd highly recommend that you go to Chris's bio and go follow him on Twitch and check out the stream. But Isaiah R. Martin is live on TikTok right now, so Isaiah R. Martin is the first comment or the first username in there. He's a buddy of mine, so go raid his live if you want to see more TikTok live debates. Go say Harry Raid, Harry Raid, Harry Raid. Let him know that I sent you. and let him know that he's doing well. So definitely go check out Isaiah. He is live right now, as I mentioned. Right now, he's live. So go check him out. And then, of course, Chris's Twitch right here is Chris D. Mowry. If you have Twitch, go follow. Go tune into Twitch, Chris's Twitch stream, which should be up in the next 20-ish minutes. And yeah. All right, everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for your birthday wishes. It means a lot. I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of you guys for your support in every capacity. It means the world. All right, everybody. Thank you, guys. We will talk soon, all right? Sound good? All right, everybody. Have a great Saturday.
Fucking familiar. I'm like, you know who this sounds like? I'm like, this sounds like Critically.
What? Wait, who did you say that to?
It was the civilian. It was like a contract worker that we were on the phone trying to fix the satellite and shit. And I'm like, it sounded just like, I don't want to. If that was you, I don't want to out you.
That would have been funny. As far as I'm aware, unless I live a double life, that was not me. So.
It's been a while. Do you still debate or?
I mean, I really haven't. Well, in forever, obviously. Even in getting back the past couple weeks, I haven't really debated much. I've hopped on some Palestinian lives, but that's really about it, to be honest.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Oh, it's good to see you back. It's good to see you back.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see y'all too. How is debate talk going?
Oh, it's a shit
Terrible.
It's going
terrible.
Yeah, no, it's
oh god.
complete, absolute dumpster fire, as it always is. And
do we have a Harry race?